Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to another video. Before I get started, I just want to say I appreciate everybody for watching. We just hit 1,500 subscribers. I started this channel less than a year ago just to record and document my journey of becoming a developer and learning code. So I didn't really expect the channel just to grow this much. So I really do appreciate everybody for watching. In this video, we're going to be building out 3 portfolio websites. So here's the first portfolio website we're going to be creating. We create this with next.js and Tailwind, and we also use Zustand for some state management. So here's the hero section. We got our about section, our skills section, project section where we can filter out through all of our projects, and also added a show more button just in case you guys want to add a ton of projects. So as you click this, it shows, I believe I have it set for like 3 extra projects every time that button is clicked. And then we got our contact section, and I have a little widget down there for my YouTube videos because this is the portfolio website that I'm currently using. So here's the second portfolio website we're going to be creating. We create this with just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Here's the hero section. Here is the about section. We got a skills section. We also have a previous work history and education. And we got project section here where you can also filter out through all of the projects. And we have a quick contact section there and a little small footer. And like I said, we just create this with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And last but not least, here's the final portfolio website we're going to be creating in this video. We create this with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript as well. And we also use a little bit of GSAP animations in here, which is a popular JavaScript animations library. So let's get started on these projects. Alright, so head over to next.js and go ahead and copy over this code. I'm going to head over to our project and paste it in here. I'm going to do a dot after mine because I want it to be created in a folder that I'm in currently. So give this a second. We won't be using TypeScript in this project. ESLint, no. Tailwind, of course. Source directory, no. App router, yes. And import alias, yes. And we'll be using the @ symbol. Give that a second to load. And then we're gonna go ahead and install the rest of our packages since we're here. So you have to install Framer Motion, Zustand, and React Icons. Let's go ahead and do that. npm I React Icons into npm I Framer Motion. Oh, I could have just did all 3 at once. I didn't even think about it. And we're gonna do an npm I Zustand. And let's go ahead to our package lock JSON just to make sure everything is in there. So we got React Icons, Zustand, and Framer Motion. And we also have Tailwind. Alright, we're gonna play with this Tailwind config and extend our styles, add our colors, and we're also gonna add our own media query as well into Tailwind. So inside of this extend, let's go ahead and delete this background image. And here we're gonna add colors. And I'm just gonna go ahead and paste the colors in there. So we're using dark red, light BG. You can name these whatever you want. I just named them this. Dark BG and dark blue. And here are the colors. So make sure you guys pause the video and add these colors in. I got this color palette off of Coolers. It's one of the popular ones. I really like this color palette. Alright, so still inside of this theme, we're gonna do screens, and we're gonna add our own media query. So it's gonna be XS, and like I said, you can name that whatever you want as well. We're gonna do 475 pixels, and we also need to make sure we add the default screens in after this. So we're gonna do default theme dot screens, like that. Make sure we add a comma. We forgot our comma there. All right, so I believe that's it with this Tailwind config. I think we're done with this, so we can go ahead and close out of this. Now let's head over to our layout. We got some files to clean up here. So first thing, let's go ahead and delete this favicon. So delete that. Global CSS, we can remove all of this stuff here. All right. And layout, so this is what I like personally doing. As you can see, when you don't use TypeScript, the file ends in JS, and that's when you in the file in JS, you don't have access to like the little snippets like div, like it doesn't autocomplete. So to do that, I just always make sure I change this to JSX, and then same with the page. I'm gonna change that to JSX. So now once we write div now, as you can see, we get that autocomplete. All right, so that's what I like doing. So now let's add some stuff into our layout. All right, trying to think of how we should do this. Should we make our components now? It's going to create all our components. I think we should do that. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and make all our components now. So head over to the root of your document or your folder, and we're gonna make components, a components folder. All right, and we're gonna go ahead and create all our components. We're gonna got about.jsx, and make sure you do this little snippet, just to have the export, so that way we can import it into our pages. And then we're gonna do contact.jsx. All right, and we're also gonna do a footer.jsx. This is the boring part, I know, guys. Making all these components. All right, so we got a footer, we got a hero.jsx. Go ahead and do that. All right, so finally completed. So yeah, just go ahead and create all of these components. Nothing special I did. I just make sure I exported them. So we got a top menu, we got top button. Maybe it should zoom in just a little bit so you guys can see. So we got a top menu.jsx, we got a top button, we got skills, side menu, projects, project filter, project card, hydrate, hero, footer, contact, and about. So yeah, those are all the components we'll be using in this project. So let's go ahead and create this, and just make sure you export them so that way we can go ahead and import them into our home page. So after that, we can go ahead and collapse our components and head over to our layout. So here, let me just make this a little bit bigger. We're going to go ahead and import our fonts and start getting our layout together. So let's go ahead and we're going to change this enter font to Poppins. All right, and keep that the same. Then we just got to change this enter to Poppins, and we're also going to change this to Poppins as well. And we're going to keep the subset to Latin, but we're going to do a comma, and we're going to do weight, and we're just going to grab 100. I'm going to grab 400, and we're going to grab 700, and we're also going to grab 800. All right, so we got Poppins, and now down here we just got to change this to Poppins. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and npm start our project just so we can see everything. Npm run dev so we can see everything, even though we shouldn't. I don't think we should see anything actually. Close out of that, refresh. All right, guys, inside of the Tailwind config, make sure you do a const default theme, and this is going to require Tailwind CSS / default theme. All right, and just go ahead and save that, and go ahead and npm run dev again and your project should be working. All right, so we got this next.js boilerplate. Let's go ahead and delete all of this. I'm gonna go ahead and select all and delete, and just do REFE. I'm gonna change this back to home and change this to home as well, and that way we can just see, we should just see page. There we go. All right, cool. So let's head back over to our layout now, and let's go ahead and import some of our components that we made. So we're going to import side menu, top menu, and hydrate. Let's go ahead and import, actually we're not going to import hydrate yet. Let's just go ahead and import the side menu from component / side menu, and we're also going to import top menu as well. I'm going to save that. And I forgot to talk about this metadata. This is really good for SEO. So you could just change this. I think I put my name as the title. I'm just gonna go ahead and put, if I can spell it, Antonio Rogers. And for the description, I believe I just put a full stack engineer portfolio website. All right. And as you can see, my name the title showed up here, which is really cool. All right, so that's that. And now down here inside of our body, this is where we're going to start fixing up our layout a little bit. So after this body, we're going to do a main. All right, and inside this main is going to be our children. We're going to put our children in here, but also inside of this main, on top of our children, we're going to have our side menu. All right, so that's our side menu, and then underneath our side menu, we're going to have a section, and this section is going to have a class name of overflow hidden. PL, so padding left, of 300 pixels, and we're also going to do a max LG of PL 146 pixels, and a width of full, a min height of screen. I can't type on this keyboard. I need to get a different keyboard. Max MD of PL 0. All right. So inside of this section, this is where we're going to have our top menu and our children. So top menu, and we also going to have our children. So let's go ahead and put that there like that. Let's take a quick look. So as you can see, we got it right where we want it to be. So our side menu is over here, and then our top menu is over here, and our page is over here. So what it does, so what this styling is basically, so this padding left is 300 pixels. So that means our side menu is going to be 300 pixels wide. So that way all of our content can be on this right side. And then whenever our side menu collapse, so our side menu collapsed twice. So on large screens, once it hit max large screen, it collapses to 146 pixels. And then once it hit medium screens, it collapses. We can't even see it no more. It just goes away. So that's what this is doing. So we got our top menu and we got our children right here, and we got our side menu. Perfect. For our main, we are going to have a class name on this, and we're just going to have a class name of flex and flex row like that. All right, and as you can see now, it's like perfect the way we want it, and now it just really just needs some styling. But let's head over to our page and let's go ahead and import all of our components, so that way we can just go ahead and just start styling this stuff up. But after this, we're actually going to download some files, our images and stuff like that. So we're going to do a fragment, and we can go ahead and import everything in order. So first thing we're going to have is our hero. Hopefully it auto completes for me, please. There we go. Well, first thing we have our hero. We're gonna have our about section. We have our skills. We have our projects. We have our contact. We have our footer. And we also gonna have our top button, which is gonna be our back to top button. Right, there we go. And we should see everything now. There we go. We got all of our sections there. No, it looks weird, but once we start styling this stuff up, it's gonna look better. So let's go ahead and let me just close out all this stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and download all of the starter files and the description. I believe in that folder we're gonna have all our images. We're also gonna have a little bit of preset styles. I believe it's like 5 styles that we're gonna add to our global CSS. So just go ahead and download that file and just copy and paste it in here. And then also it's going to be our constants folder, and that's basically our project data and our navigation links that we're going to map through for our side menu and our top menu. So let's go ahead and just download that starter files, and I'll meet you back here. All right, let's go over everything that was downloaded. So we got our constants folder, and this is going to go inside of our root folder. So we got our constants and we got our index, and this is just, like I said, it's our side menu links that we're going to be mapping through. And then our projects, so this is all my projects. You might want to take some time, maybe after the tutorial, maybe we'll you should just maybe go in here and just change all of this into your projects. And you can delete, you know, the YouTube true, but you know, you can change the images and stuff like that and the names. So that's the project data. And what else do we download? Oh, the public folder. So inside here we have assets, and this is just all our images that we'll be using. Some of these we actually don't use on mine. In your folder you'll have the ones that we'll be using, but some of these are just like test. So we got me there, and as you can see we got our projects, we got our logos for our skills section as well. So make sure you put this inside of the public/assets, all of the images. And then also inside of our app we also downloaded animations.css. So this is basically for the animation that we're going to have in our hero section. And you know, instead of typing each one, it's kind of repetitive because we actually grab each square in the background. As you can see, inf child 7, inf child 6, and we did, you know, different animations for each one and changed the length and the height. So I just went ahead and just made animation.css and have you guys download it and just paste it in here. But whenever we get to this section, I'll try to explain this code a little bit better. So that's that. So that's the animations, and last but not least, the global CSS. Like I said, it's a little bit of styles in here. We got our side menu styling that we're going to be using, social icons that we're going to be using, our top menu info container, hero content container, and section title. And you guys can read over this. It's Tailwind, but it just saves some time from just, you know, typing all this stuff out. But it's nothing too hard, or it's complicated. It's not complicated at all. It's just, you know, like for example, this one just where is it? Flex justify between with full, which is with 100%, item center, flex call on excess screens. This is the media query that we made. Same with this one, item start. So it's not too complicated, but it just saves some time. So make sure you guys copy this inside of the global CSS. And now let's get started. Let's go ahead. We're gonna actually do the top menu first, the hero section, and then we'll do the sidebar. So head over to components, and I'm glad I did it this way. So now we can just click on one and just get started instead of, you know, creating a whole component and putting inside the thing. So now let's let me go ahead and start my project again. The npm run dev. And let me zoom in just a little bit so you guys can see. Hopefully you guys saw me explaining that. I know this little side menu could be a little bit small sometimes, but let me just go over it one more time. So we got constants there. Now we got animation CSS inside of our app, and then global CSS, of course, with all our styles there. So now let's get started. And also our public with our assets. This is gonna have all our images that you just downloaded. So let's head over to our components, and we're gonna be doing the top menu first. All right, so let's get started. So this is going to be a use client because this is a client component, and we're gonna go ahead and import link from next.js, and we're gonna import a few icons as well. So we're gonna import AI outline. Probably should just copy this. AI outline close. This is for our mobile menu, so the little close symbol. I could have just typed it. There we go. All right. From it's gonna be React icons / AI, and then we also gonna import two more. We're going to import RI menu fill from React icons / RI, and also MD email from React icons / MD. All right. And I believe we also need ooh, I know one thing we didn't do. So we were supposed to create our Zustand store. It's the smallest store. Let me put it that way. It's the smallest state management, but I really needed it for this project. Basically, we're using it to send state from our side menu to our top menu, and that's really it. That's all we use it for. So let's go ahead and trying to think. I'm gonna create our store. Let's see. Go back here. We're going to create a folder, and it's going to be store. All right. And in here, we're going to name it use menu store .jsx. All right. I'm going to open that up here. And like I said, it's going to be a small store. So we're just going to do import create. This is going to be from Zustand, and then we're also going to import persist from Zustand / middleware, and I believe this is have to go in brackets. All right, and we're going to do an export const use menu store. And this is going to equal to create and I'm going to do persist brackets, parentheses, and this is where we're just going to set our state. I'm going to do set parentheses then brackets. So here we're just going to do is open, And the initial state is just going to be false. And we also going to have a toggle menu. Toggle menu, and we're just going to set state. And parentheses. We're going to set is open. And this is just going to toggle our state dot is open. And let me just explain this a little bit because I know it's kind of a lot. So basically this is Zustand, and it's a state management library. And what we're doing, so we could just go ahead and use useState. So let me just translate this into useState right quick. So this basically is this. Let me scroll down. So we're gonna do cons let's do is open slash set is open. All right, and then we're gonna equal that to useState false. All right, that's basically what that is right there. And this toggle menu is basically our on click function kind of. So we'll do something like if this was like if we was using useState in a React component, we'll do something like cons menu handler equals function, and we'll just do something like set is open to toggle is open. All right, so that's basically what this is here. I know it looks a little bit weird, but this is how we have to do it in Zustand. And this is so we can send this state over to our side menu and our top menu, so that way we don't have to because they need to use the same state for this to work, if that makes sense. I know it's like kind of complicated, but yeah, so that's basically what that is. So I know it looks weird, but it's just basically this there. All right, and we also going to do a close mobile menu. Close mobile menu. And what we can do is just copy this state here to set here. And we're gonna paste it in there like that. But instead of is open to toggle the state, we're just gonna do is open to false like that. All right, so that is our store. We do have to name it. After this, we're gonna do a name, and we're gonna do menu store. You can name it whatever you want, menu store like that. I think I did it wrong. I think it goes oh, it goes after this one right there. All right, there we go. All right, so we got our store, and now we can actually close out of this and head back over to our top menu. And let me just zoom out just a little bit, hopefully you guys can see still. So head back over to our top menu, and let's go ahead and import it here. So import use menu store from store / use menu store. All right, cool. So now we have access to that is open and toggle menu. So we're gonna do a cons is open, and we also gonna use toggle menu. And this is all coming from our use menu store. All right, that's that. So now let's start writing some JSX and start styling this up a bit. So we're gonna do a div, and this is gonna have a class name of px 40 pixels. All right, a bg of light bg, sorry, a py of 4, a z index of 10, and a max xs, which is the media query we made, of px 20 pixels. All right. That's that, and this is also going to have an ID of home, like that. We shouldn't see anything, I don't think. I'm gonna refresh. Actually, we should, because we got this PX there. So let's give that a second to load right quick. And let's go ahead and finish styling this up a bit. So inside this div, we're gonna have another div. And this is gonna have a class name. A class name of top menu. Alright. Let's see. Go ahead and see what's up with this. We're getting the error. Alright, so I think I see the issue, guys. We're naming a store outside of our persist. So let's go ahead and exit out that, and inside so make sure there's 2 parentheses at the bottom of this, and make sure you add a comma there and then save it, and now it should work. And now we see our top bar with that light BG, our top menu with that light BG. So let's go ahead and finish writing some JSX. So in here, we're going to write a div and have a class name of flex, justify between, item center, a width of full, and a MD of hidden. All right. And then inside of this div, I have another div. And this is gonna have a class name of flex, a gap of 10, and a width of full. All right. So this is where we're gonna have our logo at. So it's gonna be a link. And our logo is just, I just did a H1. Probably not the best thing to do, actually. Let's actually change that. We're just gonna do trying to think, maybe we don't, yeah, let's just do H1. And it's just gonna have a class name, a font bold, a text of 3XL, and then a text of dark red, like that. And you can put your name. I just did A.Rogers for mine. And we're getting the error now. It's because our link is missing that href prop. So it's just going to be home. That's what we wanted this in. Now let's see if we can see it. And we don't see it. Why? Why don't we see this? That is weird. Let me see something. Okay, we see it there. Oh, okay. I forgot. It only it only comes out on mobile screen because we're gonna have our side menu with our name and stuff. Yeah, I made this project, want to say, probably like 2 weeks ago, and I kind of already forgot how to make it. All right, so link, and then after this div here, so let me just spread this out a little bit, just so you guys can see. So that's our link. I mean, that's our logo. And now we're gonna have our mobile menu icons. So we're gonna do a div, and we're gonna have a class name of text 2XL and a Z index of 50. And this is gonna have an on click, and we're gonna take our toggle menu from our Zustand store, and then in this div I'm gonna render stuff out conditionally. So if it's open, so if it is open, it's true. We want to show the AI outline close icon. else we're just going to show the RI menu fill icon like that. All right. Let's see. So let's see if we can see this. Probably should just be using dev tools. And there we go. So once we click, as you can see, it turns into an X. Click off, turns into back to the menu. On, off, on, off. Nice. All right, cool. Let me just go ahead and just make it like that. All right, and now let's go ahead underneath this div here. So two divs down, two closing divs down. We're gonna have another div, and it's gonna have a class name of top menu info container. All right, and I have a div in here, and it's gonna have a class name of flex md of gap10, a flex call, and an md of flex row. All right, and this is where we're gonna have our email icon and our span for our email address. So we're gonna do a div and have a class name of flex, a gap of 1, item center, a text of small, and a font of bold. All right, so let's go ahead and put our MD email icon, and we're gonna have a span here, and this is going to have a class name. Let's close out of that. A class name of BG dark blue. Oh no, sorry, a text of dark blue. Text of dark blue. Also a text of small, even though I don't think we need that because we added a text small on there, so we don't need that there, and we don't need the font bold there either. So you can just write your email address. Mine is just arogers contact@gmail.com. Let's take a quick look. As you can see, we got it there. Come up, now it's there. Nice. And as you can see, the menu is like collapsing. That's what we want. Okay, perfect. All right. Underneath this top menu info container, we're gonna have our button. So yeah, close. Let's see. So yeah, still inside of this container. So right here, yep. So the top menu info container, we're gonna have our button, and this is going to have a class name of BG dark blue, a text of white, a PX of 4, a PY of 1, a rounded MD, and we're going to have a hover of BG dark blue /75. Right, perfect. And now let's do download CV like that. Nice. So let's go ahead and make this screen a little bit bigger, and that's exactly what we want. Nice. We got our menu there, and let's see. All right, cool. Something Something isn't right here. Sorry about the, it's like a plane outside. Let me just wait till it passes. Let's see. Something isn't right. Trying to see what it is. Let's head over to the global CSS and just make sure our styles is working right. Max width, info. It is supposed to be, let me make sure I spelled this right. Top menu info containers, hit back. Top menu info container. Because it's supposed to be a flex col once we hit small screens. But maybe, yeah, okay, it does. It's just this side menu is in the way right now. So as you can see, it goes to the flex col. And that side menu is not supposed to be there once we hit this. So once we hit mobile, so once we hit that, the side menu here should go away. And that's the whole reason why it's looking like this now, because that side menu is in the way. But we're going to get rid of that once we start our side menu. All right. So I believe that is it for the top menu. Let's go ahead and do the hero section. All right. So let's go ahead and make this a client component. Use client. Let's go to import some stuff. I'm gonna import image from React. Oh my god, this keyboard, man. We're gonna import link from next. We're also gonna import our hero image. Hero. Actually, we probably don't even need to import the image. We can just grab it from the thing. And we're also going to import animations CSS. I gotta just do slash app slash animation CSS. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and write some JSX. We're gonna do a section, and it's gonna have a class name of hero dash container. All right, and then we have a div in here, and this is gonna have a class name of hero dash content container. Okay, and in this div we're gonna have another div, and it's gonna have a class name of max md, and we're gonna change the order to 2. I'm gonna do flex col, a gap of 5, and a z index of 40. All right, so now let's start getting our hero section right. It's gonna have a div. This div won't have a class name, it's just to hold our left side. Then we have a h1, another car out there, sorry, and this is gonna say hi, I'm Antonio, and just do A. And this is gonna have a class name of text 4XL, and on large screens we're gonna have a text of 6XL, a font of bold, and a text. Don't do font of bold on this one. Just do text 4XL, and on large screen text 6XL. All right, so let's actually copy this right quick. Okay, and after that I'm gonna make some space there. I'm gonna have a span, and in this span we're gonna do developer, and this is gonna have a class name of text 4XL and 6XL, but it's also going to have a class name of font bold, and a text of dark red. Take a look. There we go. Nice. And then underneath here, we're gonna have an H2, and it's just gonna say from wherever city you're from. So I did from New York, even though I live in New York, but I'm from North Carolina. So this is also gonna have a class name of text4XL and large text 6XL. I'm trying to think, maybe we could save us some code here and just put this on this div here. So let's delete this text4XL for each one, and also the large text XL, text 6XL for each one. And we can save us some time, save us a little bit of code, and we're gonna do class name and just paste it here. And I believe we should get the same results. Yep, nice. That way it can look a little bit cleaner. Nice. All right, so that's that. And underneath this New York, okay, I see why I had it there. Man. Well, we probably could just let's do a p tag, and we're gonna do a class name of margin top 5, and I just did my little bio that I got on GitHub. Full stack engineer, coffee fuel coder, piece of power problem solver, embracing new tech with a new smile. Right, and I think that's why I had those there. But we probably could just do a text of small, maybe, or maybe medium, text of MD. Text. Can you do a text MD? No. Text XL, maybe. All right, yeah, I think that looks better. Text XL. Let's keep it like that for now. If we run into any issues, we can just come back and switch it. All right, so that's it. That's the left side of our hero section. So now we got to do the right side of our hero section. And what I think I might do is actually, inside of our layout, I'm just gonna go ahead and comment out our side menu for now, because kind of don't want it there right now, you know. That way, whenever we collapse, you see it goes there. All right, perfect. All right, so let's head back over to our hero section, and let's go ahead and put our image and stuff now. So right after this div there, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class name of flex, a gap of 4, a max MD of justify center. Right. Oh, this is actually for our buttons actually, and it's gonna have a link, and the href is going to be projects, pound projects. That, and have a button with a class name of BG dark blue, a text of white, px of 2. On large screens, we're going to do a px of 4, a padding top and bottom of 1, a rounded MD hover. We're gonna do a BG dark blue of 75. And we also gonna do a cursor pointer like that. All right. And this button is just gonna say projects. That, take a look. There we go. And whenever we hover, you can see, get that little nice opacity. That's what this little slash is for. We're gonna have another button with the same exact styling. So what we can do is probably just copy this whole entire link and just paste it again. And just switch it up. So this will be contact. And switch this one over to contact. Or I think I did let's talk, sorry. Let's talk. Like that. Nice. Alright. So after two divs. So after this whole, so this is section here is the whole left section, I believe. Or this hero content container is our left section. I think I named that wrong. I probably should have did like hero text container. All right, so now we're gonna have our, after this we're gonna have our image, and we're using a next.js image component. I really like this. This is one of my favorite things about next.js is this image component. It's a lot you can do with it, but we're just gonna be use it. It's gonna be simple use in this situation. So we're gonna do hero. Actually, for this we're gonna do I believe we could just do /hero. I think we could just do it like that. And we're gonna do a width of 400, a height of 400, and we're gonna do an alt of, I just I put me, but that's not the right thing you should do. We could just do your name, Tony Rogers, and then we also, this is also gonna have a class name of just Z10. Let's see if this shows up. All right, so make sure you put assets /hero.png. Sorry, I just put hero like that was going to work. All right, so now we should see our image there, and we got it nice. Trying to think here. I believe this has to go inside. Yeah, so this has to go inside of our content container. So right there, and there we go. It looks beautiful now. So once we zoom, come out, everything still looks nice, perfect. Let's see here. So now time for our animation. So this will be easy because we already got our animation.css. Right after this div, still inside of our section, we're gonna do a UL, and this is gonna have a class name of BG squares. All right. And in here, we're just gonna have a bunch of empty LIs. This took me a while to get, man, I'm not gonna lie. So we're gonna have, I believe it's 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And with that, since we already got our animations and imported, we should see our animation. Let's see if this works. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's not working for some reason. So we imported animations.css. Did I spell squares right? I always spell squares wrong for some reason. Yep, I spelled it wrong. Oh man, I knew it was gonna happen. There we go. Now we should see it. And there we go. Nice animation. And as you can see, it's starting from down here, but we're gonna fix that. There's the about section, we're gonna make the background white and give it a Z index over this, so that way it looks like it's coming from just the hero section and not all the way down here. So there we go, guys. So now I say we go ahead and start our side menu here. I believe that's the most complicated one. Or maybe we should just do the about section, because like I said, the side menu is a little bit complicated. There's a lot of code into that. So yeah, I say we just go ahead and knock out the about section right quick. So let's head over to about, and let me go ahead and open it up here. This section shouldn't be too long. Just JSX, we don't gotta import anything. Return. It's gonna have a section with a class name of width full, a height of fit, a px of 40 pixels, a py of 10, and a max xs of px 20 pixels. And also gonna make a position relative and a bg of white. And this is also gonna have an ID of about. And now we should see it, and as you can see, there it goes. And that's the about section there. You see how the squares go behind it. The reason why we don't have any content in it, so that's why it still looks like it's coming from all the way down here. But we're gonna fix that now. So let's go ahead and add some content in here. We're gonna do a div, and it's gonna have a class name of max width of 1250 pixels, and also an mx of auto. All right, we're gonna have a div. All right, so in here, I don't even think we need this div, to be honest. Let's remove that div. I'm gonna have a div. Oh, that was so pointless what I just did. All right, class name of inline block. All right, and have a p with a class name of section title, and in this section title, I'm gonna have a span with a class name of margin bottom 1, and inside the span, we're gonna have this SVG that I'm going to have probably, and I'm gonna have to add this SVG in the description so you guys can copy it. And this is like just like this little diamond SVG, as you can see. So I'm gonna have this in the description here. I'll just copy and paste that, and then right after this span, we're gonna have about me. All right, there we go. Nice. All right, cool. So after this div here, I have another div with a class name of margin top 7, and inside this div, we're gonna have a p with a class name of margin top 6, a text of gray 600, also a text of 20 pixels, and a leading of 10. All right, and you can write a description. I just gonna go ahead and copy and paste this over here. I'm not gonna read it, just description of myself. All right, so right after this, we're gonna have our little boxes at the bottom. So we're gonna have a div And this is going to have a class name of margin top 10. And inside this div, you guessed it, this is another div with a class name of width full. A bunch of divs, div after div after div. Alright, we're gonna have a UL in here. And this is gonna have a class name of flex, justify between a gap of 10, a flex of col, and for medium screens and up, we're gonna do a flex row. Alright. Let's see. And now we're gonna have our LIs. We're gonna do one and just copy over the rest. So we're gonna do a class for this. We're gonna have a class name of width full and a shadow of small. Alright. Inside this li, we're gonna have a div with a class name of width full, a text of center, a py of 30 pixels. On medium screens, we're going to do a py of 60 pixels. Around it of md, and a bg of light bg. Like that. Take a quick look. There we go. All right, and in this div, we're gonna have a h3 that says I did 900 plus subscribers, but now I should say 1,000, because you know I just hit 1,000, guys. Just gonna have a class name of text of 40 pixels. 40 pixels and a margin bottom of 3 pixels. 3 pixels. And also a text of dark red. Dark red. I don't know why that didn't autocomplete. Okay, we're probably gotta fix something. And a font of bold. Alright, let's see what's up with this. Margin bottom. Let's take a quick look. See what's up with this. Why is my text dark red not working? Okay, it worked there. Alright, there we go. And now underneath here, we're going to have a span. Let me just go over some. Actually, I probably should just collapse this a little bit. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. That's probably what I should have been done. And have a span, and this is just going to have a class name of uppercase, and I just did YouTube subscribers, like that. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and copy this li 2 more times. 1, 2. Now we should see 3 here. Nice. And let's go ahead and switch these up a little bit. So for the second one, I just did 35 plus. But really, I'm changing it to 50. 50 plus. And here I just did projects completed. If I can spell completed. And 2+ years of experience. Years of experience. Orient. All right, nice. So I believe that's it. That is it for the about section. Let's just take a quick look and see if it's responsive. Nice. Our animation is going perfect. I'm going to zoom out a bit. Right there looks a little weird, but I think that's because of the side thing. Maybe, like, we don't really have everything completed yet, but looking good. Nice. All right, let's go ahead and do what's next, the skill section. All right, so we don't gotta import anything. Actually, we do. We gotta import image from next.js. That's what we'll be using. And now let's start writing some JSX. I don't want that there. Do I want that? Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Alright, we're gonna have a section. And this is gonna have a class name of with full, height of fit, a px of 40 pixels, a py of 10, a max xs of px 20 pixels. We also do position relative and bg of white. Alright. And this is also going to have an ID of skills. Let's not forget to add these IDs because this is very important whenever we do our side menu. Alright, so skills. And now we're going to have a div. And it's going to have a class name of max width 1250 pixels. And also mx auto. Alright. So inside this div, we're going to do the same exact thing we did over inside of our about section. So we can just scroll up here and copy over this inline block here. So this is basically just our titles for each section. I'm just going to copy that and head back over to our skills and just paste it right inside of this div. Let's take a little quick look at it, and you can see it says about. All we gotta do is just change it to skills like that. All right, nice. All right, cool. So right after this div here, we're gonna do a grid. So we're gonna do a div, a class name of grid. For medium screens, we're gonna do a grid call of 4, a gap of 5. For small screens, we're gonna do a grid call of 2. And then for extra small screens, max xs, we're gonna do a grid call of 1. And we also want to give this a margin top of 10. All right. So let's go ahead and start doing our stuff. So we're just gonna do one and just copy and paste the rest. So this shouldn't be too long. I'm gonna do a div in here, and this is gonna have a class name of bg light. That don't even sound right. A pattern of 8. A rounded of MD, a text of center, flex call, item center, I'm also gonna do a shadow of small, and also a justify of center. All right. As you can see, we got our box there. That's what we want. Now let's add some content inside of our box. So we're gonna do an image from next.js and close it up. And our source is going to be assets. I believe I did HTML first. So HTML.png. And we're gonna do the width and the height. Width is going to be 100, and height is going to be 100. And the alt is just going to say HTML, and we also gonna give it a class name of margin bottom 2. Okay, take a quick look, and there we go. Got HTML, and then in here we're also gonna have a span that says HTML with no styling. Nice. So let's go ahead and copy this div here. Let me see how many times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice. And now we just fill it in with our skills. You guys can skip over this part if you want, but yeah, I'm just gonna go down a list and just switch it over. So this one here, this would be css.png. This would be css, and the alt would be css. The third one would be js.png, and JavaScript, and then for the alt, it's gonna put JavaScript. Okay, and then the next one is React. And change that to React. And React. Nice. And then we got Node.js, Node, and Node. Save that. And then Mongo, and MongoDB. All right. All right, cool. Let me make sure I use that. Did I use that MongoDB image? I kind of don't like that now that I look at it. Now next one is Git. Let's change this to Git and Git. All right. Oh, we missed one. Postgres. So SQL. I'm gonna do post. Where is it? SQL. And here I'm just gonna do SQL. And up here, SQL.png. And there we go. Our skills section is complete. Let's go ahead and inspect. Make sure it's responsive. Nice. And it should go perfect. All right, nice. So what's next? Our project section. So this section, this is going to require us to do some framework motion. So let's go ahead and get started on that. All right, so the project section is a little bit complicated. So this is the completed version of the site. So if we head down, we have this filter that sorts out all of our project by category. And you guys can add your own tag as well. So if you head over to constant folder and click on projects, as you can see, it says category, React, FS is for full stack, and you guys can add like Python, Node, and all this and other things in this as well. But I just did React, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and full stack for now. But I do plan on adding some more stuff here and organizing this a little bit better in the future. But like I said, so we got our project filter, and that's what we have here, our project filter component. And we also got our project card component, and that's going to be just the front end, basically styling the way the card looks with the image and the icons at the bottom. And then we also got our projects, which is going to basically pull everything together. So it's going to pull in our project filter, and we're going to be sending props from this project over to our filter and also to our project card, I believe, as well. So let's go ahead and start our projects. Let's go on our project component, and I think that's the best approach to take. So let's go ahead and import. Actually, we're going to make this a client component first, and we're going to import a few things. We're going to go ahead and import useState. useState from React, and we're also going to import our project filter, and also our project card, like that. All right. Okay, perfect. Let me close out of this. All right. Nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and make some state here. So, and also let me go back to the site. Actually, also we need this button down here to show more, so that way you don't have a bunch of process, because we have this all category, and if you got 100 projects, you don't want 100 to just render out on a page. You have a long page, so you just want to add show more, and then every time we click on that, it adds on 6 more projects. And I'll show you a way to actually change that number, so it doesn't have to, you don't have to add 6 more. You can add 2 more, you can add 3 more. I just did 6 more for now. So going to close out of that, and let's make some state here. So we're going to do a const, and we're going to do active category. I gotta make sure I spell these words right. Category, and we're also gonna do a set active category. All right, and this is going to equal useState, and the default is going to be all, like that. All right, so that's what our active category is going to be by default. We're also gonna do a const, we'll do filter, and also gonna do a set filter, and this is just going to equal useState, and by default it's going to be empty array. All right, and now we're going to do const visible projects, and then set visible projects, and this is going to equal useState, and we only want 9 to be shown for now. Like I said, you can change this number to whatever you want. You can do 6 projects, you can do 3. All right, and now we're going to make our function to load more projects. So we're going to do a const, and it's going to do load more projects. All right, and this is going to be, bear with me guys with this keyboard. Like, I really need a new keyboard. I got talked into getting this Steel Series keyboard from Best Buy. A guy told me, I told him that I was a developer, and he talked me into getting this. And this is like a gaming keyboard. This isn't for coding. So I'm putting some money to the side. I'm saving up for one of those MacBook no, not the Mac, the Apple keyboards. I believe the one that I want is like $149. So definitely gonna get that here soon. I'll set visible projects, and here we're just gonna do prev visible projects, and we're just gonna return our pre-visible projects plus 6. So like I said, you could change this number, so you could do +3, and then once you click on this load more projects, it'll just load 3 more instead of 6, but I just did 6. All right, so that's that, and now let's start writing some JSX. So we're gonna do our div, and this is gonna have a class name, a width full, a height of fit, a px of 40 pixels, a py of 10, a max. Oh my god, what just happened? Really? Okay, well, we gotta redo all of that, guys. Oh, there we go. All right, max XS of we're gonna do a px of 20 pixels, and we're also gonna do position relative and a bg of white. All right, and we're also gonna do our div. I think we gotta also give this an ID as well. Let's do an ID of projects, and then in here we're gonna have a div with the class name of max width 1250 pixels and a margin of auto. All right, and same thing, let's head back over to our skill section, and we're gonna just copy over this inline block div here with our title, section title, back over to projects, and we're just gonna paste it right in here and just change this to projects. Okay, nice. All right, move the mic a little bit closer, hopefully you guys can hear me. All right, cool. So right underneath this div, but this is where we're gonna have our project filter component, and we gotta pass it some props. So we're gonna pass it set filter, and this is just gonna equal our set filter state, and we're also gonna equal our send it over our active category, and this is gonna be active category, and then we're also gonna send it over our set active categories, so that way we can set the state inside of that filter. Okay, and now underneath here we're gonna have a div with a class name of grid col1. For small screens, I'm gonna do a grid col of 2, and then for large screens, we're gonna have a grid col of 3. And we also gonna give it a gap of 4. Okay. And in here, this is where we're going to filter through all our projects. So you're probably thinking, why don't we have the project don't we have this constant imported inside of our projects? That's because we're going to import it inside of our filtered component, so that way we can render stuff out conditionally. So for example, we'll do like if the active category is all, then it'll show all of them, stuff like that. So that's why we're gonna import it there. So instead of us mapping through projects on inside of our project component, we're gonna map through filtered. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna do filtered dot, actually first we're gonna do slice and do 0, comma, visible projects. All right, and now this is where we're gonna map through our stuff. So we're gonna do dot map, and we're gonna do projects, and we're also gonna do an index, and we're returning JSX. So all we're gonna return is our project card. All right, as you can see, it's nothing showing just because we didn't do our filter yet. All right, and inside of this project card, we're gonna pass it some stuff. So we're gonna pass it a key, and that's just gonna be index. We're gonna pass it our name, which is going to be, actually I'm just gonna copy all of this stuff. Copy. All right, so we're gonna pass it our name, which is gonna be our project name, and probably should have named, so you gotta make sure you do project instead of projects. Now we're gonna pass it our GitHub URL, our image, YouTube, deployed, YouTube URL, and project URL. And that's everything. That's all of the stuff that's inside of our constant, our project data. So it's basically, we're just passing all of this data over to our project card. All right, so that's that. And now right after this, after this div here, we're gonna have this is where we're gonna have our load more button. So we're gonna have visible projects. So if it's less than our filtered length, and we're gonna do end. So it's basically, this is basically called short circuiting. So it's gonna do, we're gonna have a return a div if it auto completes, but it doesn't. If why didn't it? Okay. So we're gonna return a div with a class name of text center and a margin top of 4. And I don't know why I didn't auto close. All right. And inside this div, we're gonna have a button. With a class name, a BG blue, dark blue, a hover of BG dark blue /75, a PY of 2, a PX of 4, a text of white, and a rounded of LG. All right, and it's also going to have an on click, and this is going to have our load more projects function. and this is just going to say show more. All right, so we shouldn't see this because our visible projects is not less than our filtered length. So we shouldn't see that yet, but now I say we go and do our project card so that way we can see stuff on the screen. Let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to import some icons. So head over to project card. And we're going to import these icons: AI fill GitHub, AI fill YouTube, AI fill I. And that's coming from React icon / AI. And we also going to import TFI YouTube from React icon / TFI. And then we also going to import image from next.js. And import link from next.js as well. All right, so if you head over to our projects, you know that we sent over all of these props. So now we have to receive all of these props. So let's go ahead and receive all of these by doing, make sure you do brackets, and then we got name, GitHub URL, image, YouTube, deployed, YouTube URL, and project URL. And now we can write some JSX. All right, we're gonna have a div with a class name of margin bottom 4, a padding of 4, border gray 200, a rounded of LG, a shadow of MD, and a BG light BG. All right, so we still shouldn't see anything because, like I said, actually we won't see nothing because of our project filter. So actually, let's take a break from our project card and let's head over to our project filter. And let's just go ahead and complete this. So we got to make this a use client. And we're going to import projects from our constant. And we're also going to import use effect as well from React. All right. And like I said, we got to receive these props. So we got to receive set filtered, active category, and also set active category. All right. And here we're going to do a use effect. And now we're going to do if our active category equals to all, which is the default. Which is the default state. We're just going to set filter to projects, and then we're going to return. All right. So there we go. As you can see, now you see more, and then once you load, as you can see, it loads the 3 because we only have what was that, 16 projects on here, I believe. Oh no, 3, 6, 9, 12 projects, sorry. All right, and now we got to do our little filter. Still inside of our use effect. So right after that return, we're gonna do a cons filter, and this is going to equal projects dot filter and project, and then we're going to return our project dot category dot includes active category. All right. And then right after this, we're going to do set filter to our active category. Okay. And we also need our dependency array. So we're going to do a comma. And then we're looking out for the active category. Let's refresh. Okay. Nice. So now we need to make our buttons for our active categories. So let's return some JSX. I'm gonna do a div, or this probably can be fragments. Do a fragment. And then in here we're gonna have a div. And it's gonna have a class name of flex, a gap of 5, and an my of 10. Okay. And we have a button. And this button is going to have a class name of, I'm going to render stuff out conditionally because we kind of want to show, you know, the active state. So we're going to do active category. So if it equals to all, because our first button is going to be all. So it equals to all. The style is going to be, I forget, I gotta do that over there. Sorry about that. Our style is going to be BG dark blue, PY of 1, a PX of 3, a text of white, and a rounded of LG. And if it's not active, we're just gonna return null. All right. And our button is also going to have an on click. And this is basically, we're just going to set our active category to all, like that. Okay. And for our button title, it's going to say all. So since that's the active one, just going to, it should have the styling. All right, so we can just go ahead and copy this button and paste it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And we're just gonna switch up some stuff. So like I said, you can create your own categories. I know some of you guys probably aren't full stack developers. Some of you guys probably aren't front end. Some of you guys are probably just back end. So you guys probably have, you know, Python and all this stuff. So you guys can switch this to whatever you want. But I just did React. And we're gonna change this over to React. And then change the title over to React. And then I believe I did HTML, CSS. But for the active category, I just did vanilla inside of the data. And then sorry about my phone going off. Cut this down. And then so of active category, vanilla. And then for the title, I just did HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or JS. And I think I missed one actually. Hold on. Oh, yeah, it was supposed to be full stack at the end, but we can just put it here. Yeah, so I did FS full stack, and then FS, and then for the title, I mean for the button, I just did full stack like that. All right, so now we should see them, and once we click, it should. Ooh, we got us an issue here. So as you can see, it says filter.slice.map is not a function. Okay. Head over here filter.slice.map is not a function. So this filter, I believe we messed up a little bit. Let's put a question mark there. That's not gonna fix that issue. I don't think it will. Guys, so I think I found the issue. The issue is we set in filter to our active category, but we need to set filter to filter. And I believe with that change, it should fix that issue. Let's make sure. Once we click on this, yep, now perfect. All right, so now let's go ahead and head over to our project card. So our project filter is complete. Our projects is complete. So now we just need to style up how they look. Let's head over to the project card, and so we already started a little bit on it. We're gonna have we're actually gonna use an image. So this is what I was told. They said basically if you're looking to maybe I'm thinking about something else. Well, okay, here we go. So basically, if you're looking to send, if the link gets outside of your project, you want to use a tag. But if you're routing within your project, you want to use the link tag. That's what I was told. I don't know how true that is, but so we're using some we're gonna use image, that regular image tag, and then the source is going to be image, and then our alt is just going to be we just do backticks, and we can do our name, and then image, like that. Do something like that. And then this is also going to have a class name of width full, a height of auto, a margin bottom of 2, and rounded. Let's go ahead and close that and see what pops up. See if our images show. Nice. We got all our images here. Perfect. All right, and underneath our image, we're gonna have an H3, and this is just gonna have our name like that. And then under this H3, we're gonna have a div with a class name of flex, a gap of 2, item center, and a width of full. And inside this div, this is where we're gonna have our a tag, and the href is going to be our GitHub URL. And we're also gonna do a target underscore blink, and this is for whenever we click on the link, it opens up a new tab instead of opening it up in the same exact tab. I hate when that happens. Text dark blue, a padding of 1, around it a full, and a hover I don't think we need this hover. Let's do a text XL. Like I said, this whole project was like a trial and error, man. I switched up the styles so many times, so some of these styles probably not needed, but we're gonna go and see which ones needed or not. And then in here, this is where we're actually gonna have the image tag, and the source is going to be assets slash get dot svg dot png, and we want the width to be 20 and the height to be 20, and then the alt is just going to be GitHub. Okay, take a look, and there's our GitHub. Nice. Okay, and now we're gonna render stuff out conditionally because some of our tags don't got the YouTube. So you guys know how to add this part in. I probably shouldn't add this part in, but I mean, I'll probably just copy and paste it. So basically what this is let me just go underneath here and paste it in there. So this is YouTube. So if YouTube is true, it's going to show the YouTube link, and that way when you click on the YouTube link, it takes you to that YouTube tutorial that I did. So these is all like the ones that have a YouTube tutorial. Mostly all of them got it. But yeah, that's that. All right, and the next one is deployed. So this is if it's deployed or not. So right under after this YouTube, we did deployed. So if it's deployed, it'll show the little I symbol, and you can click on it, and href will be project URL. So it's going to save this. This is another thing, optional, you can add to your to yours as well. So some of these are deployed. So if you click on this tic-tac-toe, it'll take you to the tic-tac-toe game that I thought that will work. What in the world? Hold on. Why is it showing like that? That's weird. Let's try another one. All right, there we go. So this is Waxter, the one that my first ever project that I ever created. This is my first project, and I'm really proud of this project. Yeah, so that was that. Don't want to get into that. All right, so yeah, once we click show more, it should show the rest, and as you can see, it's showing like when you click on, see how that little animation is, it doesn't look great. See that it kind of like stretches. So that's where we're going to add framer motion into this. So let's open everything back up. Let's open up our projects, and let's import framer motion, just to make it look a little bit better. So we're gonna import motion, and this is gonna be from framer motion, and we also got to import animate presence from framer motion as well. All right, so this is gonna be really simple to do. Down here, wait, what? We already made it a motion div? Oh, already. Okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. All right. So yeah, I forgot that I was trying to debug that little error, and I copied and pasted the code from my GitHub from the final project. So we want to come down here and make this a motion.div. So right under the project filter, and you want to add layout to it as well. And then you want to wrap animate presence. We're going to wrap our whole filter.slice inside animate presence, and make sure you close the motion.div. So let me just highlight all the changes. So just motion.div layout, and then wrap the animate presence. Wrap the filter slice with animate presence. All right, so that's that. And now we're going to head over to our project card and fix this a bit. I don't know why that's happening. So hold on, wait 1 second. So does that mean we already got it imported? Projects. Okay, so we already got it imported. That's why it's showing that. All right, cool. So that should fix that error once that loads. So let's head over to project card, And a few simple changes we got to do to this one. We got to import motion from framer motion. And we can actually remove this link because we didn't use it. Let's go to import motion from framer motion. All right, so we just want to make this entire thing a motion.div. We'll just do motion with a dot. Okay. And now we're gonna have some animation here. So we're gonna do a layout. And now we're gonna have animate. And this is gonna equal to opacity 1. And then we need an initial. And this is going to be opacity 0. And we also need an exit. And this is going to be opacity 0. So with those changes, we shouldn't get that little stretchy effect. As you can see how it fades off, fades in, fades out. And once we see how it just fades right in, well, that's what we want. Yeah, fades away, fades in, perfect. So our project section is complete. So now, let's say we do the contact section. And here we're gonna add email.js, so that way you can get notifications to your email as soon as somebody writes into the form. So let's get started on that. All right, our project is looking really good so far. So now it's time to start the contact section. But before we do that, we actually want to head over to email.js. This is what we're going to be using to have our messages sent directly to our email whenever a user fills out the form. I really like this service. It's free. And so you just head over there and sign up. And once you sign up, you want to click on add new service. And you can add your email. I did Gmail. Got Outlook, Yahoo, AOL. Some of these I never even heard of. So once you do that, you want to go over to email templates, and you also want to create a new template. And you can actually just do the default one. So just click on save once you click on this for now. And let me just make sure. So here's my template. I just did new message from _name, and then it's just hello, you got a message from name, and it's going to display the message there. And then you also get a template ID. We're going to be using this ID here, and I believe you get, I believe we got to use this service ID as well. So make sure you keep this open once you sign up and create these templates and service. Then we're going to head over to docs and then click on install email SDK, and just copy over this code here, and we're going to go ahead and paste it inside of our terminal. All right. So go ahead and let that install. So now we have email.js, and let's head over to our contact and start creating this. This is a pretty lengthy pretty lengthy component here. It's about 120 lines. All right, so let's go ahead and make this a use client. And we're going to import a few icons from React icons. I'm going to import AI fill Twitter Square, AI fill LinkedIn, AI fill Instagram, and AI fill GitHub. And we also going to import the dev community icon, but it's going to be FA dev from there. All right. And we're also going to import email.js. And this is going to be from email.js/browser. And then also import useRef. And this is going to be from React. All right. So I say we go ahead and just get the styling complete, and then we'll add email.js in afterwards. So let's go ahead and write a ton of JSX. So I'm gonna do a div, and this div is going to have a class name of width full, a height of fit, a px of 40 pixels, a py of 10, max xs, and we're gonna do a px of 20 pixels, position relative, and a bg of light, bg. All right, and this is gonna have the ID of contact. All right, and we gotta do our little wrapper div here. I'm gonna do a class name of max width, 1250 pixels, and an mx of auto. All right, and now we're gonna have a grid. So let's go ahead and do a div, and we're gonna have a class name of grid, and LG large screens and up. It's gonna be a grid Kyle 2, and by default on small screens it's gonna have a grid Kyle 1, and also a gap of 6. All right, perfect. So let's go ahead and go to our skills and grab this little inline block thing again. Probably should have just made this into like a component, now I think about it. So where are we at? Contact, and I'm gonna paste this in here. All right, see how everything looks. Actually, I gotta start my server back. npm run dev. All right, let's see, give it 1 second. It's looking really good. Once we add the sidebar, that is the icing on the cake. All right, just let that load for a second. We can go ahead and finish. Oh, there it goes. All right, skills. All right. Gonna go ahead and make this a change this to contact me. And I believe that I had to make we're gonna do a margin bottom of 10 here. I believe I had to add some extra styling on here. Inline block. Okay, yeah, it makes sense now. The reason why it's going like this is because we don't have any content over there, I believe. But once we finish, I believe it should fix it. So after this div, we have a p tag, and this is going to have a class name of text dark blue, and it's gonna be a little paragraph that I'm about to copy and paste over. You guys can read that if you want, or you can add your own. It's up to you. Save that. And then we're gonna have, after this p, we're gonna have another p tag, and this is going to have a class name of text dark blue and a margin top of 12, and this is just going to say email me at. Okay, all right, something's up here. I don't think this is grid calls, grid large screens, grid calls 2. All right, maybe maybe I should add a div because since this is the left side, maybe we should wrap this inside of a div. Maybe, let's see, div, and wrap all of this right over top of, wait, when does this end? All right, I'm getting confused here. Hold on. All right, there we go. So right underneath this p tag, let's add this div. There we go. So I just needed like a little div around it. All right, perfect. All right, so we got email me at, and then underneath this p tag, we're gonna have a h4, and in this h4, we're gonna have a href, and so it's gonna equal to not gonna lead nowhere for now. Class. Actually, we probably don't even need this. Actually, I do want to add this here for now. We're gonna do a text, LG, a font of semi-bold, and a text of dark blue. Alright, and in here we're gonna have our email. A Rogers contact at gmail.com. Nice. Alright, so after the A, we got H4. So we're gonna have a div after this. And this div is going to have a class name of margin top 12. And this div is going to be another div with a class name of flex call, and a gap of 2. Okay. All right. And this is going to be our social links. We got a gap of 2. So that's going to do our title. We're going to do an H5, and it's just going to say socials. And let's just style it up a bit. We're just going to change the color to text dark blue. Like that. Alright, perfect. And now this is where our social is going to go. Right after this H5, we're going to do another div. And we're going to do a class name of flex and a gap. Flex and a gap of 5. Okay. Perfect. And now let's do our social links. So what we can do, you can just wrap it inside of an A tag. Alright, so yeah, we're just gonna do that. And then we're gonna have a class name of text 3XL, and then a text of dark blue. Alright, and this is where our icon gonna go inside here. So I'm gonna do an AI. You're gonna do GitHub first if you want. And let's go ahead and copy this 4 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, and just change up the icons. So we got AI fill Instagram, AI fill Twitter, and FA dev. I believe that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Twitter. Oh, we need LinkedIn. AI fill LinkedIn. All right, perfect. All right, so I believe that is our left side. So now we need to do the right side. So right after, I want to say, let's see, let's count the divs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right after this div here, this is where we're gonna have our form. All right. So I'm gonna do a div, and we're gonna have a form. Gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna have a class name of with full, and on submit is going to be our send email function that we didn't make yet. I probably shouldn't put it. It might get an error. Let's see. Hopefully it doesn't get an error. Yep, it does. So let's not put this here yet, just so we can see our form. And we're gonna do a ref. Let's not put the ref either yet, because we didn't make that yet. All right. So inside this form, we're gonna have a div, and we're gonna have an input in here. Input, and the type is going to be text. Let me just make this a little bit better. I like doing my inputs like this because most of the time inputs take a bunch of props. And all right, so we're gonna do an ID of name. We're gonna do name of name, and we're gonna do a placeholder of your name like that. And we also gonna give it a class name of with full, a text of gray 700. It's gonna have a border slate of 200. It's gonna be rounded. I have a PY of 3, a PX of 4, a margin bottom of 4, a leading tight, and we also do a focus of our red color. Focus. Wait, how come it didn't? Focus, and it's gonna be our red color. It's gonna make the outline dark red. All right, I believe that's all the styling we're gonna use. With this, let's take a look. Nice. Okay. Trying to see here. I think we did something wrong here. Okay, we did. I think we did something wrong here. Hold on. Yep. We were supposed to keep it inside of this grid because we got the grid cow too. Yeah, so that's what it is. We need to put this, we need to wrap this in there too. So let's do that. So right here, I believe. There we go. Now it's right next to it. All right, perfect. Now let's copy this input, and we're gonna paste it 2 more times. All right, and we got 3, and we're just gonna change up a few things. So the next one is gonna be email. The ID is gonna be email. The name is going to be email, and the placeholder, you just do email, your email. And we also going to add autocomplete, email, like that. All right, and the next one is going to be subject. The type is going to be text, the ID is going to be subject, and name is going to be subject. And placeholder is going to be subject. Take a look. Nice. All right. And trying to see, next is the text area. Text area. this is gonna have the same exact styling. So let's just copy this style, class name, put it there. But the ID is gonna be a message. The name is gonna be message. The rows is going to be 5. And a placeholder is going to be message. All right. So I think I mention this all the time in my I'll probably make the rows a little bit bigger actually. Let's do 7 just so I can kind of line up a little bit with that. Try 7. So I mention this all the time and every time I do a project. Me personally, I don't like the fact that you can extend this super far. It just don't make it look right. But I mean, you could take that ability away. I was actually told that it's not smart to do that, but I mean, it's your project. I'm gonna keep it on, but if you want to get rid of that, you could just do a style and then do double brackets, and you just do a resize of none like that, and that should get rid of the ability to resize. We get an error. Oh, we got none has to be in quotes. And now it should work. So as you can see, and you can also do a set like the character length, like how many characters you want allowed to be written inside this message as well. But we're not going to do that right now. So underneath this text area, outside of this div, but still inside the form, we're gonna have another div, and this div is gonna have a class name, a flex, justify, and like that, and you have a button, and in this button I'm gonna do a type submit, and we're gonna have a class name of py3, a px of 6, a font of semi-bold, a text of white, a bg of dark red, a hover of shadow lg, and then a hover of shadow. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. A hover of BG dark red /75, like that. And if you want, you can add a transition to it. We didn't add transitions to the rest of our buttons, so I mean, I don't see the need to do it to this one button. But like I said, you can if you want. All you gotta do is just do a transition all, and you can add a duration. You can do like a duration 500, like that, which I believe is 500. Yep, 500 milliseconds. And this button is just gonna say submit. Submit. All right, there we go. Probably should make it rounded, huh? Yeah, let's make it rounded. All right, perfect. All right, so that's it. On my site personally, I have this widget, which I mean I can show you guys how to get, but this is like this widget here, but you do have to pay for it. I believe it's like let's see, I believe it's like $6 or something like that. And you know, me being a YouTuber, I think this is a really good addition to my site, because I mean, if you view on my site and you see my latest videos, you can actually click on this and it shows your latest videos. But the cool thing is, it doesn't have to be YouTube. You can actually have different feeds. You can have a Facebook feed, you can have a Twitter feed. You just go to click widget. So I get 3 widgets available for me with my paid plan. But you go to create widget, and like I said, you can have YouTube, you can have Facebook. It's not just oh, you just do add new app. Here we go. And see, like, you do Instagram feed. So yeah, check this site out, and it's so easy to do. You just add the code to your project and it's there. Really simple. So yeah, that's that. And I just thought about something. We don't even need this hydrate component now, because we're not adding this widget to this project, because I don't feel the need to add that in, because I know a lot of you guys aren't YouTubers or anything, but yeah, so that's why we're not going to add it into this. So we can actually delete this hydrate component. Let's go ahead and remove that. All right. And yeah, so that's that. So now we just got to add email.js to it. Let's see. So inside of the contact, we have to see how we're going to do this. All right, so let's do a const ref, and this is going to equal use ref null, and we do a const form, and this is going to equal use ref, like that. All right, and now we're going to do our send email function that we're going to add to our submit button. So do a const send email, and make sure you add the event. You can either type it out, you can either do event, or you can just do an E like that, and the function. All right, so first thing we're gonna do, we don't want the page to keep refreshing every time we submit. We're gonna do an E dot prevent default, like that. And then email.js, and this, once you click dot, you should see you get access to all of this stuff. We're going to use send form. All right, this is all inside of the docs. So now we need our service ID number. So you want to head over to your thing, and you want this service ID number here. We're going to paste that right up in there. We need our service ID number, and then we're going to do a comma, and now we need our template ID number. So head over to email templates, and you see that template ID. You can head over to settings. I'm going to copy this template ID. All right, it got to be in quotes. All right, and we also need to do a comma. Let's see, what are we getting? Oh, this got to be comma here as well. All right. And we're gonna do form dot current, and now we also need another. How did we get that? I think we go to personal settings, security maybe, or account. Okay, we need this public key. Here we go. We need this public key there. I'm gonna copy that, and then so we're gonna do a comma, this public key there. Make sure you put it in parentheses, and I believe that is it for that. And then we're gonna do a dot, then, and we're gonna do result, and then we gotta say what we're gonna do with these results. You can console.log if you want, but we can just do a form dot current dot reset, like that. And now we need to catch our error just in case. So we're gonna do a dot catch error, and you can just console.log the error. Console.log error.text, like that. All right, so nice. So we got our form. It's an email. So now down here in our form, we can scroll all the way down. We're gonna add a few things to this. We add our on submit, and this is going to be send email. And we also need to do a ref, and this is just going to equal form, like that. So with that, I believe we are done. We can actually test this out and see. So I'm gonna go ahead and email subject and then message, click on submit. Should reset, and let me check my phone, and yep, it works. So the only thing that really got me, it took me a while to figure this out. It's really small, and I just want to make sure you guys don't fall into the same rabbit hole that I fell into. So if you head over to email templates, because I was getting emails and it just said message. You got to make sure that these are the same names as your inputs. So for example, if I want the subject to be inside my template, all I have to do is we're going to edit content, I believe. Let me go to design. Yeah, here all I would have to do is do it just in double brackets, just add subject, because my input name is subject. So if I save that, now I should begin receiving a subject. Let me go to my email. I don't like opening my email on here, but all right. So yeah, as you can see, we got hello. You got a message from Antonio Rogers, and then the message is there. But now that we added the subject to it, let's go ahead and do it now. So it should show the subject now. So Antonio Rogers, that, and subject is going to be React, and then message, and then click on submit. So now let's go to the email. We got our subject in there. So it's whatever you name your inputs, make sure you add that to your template. I believe if you go by the default template, so let's go over to email. If you click on create and then go by the default, as you can see, their template name is from name and to name. So I was wondering why the name wasn't popping up, and all I had to do was just get rid of that from and underscore for it to work. So yeah, just make sure you guys follow that and make that work. And I believe that is it for the contact section. So now we have to do the mobile footer. So basically this footer is only going to show on mobile because our side menu is going to have a footer attached to it, and our side menu is only available on medium screens and up. So we need a footer, and we also got to do the back to top button as well. So let's go ahead and do the mobile footer now. I decided we're going to actually start the side menu. I think that's the best thing to do right now, and then we'll worry about the mobile footer and the back to top button, and then we'll be all complete. So head over to your layout and make sure you uncomment the side menu component, and you can go ahead and close out of everything and just open up the side menu component, and let's get started. So yeah, this component is pretty complicated. There's a lot of logic going on into this. Let's go to I say first we get the styling and get the layout complete, and then we'll add the functionality, like whenever we scroll to each section. Then it shows the active section, and then also when you click, it goes to the active section as well. So I say we go ahead and just get the styling complete, and then we'll add all of the functionality after. So yeah, let's get started. This is going to be a use client component. So use client, and a bunch of imports. We could just go ahead and just import everything now. So let's go ahead and import use state, and also use effect from React. We're gonna also import use path name from next navigation. Use path name from next navigation. And image from next.js. Also a bunch of icons that I'm just gonna copy and paste it in here. We got BS YouTube, we got AI fill LinkedIn, AI fill GitHub, and FA dev, and also our menu store. And our sidebar links from our constants folder. Alright. And I believe that is all we need for now. So we got all the imports. Let's make some space there. Alright, so let's go ahead and write some JSX, and then we'll add the functionality afterwards. So it's gonna be a fragment. And we're gonna do a section, and this section is going to have a class name of we're actually going to do brackets and do backticks because we want to render something out conditionally. So this is what I was talking about with the Zustand store. Whenever we want the menu to be we're gonna want the top menu to toggle this side menu. So that's the whole reason of that Zustand store, so that way we can manage the state between these two components. So this is gonna have a class name of side menu, and also border right. Okay. And now this is what we're gonna render it out, class name out conditionally. We're gonna do $, brackets, and then we're gonna do is open, which we still have to get from our use menu store, but let's just go ahead and finish this out. So if it's open, we want the styling to be let's see, max LG. It's going to just be display block. Alright. Else, we just want the max MD, the medium screens, and it's going to be hidden. Alright. Let's save that. We might get an error because we don't have this is open. All we gotta do is just up here. We just gotta destructure it out of our use menu store. Where do I do it at on here? Okay, here we go. Alright, so we're gonna do a const is open, and then we also gonna take that close mobile store as well. Close mobile menu, and this is all going to come from our use menu store, like that. All right, so now that error should go away, and there we go. All right, so that is the styling for our section. Let me scroll back down, and we also going to add an on click to this, because we don't want let's see, I'll just add that afterwards actually. once we add the functionality. All right, so let's go ahead and get things moving a little slow here. All right, we're gonna do a class name, a flex with full, a flex of 1, a flex of call, a gap of 10, a justify between, and an item center. All right. And then in this div, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class name, flex, justify center, an item center, and a flex call, and also a gap of 2. All right, and this is where our image is gonna go. So that little circle image into image, and src. What did I name it? Let's see, what did I name it? Side menu image. All right, so we got to do slash assets slash side menu dash image. I think that's the right thing to do. And we also gotta do a width and a height because we're using a image prop. Image component. I'm gonna do a width 100 and a height of 100. All right, let's see if that works. All right, so it's not getting our image. Let me make sure I named it right. Let's head over. Ignore my folder. My folder is a little bit unorganized. The file that you're gonna download is gonna be way more organized than this one. So side menu image, I'm just going to rename it to side menu, like that. Side menu. Okay. Oh, we forgot the .png, that's why. All right, side menu .png. Now it should work. All right, there we go. We got our side menu image, and we also need an alt tag as well. I'm gonna do alt, and I'm just gonna probably put my name, Antonio. All right, and then right underneath this image, we're gonna have a p tag, and this is gonna have a class name of font bold and a text of dark blue. All right. And in this p tag, we're just gonna have our name. You can just put your name, Antonio Rogers. Nice. All right. 2 divs down. So down here, now we're gonna render out our menu links. So we're gonna map through them. We're gonna do sidebar menu links dot map. I'm gonna do a link. All right, and I'm gonna do a const active is active, and this is going to equal our active link triple equals to link. All right, so now let's go ahead and return some JSX. Return. We're gonna return a tag. And this is going to have a href of, we're gonna do backticks, and we're gonna do a $, brackets, and it's just gonna be our link dot routes. Right. I don't even think we needed to do backticks, to be honest. This part right here, this active link, was probably the hardest thing in this project. I want to say it took me about a day to finally get this to work the way I wanted it to work. Because there's like no documentation on how to do an active navbar with the routes being like going by your IDs. for each section. Like it's easy to do an active navbar whenever you're routing to another page, but whenever you're routing within that page, it's like it's no documentation on it. I couldn't find anything, so I had to like figure all this out myself. So key, and we're gonna do a link dot label, and then the class name we're gonna do and render some stuff out conditionally in here as well. So we're gonna do position relative, I'm gonna do flex, I'm gonna justify center, I'm gonna do an item center, rounded, LG. We're gonna do a padding of 3. Alright, and now this is where we're gonna render it out if it's active. So we're gonna do $ brackets, and we're gonna do is active. So if it's active, we want the BG to be dark red and the text to be white. Alright, we gotta do our else, and then else we're just going to just return an empty quotes like that, or you could just probably do null too, I guess. Alright, let's see. Okay, so we got us a problem here. Active link is not defined. Okay, that's because we didn't like set any state or anything yet. We probably should have did that first. So let's scroll up here and let's go ahead and set some state, maybe on top of this. So let's just say we go ahead and I'll probably just go ahead and just type out all this functionality now. So we're gonna get the current like path name from next.js navigation context, and this is all built into next.js. So to do that, we're just gonna do a const path name, and this is going to equal use path name, and that's just that use path name hook that we just imported from next.js. All right, and now let's go ahead and do some state. We're gonna do a const active link, and then set active link, and this is going to equal use state, but it's going to be our side menu links with the index of 0. That is basically our side menu link, our first item inside of our side menu link data or array, sorry. So we head over to the index. So basically this is the default, which is home. That's our first index. All right, where are we at? Side menu. All right, cool. As you can see, we probably should have. That's that. Let's finish out this this map so we can see some stuff. So after this, we're gonna also add an on click to this. On click, and this is just going to be our handle link click function that we haven't made yet. Handle link click, and it's going to take in a link. We might get an error, but we're about to go make that function right after this. So inside of this a tag, we're going to have a p tag, and we're just going to have our link dot label. All right, we might get an error. Oh, it works. Okay. All right, cool. So we are getting an error here. All right, I wonder why. All right, something's up. I don't know what it is, because this side menu is supposed to extend all the way over. It's not supposed to be like this. Let's see. Let's go to our layout right quick. Hold on. Layout. Okay. Let's head over to our layout. There's probably something I'm missing here. Layout. We got main, flex row. Okay, everything looks good in there. That is weird. All right, we'll figure it out. Let's just go ahead and finish. All right, I'm gonna zoom out just a little bit. Hopefully you guys can still see. Let me just pull up the thing, see if you guys can still see. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and create that function. So we're gonna do, I just said we go ahead and just do all the logic now. All right. So first thing we're gonna do, let's go ahead and do our handle link click function. Handle link click function, and this is gonna take in a link. All right. And only thing we're gonna do here is just close mobile menu. And we also going to set our active link to link, like that. All right. So that's our handle link click function. And now we're gonna make a handle scroll function to update the active link based on the scroll position. So this one is a little bit complicated, but we're gonna get through it. Cons handle scroll. Return. So we gotta do a con sections. Sections, and it's gonna be sidebar menu links dot map. I'm just gonna take in a link, and we're gonna do a document dot get element by ID, and we're gonna do link dot section ID, like that. So that's basically this section ID here. And I don't know if you guys remember, but each section that we did, we added an ID to it. So this is just grabbing those sections. Side menu. All right. So now we're gonna figure out our scroll position. So we're gonna get the current scroll position by doing a const scroll position. Hopefully I spelled that right. And only thing, we just gotta do a window. So if you do window and do a dot, you get access to a bunch of this stuff. A lot of people really don't know about this stuff. I probably know maybe out of all of this, maybe like 4 of these. I probably used like 4 of these before. One of them I really use is just scroll Y right here. All right. So this is getting the current scroll position. And now we're gonna loop through the sections and find the section that is currently in view. So to do that, we're gonna do a for loop. So we're gonna do for, and we're gonna do let I equal sections. I think it's supposed to be. We could just do section dot length, and we're gonna do -1, and add that, and then we're gonna do I is greater than or equal to 0. Add a space equal to 0, and then we're gonna do a I minus minus. So a simple for loop, and now we gotta tell it what to do. So I'm gonna do a cons. Let's add a S onto this sections here, and then we're also gonna add a S onto this one, because in here we're gonna have just section like that. And this is just going to equal to sections index of I. So simple for loop. And now we're going to do a if section. We're gonna do an if section, and when you click dot, you get access to a bunch of stuff that you didn't have access to before. So if section dot off set top is less than or equal to our scroll position plus 100, and we're gonna set the active link based on that scroll position. So only thing we got to do is set active link and do sidebar links with the index of I. So the links that we just looped through, and now we're just gonna do a break like that. All right. So that's that. So that is our handle scroll, and let's see if it works. Let's see. Okay, sorry, I just took a sip of my coffee. So yeah, it's not going to work because now we got to add the scroll event listener when a component mounts, and then we also got to remove the event listener when a component unmounts to avoid like any like issues. So to do that, we're going to do a use effect, and in here we're going to do a window dot add event listener, and looking out for a scroll comma handle scroll. That. All right, and then right underneath here we're going to return window dot remove event listener, and we're just going to remove the scroll and also the handle scroll. All right, so that's that. And we also need a dependency array. We're just going to do a comma and just do an array like that. All right. Now we need to also do another use effect to update the active link based on the current path name. So I think that's why this isn't working now, because this is the icing on the cake right here. So this is the part that took me a while to get, because like I said, there's like no documentation even on Stack Overflow. I even tried looking it up, maybe I missed over it, but do an active link in next.js when it's working. Never mind, there we go. Oh yeah, it's working now. But I think when we click, it's still working. Hold on. Wait, do we even have? Okay, see, we having some issues there. Contact. Did we add the? Yeah, see, like it's, I don't know, this is acting weird. So now let's do another use effect. And like I said, this is just going to update the active links based on the current name. And yeah, hopefully it gets to working the way we want it to work, because it doesn't seem to be working right. All right, so let's do a use effect, and now we're gonna remove that little so let's see. So if we click on this, as you can see, if you look at the see, look, it goes away. That's why. And it goes straight back. All right, so you see the little pound and skills. We want to remove that because that just causes some issues. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do a const, and you can just name this. I named it clean path name, and this is going to be path name. Path name dot replace, and it's gonna be some weird stuff. We're gonna do a slash, this little, where is it, a little up symbol. We're gonna do a pound, we're gonna do another slash, and then we're gonna do a comma, and then we're gonna do empty quotes like that. All right, so that's just basically removing that character from the path name. All right, and now we're going to find like the matching link in the sidebar menu array based on that path name. So we just got to do a cons match link, and that's going to equal our sidebar menu links dot find, and we're just gonna do a link. We're gonna do clean path name triple equals to our link dot route, or our link dot route triple equals to our index, our home, the triple N, double N symbol. I'm gonna do clean path name is triple equals to empty quotes, like that. I messed up here. I believe this has to be in quotes, and there we go. All right. And now we're gonna do a if check. So if the matching link is found, we're just gonna set it as the active link. So right underneath here, we're just gonna do if match link. We're gonna set our active link. It's like doing all these imports that I don't want. Set active link to match link. All right. And since we're using use effect, we gotta do our dependency array. So make sure you add this comma, and we'll just be looking at the path name like that. All right. So that's that. All right. Now I think it's working the way we want. We probably forgot to add the ID to our contact section. So let's go do that right now. We do have it here. Let's go check our projects. I mean our index, and make sure it's a contact section ID. Contact section ID. That's weird. All right. Yeah, because I wonder why it's not. Let's see. Contact. Okay. Yeah, that's a little weird. All right, we're gonna fix that. Let's just keep going. So head over back to the side menu, and there's one more use effect we gotta do. I noticed a bunch of use effects, but it's the only way this works. Only way I figured out how for it to work. All right, so this one is just basically to control the body's overflow based on whenever the menu's open or not. So this is just a simple use effect. So we just do use effect, and we're gonna return. We're gonna do if is open. We just want our document dot body dot style style dot overflow y. Sorry, is going to equal to hidden. So what this does is prevent scrolling whenever our menus open. That's what this does. Okay, we want our document dot body dot style overflow y, and it's going to equal to hidden. Else we want our document dot body dot style dot overflow y, and it's going to equal to auto, but I believe you can do sunset as well, something like that. And this is going to allow scrolling when the menus close, because this is only when it's open. And we also need our dependency array, and it's going to be is open, like that. All right, cool. So I believe that is all the logic that we need for now. So let's go ahead and finish the Navbar. You probably gotta like close our application. Like this thing is not working the way that I want. Like this one works so smoothly. So smooth. Alright. So yeah, let's go ahead and finish up this sidebar. Okay, right underneath so we were supposed to put this inside of a div. This sidebar menu links. Just going to wrap this in a div. So right underneath this one, we a div. Just going to put that in a div. That really shouldn't change anything. All right, and I'm going to close out of all this stuff. Kind of slowing up my computer. All right, cool. So right underneath this div, we're gonna have another div, and it's gonna have a class name of flex, item center, flex call, a justify center, and a text center. In here, have one more div, have a class name of flex, flex call. On large screens and up, we're gonna do a flex row. We're gonna do item center, a gap of 4, and a margin bottom of 3. All right. Now we're gonna render our social icon, so we should do an A tag. And for now, I'm just gonna do the href to be index, but obviously you'll put your tag in there, and make sure you add target underscore blink to each one, so that way when somebody clicks on it, it opens up in a new tab. That's one thing I really hate, is when I open up a link on YouTube, or not YouTube, but anybody's website, and it just closes out everything. Then I gotta go back. All right, so we're gonna do BS YouTube. All right. I believe this takes a class name as well. So for the A tag, let's do a class name of social icon. And a text of white. Let's see how that looks. All right, there we go. And copy this, and we're going to paste this 1, 2, 3 more times, and just change these up. So we got AI fill LinkedIn, got AI fill GitHub, and we got FA dev, like that. All right. So now we need our desktop footer, which is going to be on our sidebar. We're going to do a p tag, and it's kind of a class name of max LG of hidden, and this is gonna have like the little copyright logo with the year and your name and all rights reserved. I'm going to paste that in there. So just copyright, little copyright symbol you can grab off Google, the year, your name, and all rights reserved. And let's go ahead and save that, and there we go. Look at that, it's working the way that we want it to work. But the spacing doesn't seem right for some reason. All right, so I think I found the issue. Here, as you can see, this div is closing right here. So we will need this div. Let's go ahead and close it. Cut that, and then we want it to close down here after this P. And now we should be presented with our nav, but our contact section isn't working, and I think I know why. Because we need just a little bit extra space in the bottom here for this to work. So we'll add that towards the end. I say we go ahead and do the mobile footer. because this is going to be pretty fast. Footer. Only thing we got to do here is all JSX. We don't got to import anything. We just got to do a div, and it's going to be a class name of width full, a text of center, a BG of light BG, just so it can blend in with that contact section, a PY of 2, and for medium screens and up, we want it to be hidden. And in here, we're just gonna have a P tag with the same exact writing as our side menu footer, the same exact thing. All right, now let's go ahead and inspect and scroll down some, if we can see it. Not there. There we go. So it shows up, and let's see if our side menu is working. We didn't even test that out. So we open. There we go. Close. Open. Nice. So that was the whole reason that we use Zustand, is because we wanted, you know, to use that same exact state on each component. All right. So now we need to do this top button because, you know, I mean, you could just probably press home, but it just refreshes the page like that. So I mean, the back to top button is really comes in handy. Let's go ahead and do that. Top button. All right, so a few imports is going to make it a use client, and we're going to import use state. And also use effect. All right, and we also going to import a React icon as well. Okay, so we're going to do a const is scrolling, and a set is scrolling. And this is going to just equal use state, and the default is going to be false. All right, this is going to make our use effect. So we're going to do a use effect, and we're going to do a const handle scroll, and in here we're going to check if our window dot scroll y is greater than 300. You can play with this number. I believe 300 is a good number, and I'm going to show you what this is in a second. Scroll window scroll y, all we're going to do is just set is scrolling to true, else we're going to just set is scrolling to false, like that. All right, and we also need to add our event listener in. We're going to do a window dot add event listener, scroll, and then handle scroll. And now we need to also remove our event listener when a component unmounts. So we're going to do return window dot remove event listener, and we're just going to remove scroll, comma, handle scroll. That, and we also need our dependency array. So comma, do an array, and now we can write some JSX. All right, so we're going to do a div, and this is going to have a class name. All right, so we're going to do if it's scrolling is true, the styles is going to be fixed, bottom of 0.5 rem, a right of 0.7 rem, And also we're going to give this a z index of 50. Okay. And we have a SVG here. Let me just go ahead and just copy this SVG and just paste it, and this will be in the description as well. Just go ahead and paste that there. So let's see, we probably can see it. So there we go, we can see it there. But it needs, oh, so it already has, oh no, this is the I was wondering, I'm like, hold on, wait, that shouldn't work like that. Let's go to localhost 3000. All right, so we don't see it because now we have to, we're gonna do an A tag, and the href is just going to be home, and inside this A tag we're gonna do our BS arrow, BS fill arrow square, and we're gonna change the size to size 40, and we're also gonna change the style as well. Style, make sure you do double brackets, and we're gonna do fill, and I'm gonna make sure you do quotes. So we're gonna do URL pound gradient like that, which is this gradient here, this linear gradient. So with that, we should have a back to top button. I'm gonna refresh. Once we scroll, we don't for some reason. Hold on. Let's see what we did wrong here. So it got to be something with our function. So is scrolling. Oh, okay, I see. So we just, I put is scrolling. It's just, we should just do scrolling. And then we're just going to do set scrolling. Set scrolling, and then we could just change this like that. Set scrolling, maybe that fixed it. I don't think that matters actually. So if it's scrolling, it's gonna be fixed. Oh, we forgot to do the else. That's why. There we go. I don't know why I didn't even get an error for that. So else, we're gonna do, actually we gotta close this like that. And now else, we're just gonna do hidden like that. All right, so let's see if that works now. All right, so it's still not working. Let's give it a refresh. So what this number is Windows scroll Y. So 300, the larger the number is, the longer it's gonna take to trigger this this handle scroll to set scrolling to true. So if it's 400, it's going to be a little bit longer once you start scrolling, but for some reason it's not working. So let's see what the issue is. All right, so the issue is we don't need backticks. Let's just get rid of the backticks, and that should work. There we go, we got our back to top button. Once we click, we're back to the top. And now we have to fix this issue to where it's not showing the active contact. Once we scroll all the way down, it's not showing that the contact route is active. So my guess is, so if you head over to the finish one, my guess is because I added this this widget here, so it's given more space to actually trigger. If we head over to side menu, let's see, where is it? Here. So we got offset scroll position 150. I think it was supposed to be 100. Let's see if that, see, that still doesn't work. So I think if we add some extra padding, so let's add like PY20 and see if that works. Yep, see, that works. So when we scroll down, now we got that pad in there. Let's see how that looks on mobile. We might keep it like this actually. Probably too much for mobile, huh? Yeah, it's a little bit too much for mobile. So what we can do is we could just do medium screens up padding PY 20 and let's do a PY 10 like that. There we go. And that way I believe it still should work. Once we click this and click on contact, it closes the menu and can take us to the contact. Nice. Let's scroll down. Yep, and it triggers there. Perfect. All right, so that's that. I think we're complete, guys. That's it. Like I said, I wanted to keep this project really simple. I did a ton of research before starting this project, and one thing that I really wanted to do was just keep my portfolio site really simple, and that way I can add on to it and maybe, you know, fix the features. There are a few things that I do want to do to this. I'm not going to talk about it in this video, but there will be changes coming to this website. But as for now, the project is complete. If you guys want to stick around, I am going to be doing a quick Photoshop tutorial on how to make these two images here. So let's get started on that. All right, welcome to the Photoshop section of this tutorial. It's going to be a quick tutorial. I'm just going to show you guys how to do the effect. So you want to have an image. I'm going to use this one here. This is the one that I use for the hero section. And it's going to take a while to load because my computer is running really slow right now. All right, so we're going to have an image. And there's a ton of ways you can cut out yourself in an image. I use, where is it? I normally use this magnetic lasso tool. This is the tool that I use every single day for all of my thumbnails that I made when I was doing the 190-day coding journey. So I use this tool every single day, and this is where you can just basically follow the path and then cut yourself out. But we're not going to use this tutorial because this is a tutorial and I'm just trying to make this as easy as possible. So what we're going to do is actually use the magic wand tool, and you want to click on select subject, and sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. If you got like a white background, like how I had my wife take this down in our downstairs living room, and it's like a nice cream background, so it's kind of easier for Photoshop to make out the subject. So that's why I kind of did a good job here. And don't worry about the bottom. As you can see, it got my shadow there, but that's fine. That's not going to be in the image. So what you want to do now is so we got our image selected. You want to create a new document or just a blank page. Any size is fine as long as it's over like 500 by 500. So now you want to click on this move tool and just move yourself over to the blank page. You want to click on Control T, and this is how you can resize yourself. So I'm just going to resize. I think that's good right there. All right. So there's a bunch of ways you can do this. I'm just going to create my own shape, but you can also use shapes off Google. So here's the shape that I use for the hero section. I use this shape here, and I probably should just use this shape just to show you guys. So we're actually going to use this. So basically you want this shape. I'll add this into the folder for the project starter files if you guys want to use this shape as well. So you would kind of want to position it to where, you know, your head is a little bit over the image, kind of like that. I think that looks great. So I'm actually going to keep it like there. And now you want to put the image over top of this shape, so kind of like that. And now what you want to do is right click the image and click on create clipping mask, and now you're going to see yourself go inside this shape. And then what you want to do is duplicate this layer, the image layer, and right click it and release clipping mask. And now we're back to step one. But this is where the magic is about to happen. So what you want to do is click on the shape and click on control and click on the image thumbnail. So like the layered thumbnail. So you want to click on that while you click control, and that selects the shape behind you. Okay. And now what you want to do is click on your layer, your top layer image, not the one that's masked, but the one that we release the clip and mask from. And you want to click on this add layer mask. So when you click on this, and now we're back inside of it. So now what you want to do is go to the eraser tool, if I can find it, right here. And you can change the size of the eraser. I do 49 pixels, but like I said, you can change the size of it. I'm just gonna go to 50, I guess, and erase the top. And now you're presented with that nice 3D effect, and it's the same exact image that I use. And to change the color of the shape, because most of the PNGs that you get off Google come in black. To change the image shape, there's a ton of ways you can do it. You can either double click the layer and click on color overlay and click on color, and you can just change the color to like the same exact red that we use for our website, which I don't know it off the top of my head, but I know it's a little bit dark like that. And there you go, and then you're presented with that. So that's that one. There's another way to do it with creating your own shape, the circle shape that I made for the side menu, and that's kind of the same way. You basically just want to I'm just going to do it real, like just show you the shape. So you just want to use this, what is this called? The elliptical marquee tool, and I'm just going to deselect, and you basically just want to use that and just create a circle, right? And you just want to make sure it's on a new layer, and you just want to click fill, and you can just fill it with any color you want, and you know it'll be filled with that color. But this isn't a new, as you can see, it's let's release. I think if I release the clip and mask, it's gonna release for every one of them. So yeah, that wasn't a good example. I mean, I guess we can just do this. Hold on, right quick, just to show you guys. So we're gonna create new, and I'm gonna create a new layer, and I'm gonna go ahead and drag myself back over this and resize right quick. And I'm just showing you guys this with the shape that we create, the circle. But again, you can get the circle off Google, so I mean this is kind of irrelevant that I'm doing this, but I just want to make sure you guys are all set, you know. So that's that, and you just take this tool and make the best circle you can. It's probably better getting off Google, to be honest, and place it like right there, and create new layer, and we're gonna fill it. I'm gonna go ahead and fill it with white. Actually, I'm gonna fill it with black, like that. And that circle is not perfect at all. Put the circle behind my image, and I'm gonna go ahead and create clipping mask. I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate the image and release clipping mask. And I'm gonna go ahead and select the circle, and up here we're going to add layer mask. And now I'm gonna go to my eraser tool and just erase, and there we go. All right, so yeah, that's really it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. This was a pretty long one. Thank you guys for watching. Peace. All right, so we got a project here from scratch. Let's go ahead and create our files. So we're going to create an index.html, and we're going to be using JavaScript, so app.js. And normally you would just create a file, styles.css, but we're actually going to create a folder called styles, because we're going to have multiple style sheets. I just find it so much easier just creating multiple style sheets for each section instead of having one huge CSS file. So in here, let's go ahead and start with our first one. We're going to do a main.css, and we're going to close that folder. And we're also going to have another folder, and this is going to be called assets. This is where all of our images are going to go. And I believe that is it for now. Let's head over to our index.html and do a little boilerplate. You can just do an exclamation point and just press enter. And then we have this here. For the title, you can just do your name. I'm just gonna do John Doe portfolio. All right. And nothing for the body yet. We can actually start this up. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up in live server. And this is an extension it's gonna open up in another browser. Okay, there we go. So this is an extension for VS Code. I believe it's just called live server. Got a bunch of extensions here. Oh, there it goes, live server. There we go. So make sure you guys install this extension. I'm sure most of you guys already have this extension if you're a developer. But yeah, definitely download this. Comes in handy. So we have our site up and running. So let's head back over to let's close out of this. And let's go to main.css. And we're gonna do some quick styling right quick. But actually, before we do that, let's head over to our Google Fonts and we're gonna install our font first. So the font we're gonna be using is Roboto. So head over to fonts.google.com and type in Roboto. And go ahead and click on this. And we'll be using 100, 400, and 500. 400 and 500 and also 700. Sorry. Click on that, and I always do the import. So click on import and just copy this code like that, and then inside of the main CSS, we're just gonna go ahead and paste that at the top of it. So let's go do some general styling, and this is where all our general styling gonna go inside of our main.css. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do a box size and border box. Border box. I'm gonna do a padding of 0. I'm gonna do a margin of 0. And we also gonna do a font family. I'm gonna do Roboto, comma, sans serif. Like that. Alright. And we also going to do a HTML. I'm gonna do a scroll behavior of smooth, because whenever we click on our link, we want the scroll to be smooth. And we're going to target all the LIs. We're going to do a list style of none, and we're going to target all of the A tags. I'm going to do a text decoration of none, and also a color of inherit. I don't know why that didn't autocomplete. Alright, and then we're gonna do a button. For all our buttons, we're gonna do an outline of none. And we're also gonna do a border of none. And oh, I'm thinking this is Tailwind. I used way too much Tailwind. A border of none. If anything though, I can say this, Tailwind really taught me a lot about CSS. I know they say you probably should be using, regular CSS if you want to learn it, but to be honest, Tailwind taught me a lot about regular CSS. We're gonna do a background of inherit, and now we're gonna do a container. I'm gonna do a width of 90%, a margin of 0, and then auto. A max width of 1400 pixels, and we also gonna do a height of 100%. This is just container class that we can just use on all of our reusable container class that we could just use on all of our sections. And now we're also going to have a article. We grab all the article. We're going to have some articles in here. We're going to do a padding of 20 pixels, 0. I'm going to do a display, flex, flex direction, of column. I don't know why this isn't auto-completing. We're gonna do a gap of 10 pixels. And we also gonna do a border bottom of solid 1 pixel. And the color is gonna be DAD non D9. Alright. So that is it for now. So that's our general styling. Like I said, we're gonna have multiple CSS files. So whenever we start the navbar, we're gonna create another one. But for now, let's head over to the index.html. And there are a few packages that we essentially want to add to our project. And the first one, let me head over here. The first one is going to be called Ion Icons. So ionic.io, that's the website. So I think you head over to usage and you just copy this here. Copy that. And we're going to paste it at the top inside of our head. Paste it right underneath this meta and then save it. So essentially we have that installed now. And there's another one called typed.js, like that. And I believe we head to here and I think we click on view on GitHub. There we go. So we got to copy this here. And this is basically typing and deleting text. It makes it so much easier to add to your project. In my opinion, it's really easy to add. So I would definitely highly recommend this instead of creating it from scratch. I'm gonna do a type.js, add that in, and then put the script tag at the top. So those are the packages that all the packages that we need. Let's go ahead and link our style sheet. So the only thing we have to link is our main one. And do a link, row style sheet, and then the href is going to be /styles/main css. Let me take one of these slashes off. All right, so let's go ahead and test this out and make sure everything is connected. Let's do a h1 and let's do hello world, and let's head over to our main. I'm gonna grab all the h1 and do color blue, or yeah, blue. Let's head over to our, okay, perfect. So it's working. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. And I believe that is it for now. Actually, let's go ahead and download all of our images. So in the description, I have a download link for all of the site images. So go ahead and download that and add each image to your assets folder. Okay, so now that you have all of the images downloaded, let's go ahead and start the navbar. So head over to HTML and let's go ahead and start this. So inside of the body, first let's go ahead and remove this h1. And in here, we're going to have a header. And inside of this header, we have a nav. And a role for this nav is going to be navigation. And also going to have aria label. And it's going to be navigation. I tried to add some accessibility to this project. Like I said, I'm still learning accessibility myself. Most devs that I've watched and tried to follow tutorials with, they don't really add accessibility to their website. So I'm trying to stand out a little bit and start adding it to my projects. So this project has some accessibility, and it's not the best, but it is some. And like I said, I'm still learning. So let's go ahead and add a div inside of here. And this div is going to have a class name, or a class, not using React, have a class of container and also navbar. And that's just our container class that we made inside of our main. And inside this div, we're gonna have an h1, and it's gonna have your name. I'm just gonna use John Doe. I'll add a little dot. I think the dot looks so much better after it. And then we're gonna have a UL, make some space there. Have a UL and a class. It's going to be nav menu. Okay. And inside this nav menu, we're gonna have a li, and we're gonna wrap it. Inside here, we're gonna have an a tag, and the first one is gonna be home. So home right here. And go ahead and copy this and paste it 4 more times. 2, 3, 4. It's going to switch up everything. So the next one's going to be about. The third one's going to be resume. And the fourth is going to be projects. And then contact. That's going to switch up the IDs. This one's going to be about. Resume. Projects. And contact. Okay, nice. So there we go. And then our containers, see it got that margin on the left, and it should have margin on the right as well. So that's our nav links. So underneath this UL, we're gonna have a button, and in here is gonna be our hamburger menu. So for the button, let's have some space there. This is gonna have an ARIA label. And it's going to be toggle menu, or you could just do toggle mobile menu like that. And the class is going to be hamburger. We're going to create our own icon here, and we're going to have a span. Nothing inside of the span. However, the class name for the class is going to be bar. All right, it's going to copy this, and we're going to paste it 2 more times. Okay, and with that, our nav is complete. Well, not well, the HTML is complete. So let me actually put a comment here, and we're just gonna do nav bar. So make some space there. I like making my comments super long, like that. All right, perfect. This is our nav bar. All right, so let's go ahead and create our style sheet for this nav bar. So we're going to do a navbar.css. And you're probably wondering how we only imported the main CSS here. So how will the styles get picked up inside of our project? So to do it, all you have to do is head over to Navbar CSS, our main CSS. And you can either do it underneath or on top of the font. But you want to essentially just do import, and you should have like a snippet. So import URL, and here you just do a /navbar. So now all of our styles is going to be connected, and we don't have to import each style sheet inside of our HTML file. We're just importing them all inside of our main CSS. So now for a navbar styling, let me go ahead and open it up. I forgot to open it up. Styles. Navbar. All right, so we're gonna grab the nav, and the background color is going to be transparent. Position is going to be fixed. Our width is going to be 100%. Our z index is going to be 999. On the top of 0 and the left of 0, and we're also going to add a padding of 1 rem 0, like that. All right, so you shouldn't really see no changes, just so maybe a little bit of padding. That's the padding coming from right here. And now we're going to grab the navbar class, and we're going to do a display of flex, a justify content space between, and we're going to do a line item center. Okay, perfect. And as you can see, you're probably wondering like why the links are right here. Is because we have that div, our hamburger menus right here that we didn't create yet. So it's kind of picking that up inside of our flex. So that's why the nav links are right here in the middle. So I'm gonna do a nav menu, and we're gonna do a display flex, a gap of 3 rem, and also a line item center. Take a quick look. Nice. Those are our nav links. And now we're gonna grab all of our LIs. So we're gonna do a nav menu and grab LI. And we're just gonna change the font size to 14 pixels. And we're gonna change the color of the text. Actually, let's leave the color black for now because we don't have our image in the background, but the color is gonna be white. Actually, what we can do for now is actually do this. Let's set a background transparent. Let's do a background of black, like that. Or maybe color we can see the black onto. Let's do a background of like gray. Yeah, gray. Okay, so let's go and change our color for this. 14 pixels, and we're gonna do a color of white. All right, and we also want to grab our Navbar H1, which is our logo. Navbar, I'm gonna do H1, and in here we're gonna do a color of white, and the font size is going to be 28 pixels, like that. Get a quick look. Nice. All right, so right underneath this, where we grabbing the LIs, this is where we're going to start creating our mobile menu icon. We're going to grab bar, which is the span, and we're going to give it a background color of white. All right, and we're going to do a display of block, and we're going to do a width of 23 pixels, and we got to give it a height of 3 pixels, or 2 pixels, sorry. And let's take a quick look. As you can see, it's like a little bar right there. But now here's where the magic happens. So once we add this margin, we're gonna do a margin of 5 pixels, and then also gonna do auto. So now once we do that, now we have a hamburger menu. So right underneath here, we're also gonna add a transition, because we're gonna make this animate a little bit. We're gonna have to transform it to an X. So we're gonna have a transition. We're gonna do all 0.3 seconds, and do ease in and out like that. All right, so you won't see anything now. We didn't add JavaScript yet. And now we're gonna grab the hamburger. So this is the div. This is the parent div. And we're just gonna change this to display none, because we only wanted to show on mobile. And we also gonna give this a Z index of 999, like that. Nice. All right. Now I believe that's it for now. Actually, let's go ahead and add our media query, and then we're gonna go do some JavaScript for this. So underneath this hamburger, we have a media query, and we're gonna do add media only screen and max width, and we're gonna grab 768 pixels. All right, so in here, a bunch of styling. So first one we're gonna do is we want the hamburger menu to obviously be visible, so we're gonna do a display block. All right, and we want the nav menu to be position fixed. And so let's see this. We can actually see this in action. Let's go to inspect. And we're going to change it to, let's do 766 pixels. So as you can see, once we come down, our hamburger menu shows. So now we need to move this our nav menu to the right position. So we're gonna do a top of 0, a right of 0, a width of 100%, a height of 100%, and do a flex direction column, and do a line item center. We're gonna do a background color of black. Give it a padding of 20 pixels, top and bottom, 0 left and right. And we're gonna do a Z index of 10. We also can give this a transition of just 0.3 seconds. We can also do 0.3 seconds, and we can do ease in and out. And we also give it a gap of 5 rem and a padding top of 6 rem. Let's take a quick look. Alright, cool. I don't think it did. I do flex direction? Oh, I spelled column wrong. That's what I was wondering. I'm like, hold on. Alright, so there we go. That's our menu right there. So that's how it looks on mobile whenever it's open. And obviously we want this hamburger menu to become an X. So let's go ahead. So underneath here, we're going to make it turn into an X. Trying to see how I can demonstrate this without doing a JavaScript. Maybe we can just grab, so what we can do is just do this. So let's do a hamburger. And what we're gonna do is do dot hamburger, and then we're gonna do dot bar. And we grab the inf child of 2. And we're gonna make that opacity 0. Okay, let's take a quick look, see if that's working. So that got rid of the middle one. And now we're gonna do a dot hamburger and a new dot bar. And we're gonna grab the inf child of 1. So we're grabbing the first one, and we're gonna do a transform, translate 8 pixels, and do a rotate of 45 degrees. Like that. Let's take a quick look. That made like a little, made it slanted a little bit. And what we could do is just copy this, paste it again, and now we're gonna grab the third child. And instead of doing translate 8 pixels, we're gonna do a translate of -6 pixels, and also do a -45 degrees. Let's see how that looks. Make sure. So that didn't work right. All right, so my apologies. Here, instead of translate, you got to do translate Y, and also here we're gonna do a translate of Y as well. And you can change this to -6 pixels, and hopefully this makes an X. Nice. Then we got our X. So this is whenever the hamburger menu is active. So we're gonna head over to our JavaScript now. We'll head over to your app.js, and now we're gonna make some JavaScript. We'll create some JavaScript. I'm gonna open it up here, and here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and make a comment. This is going to be Navbar, because we're gonna have a lot of JavaScript in this project. So we're gonna do Navbar, and here let's go ahead and grab everything. So we're gonna grab our hamburger, const hamburger, and this is going to equal document dot query selector, and we can do that, and we're gonna grab our hamburger. All right, and now we're going to grab our nav menu, to nav menu, and this is going to equal document dot query selector dot nav dash menu. All right, and let me just go ahead and copy these over. So we're going to grab our body, and we're also going to grab our nav links. You can ignore this body one for now. Actually, we're gonna do this now too. Might as well, since we're doing a nav bar. So we're going to use this body because whenever we open up the nav menu, we don't want to allow scrolling because it just looks weird in my opinion. So we're going to cancel scroll whenever the nav menu is open. So right underneath all of this, we're going to create our function. So we're going to do a hamburger. Actually, we're just going to add an event listener to our hamburger menu. And we're listening out for a click. And make sure you add a comma here. And we're going to do an arrow function. And in here, we're going to do a hamburger menu. Hamburger. I'm going to do .classless, .toggle. And we're going to toggle the active state. So we haven't created this class yet. And we're also going to do it for nav menu as well. Nav menu, .classless, .toggle. Active as well. And then here, I'm going to do a body, .classless, .toggle. And I named this one no scroll, like that. So we're going to create this class inside of our CSS. And now down here, we're also going to have a function to close the menu. So we're going to do a function. You can make this an arrow function if you want. I'm going to do close menu. And in here, we're going to do a hamburger .classless remove .remove. I'm going to remove our active class. And then same here, I'm just going to go ahead and just copy these two, paste them here. So instead of toggle, we're just going to remove all of these. Remove and remove. Okay. And now we're going to need, we're going to do a for each loop. So we're going to do a .navlinks, for each, grab a link. And in here, we're going to do a link add event listener, and we're listening out for a click. And we want our close menu icon to fire whenever we click the links. Forgot. There we go. Perfect. All right, so that is a JavaScript for the navbar. Obviously, nothing's going to work because we don't have our active classes in here. So head back over to the CSS. And now we get to play around with some active states. So down here, what we're going to do is, instead of we're going to add an active class to each one of these. So it's going to be .hamburger .active. Okay, so I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it for both of these like that. So it's going to be .active. So we're going to save that. Once we click, nothing happens. Going to refresh. Okay, I get it now. I get what's happening. So now for our nav menu, so we want it to basically disappear. So we're gonna do right underneath here, we're gonna do a left of -100%, like that. So now it's gone. Okay, and let's see, left 100%. Oh, I get what's happening now. Inside of our index, we need to add our JavaScript file. So right underneath this header, so inside of the body, we're just going to do a script. And I believe we do a src, and it's going to be ./app.js. And I'm not sure if it's self-closing or not, but let's try it. And let's see if it works. There we go. Nice. So you see it turns to an X when we click. Perfect. And let's head back over to our navbar. And now we need to make an active state for our nav menu. Because if you head over to the app.js, we got, whenever we click on the hamburger menu, we're adding a active class on our nav menu. So we want the active class to basically be left of 0. So whenever we click this, our menu appears. Because right now, we check this, our nav bar is left negative 100%. So now we're gonna do a nav menu dot active, and we're just gonna do a left of 0. Save that. Now once we click, our menu appears, and there we go. All right, so let's go ahead and start our hero section. All right, so we're underneath our nav bar. So underneath this header, we're gonna have a main, and in here, let me just write a comment real quick. This is going to be hero section. All right, and in here, let's go ahead and do a section. This section is going to have an ID of home and a class of hero. And in here, we're going to have a div with a class of, this will be our hero overlay. So nothing inside of this div. And we have another div underneath here. And it's going to have a class of our container and hero content. Inside this div, we're going to have another div. And this is going to have a class of hero dash text. So inside of this hero text, we're going to have an h2. And we're just going to have an ID of typed text because we're using this type.js that we installed. So nothing inside of here. Just gonna leave it empty for now. Underneath this div, I'm gonna create another div, and this one is going to have a class of hero dash socials, and also an ARIA label of social media links. All right, so in here we're gonna have a tag, and the href is just gonna lead nowhere because this is just gonna be one of our social media links. And the first one is going to have an ARIA label of Twitter link, and inside of this a tag, we're actually gonna use one of these ion icons. Go ahead over here, ion icons, and you just type in Twitter. There we go. Just copy that in here, and then inside of this a tag, gonna paste that in there. All right, take a quick look if we see anything. We don't see nothing. Okay, let's see. It was okay, that's weird. Logo icons. All right, and what we're gonna do is actually just copy this a tag, and we're gonna paste it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3, and we're just gonna switch up some things. So the next one, we're gonna do GitHub link, and instead of logo Twitter, we're just gonna do logo GitHub. The next one I did LinkedIn, and you guys don't have to do these exact ones. And we're gonna do LinkedIn, and the next one I did Facebook, and it's logo Facebook. Nice. Okay. And with that, I believe we are done with the HTML for our hero section. So let's go ahead and create our hero styles sheets. So here I'm gonna do a hero.css, and before we do anything, we gotta import it here. So for import, we gotta do @import URL. I'm gonna do /hero css. All right, perfect. And now let's go and write some CSS for our hero section. First thing we're gonna grab is the hero, so .hero, and we do a position of relative, a height of 100 VH, and we're gonna have a background to it. We're gonna background. We're gonna do a URL, and this is just going to be assets/hero JPG. As you can see, showed up. And we're gonna do a background size of cover, and we're also going to give it a Z index of 1, and we also gonna do a background attachment of fixed. Okay, there we go. I'm still wondering why we don't see those links. I mean those social icons. So let's head over to our navbar. Let's go ahead and change this back to transparent so we can be finished with that. And there we go. Oh, I see the links here right there. Okay. I'm glad I did that. I would have been figuring out why I don't see them. All right, cool. So that's that. And now we're gonna grab our hero content. Actually, let's go to overlay first. So the hero overlay is just gonna be, as you can see, like you can't really see the logo, or you can't really see the nav links. So this overlay just provides like a filter for our background. So I'm gonna do .hero overlay, and we're gonna do a position of absolute, a width of 100%, a height of 100%, a background color of black, do a top of 0, a left of 0, and a Z index of 1. So with that, everything turns black. So to play around with it, you can just hover over this color and change the opacity like this, and then save it. As you can see, it's a little darker. You can see the text and links now. But I found one that was perfect for me, so I'm gonna do pound, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5E. That color there. Let me do that. There we go. Perfect. So now it's a little bit darker here, and you can see the links and the hero logo now. So that's the overlay. So now let's go ahead and grab the hero content, and we're gonna do a display of flex, a gap of 2 rem, a gap 2 rem, do a flex direction column, do a line item center, a justify content of center, a position of relative, a Z index of 2, and then we also want to change the text color of everything inside to white. There we go. Now it's centered. Nice. Now we're gonna grab the hero text. We're gonna do hero dash. I'm trying to think if we should do this now. Let's not do that now, because I want to go ahead and add the JavaScript for the typing and deleting text. But let's go ahead and style up these social icons right quick before we do that. Let's do hero dash socials, and do a display of flex, a line item center, and then a gap of 20 pixels. All right, and we want them to be a little bit bigger as well. So let's go ahead and grab hero socials and grab the ion dash icon, and we're gonna change the background color to white. All right, and we're gonna change the color to black, and give it a padding of 8 pixels, a border radius of 100%, and we're gonna change the font size to 18 pixels. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and go over to our JavaScript, and now we're about to do this typing and deleting text. Like I said, this is all from type.js. So the package that we installed inside of our header, outside of the head of our document, which is this here. So you want to have version 2.016, which I believe is the newest one. All right, head back over to app, and right underneath here, I'm gonna do another comment, and it's just gonna be typing, deleting text. All right, so we're gonna do a function, and we're gonna do init type text. In here, we're gonna do a const options, and we're gonna add our strings in here. So we're gonna do strings. This is basically telling it what you want it to say. So we want it to say hello, comma, I'm, and you obviously put your name. So we'll do John Doe, and we do comma, and then we also want it to say a, so this is the first string it's going to say. So it's going to type this, then delete it, and then next string is going to be a software engineer, comma, and the next one is from New York, like that. All right, you got a comma there, and we also got a comma after our string array as well. And now you just it's a bunch of options. All of this is inside of the type.js docs. So we're gonna do a type speed. You want the type speed to be 50, and it's all in milliseconds too, so it's 50 milliseconds. And we want the back speed to be 30, comma. Wait, I think I'm doing something wrong here. Hold on. Actually no, I think we're good. So back speed 30. We're gonna do a back delay of 1000. We're gonna do a start delay of 500, and we're gonna do a loop of true. All right, and make sure you add a comma there. All right, and right underneath here, we're gonna do a const typed, and this is just gonna equal new typed. I'm gonna do type dash text. That's the ID that we did. So type dash text. So that's the ID that we put on our H2. If you guys don't remember, and we're gonna have our options. So these are our options. And now underneath here, we just gotta call the function. We're gonna do is just do init type text like that. All right. So with that, oh, it's working. Oh, okay, because I put the ID on it already. I was wondering why. All right, so there we go. Just like that, you have typing and deleting text. You don't have to write a whole page of JavaScript. I did it before. I want to say I did it on 3 projects where I actually created this from scratch, but I just find it so much easier. A couple lines of JavaScript and you got typing and deleting text. Nice. And we can actually style this up a bit. So let's head over to our hero, and we're going to grab the hero text, hero dash text, and we do a display of flex like that. Let me see what happens. So as you can see, you see the cursor moved to the end. That's what we want. Now we're gonna do a hero content. We're gonna grab that H2, and we want that to be a font size of 60 pixels. All right, and I'm gonna save that. Nice. But as you can see, the cursor isn't the same size. So to grab that cursor, only thing you have to do is do typed dash cursor. It took me a while to get this. I had to look it up on Google. And we're gonna do a font size of 60 pixels. And we also want to do an opacity of 1. So now our cursor should be the same size as our text. And I believe that is it for this section. Let's see, probably can add a media query actually. Let's go ahead and see how everything looks on mobile. As you can see, it's a little bit too big on mobile, so let's go ahead and add a media query. Let's do add media, only screen, and max dash width, and we're gonna do 650 pixels. And we're gonna do hero content. Grab that H2, and let's change the font size to just 30 pixels. And now that we changing the font size of the H2, we also got to change the cursor. We do type cursor, and we do a font size of 30 pixels and opacity 1. Okay, nice, perfect, nice. All right, gonna close out those, and now let's go ahead and start the next section. All right, so the next section is the about section. I'm gonna go ahead and close out all this stuff first and just open up my index.html. So right underneath this hero section, still inside of the main, we're gonna have an about section. And this is going to be our about section. All right. We're going to start typing some stuff up. So it's going to be a section, and this is going to have a class of about and an ID of about. And in here we have a div with a class of container, and we have an h1. No class on the h1. We're going to have I'm, and we're gonna do strong. We're gonna do your name, John Doe. Strong. So I'm John Doe, and I'm and we do another strong tag, a full stack engineer. See how that looks. On the rush. Okay, I'd get it. All right, perfect. So that's good. We're gonna style this up in CSS, and then right underneath this h1 we have a div, and this div is just gonna have a class of about dash info, and you have a p tag in here, and I just wrote up some lorem. I'm just gonna copy it. Make sure you type up a descriptive about yourself, descriptive paragraph about yourself. Right underneath this p tag and right underneath this div, we're gonna have a button, and this button is going to have a class of about button and an aria label of download resume button. Then inside this, we're just going to have download resume. And then right after this, we have an ion icon. It's just going to be, the name is going to be download icon. I'm just going to copy it from here. So it's going to be ion icon, and the name is download outline. Sorry. And we also going to have aria labeled, aria hidden of true. We're going to save this. See, there we go. We got it there. So that is it. That is it with the HTML for our about section. Let's go ahead and create our styles for it. About.css, and head over to our main, and we're going to import it here. /about. Perfect. All right. So let's start writing some CSS. for this. Not too much CSS for this one. So we're just gonna do about, and we want the padding to be 5 rem top and bottom, 0 left and right, and we also want the text align to be center. All right, and we got that nice padding, and we're gonna grab that H1, so about H1, and we're gonna do a font weight of 100 and a font size of 40 pixels, and also a text transform of uppercase. Nice. So the ones that got our strong tag around it is still bold, which is good. That's what we want. So it's going to grab the paragraph, so about P, and we want the font size. Font size. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Font size. Oh, look at that. I'll put an array. Alright, font size to be 18 pixels. And we want the color to be RGB 97, comma 95, comma 95. Grayish color, gray color. Perfect. And we want the line height to be 2. And we're going to do a max width of 80% and a margin of 0 auto. Nice. Perfect. And let's see. Now we're going to up here. Let's grab the about dash info. And we're going to do a display of flex and a gap of 20 pixels and a margin of 40 pixels, 0. Like that. Perfect. All right. And right underneath this about, let's do our button. So about dash button. Do a padding of 1 rem, 2 rem, and do a background of 222, a color of white, a border of none. Using too much tailwind. It's messing with my head, man. Border of none, and we do a border radius of 10 pixels and a font size of 14 pixels and then a cursor pointer like that. Let's take a quick look. There we go. And let's add a little hover effect to this button. So about button, hover, and do a background color of black, and then we're gonna do a transition of 0.5 seconds. Ease in and out. I mean, hover, it gets darker. Let's do 0.3 seconds. I think that's a little bit way too long. All right, perfect. All right, so that is our about section. I believe next is our skills section. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so inside of our HTML, underneath this section tag, we'll make another comment. And this is going to be our skill section. All right. And we're going to have a section with a class of skills and also an ID of skills. And have an H1. And inside this H1, we're just going to do a just a few of my, I'm gonna do a strong tag, skills. You can just do it like this. I believe we make it uppercase inside of our CSS. All right, so here we have a div, and we have a class of container, and also a class of skill dash grid. And here, this is where all our skill is gonna go. So we're gonna do a div, and this is gonna have a class of skill, and we're gonna have an icon dash icon, and the name is going to be logo dash react, and the class is going to be skill dash icon, and we also can give it an aria hidden of true. Okay, all right, take a quick look. We're not going to see anything. And so right underneath this icon, I'm going to have an H3, and this is just going to say react like that. And then this under that, we're going to have a P, and this is just going to have some lorem. Maybe write a little description on your skills in React or whatever your skills are. Okay, we have an error here. Let's see. Something that we're missing. Let's see if we can find it. So I got icon div. That's closing. Name. Oh, okay. It's two things here like that. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so that is one of our skill things. So let's go ahead and just style this up now. So we're gonna make a skills.css. Go to the main, add import / skills.css. Okay, and let's go ahead and start styling this up a bit. We're gonna grab skills, and this is gonna have a background color of RGB 242, 241, and 241 like that. All right, let's take a quick look. A nice little gray color, and we also can give it a padding of 5 rem, 0, a color 333, and I'm also going to do a text align center. Perfect. And now let's go and grab our h1.skills, h1, a font weight of 100, font size of 40 pixels, a text transform uppercase, and also a margin bottom of 30 pixels. Nice. All right, so under H1, we're gonna grab our skill grid, skill-grid, and we're gonna do a display of grid. Do grid template columns of repeat 4, comma, min max 0, comma, 1 FR like that. All right, and underneath here we're gonna give it our grid a gap of 20 pixels. All right, so underneath this grid we're gonna grab our individual skills. We're gonna do dot skill, do display of flex, a flex direction, flex direction of column, justify center, justify content center, and align item center, a text align center, a padding of 2 rem, a gap of 20 pixels, a border radius of 10 pixels, background color is going to be white, and we're also going to have a box shadow that I'm not about to type this thing. I got this off a generator, a box shadow generator. Or actually, I think I actually got this off of Tailwind box shadow. Yeah, so if you type in Tailwind box shadow on Google and just head over to here, and they have some box shadows. So this is one from Tailwind that I normally use. Let's see which one it is. 04 pixel. So it's this one, Shadow MD. So just copy over that here because it's pretty complicated. All right, perfect. Let's take a quick look at this. I'm gonna close out of this. And there we go. We got our thing there. Let's go and grab a few more things. I'm gonna grab our scale icon. And we're gonna change the font size to 40 pixels. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and add the rest of our skills. All we have to do is head over to our index, and from this div, we're just gonna copy this, and we're gonna paste it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. Now we should have 4 skills there, and we just gotta change up the content in it. So I believe I did HTML. Let me scroll up and see where I'm at here. So instead of logo React, I did logo HTML5, and then changed this to HTML5. And then the next one was CSS3. So logo CSS3. I think it's all uppercase if you're adding the same ones. And I'm gonna do CSS3. And then the next one was JavaScript. So logo JavaScript. And then here, I'm gonna change this to JavaScript. All right, so that logo didn't work. Oh, I forgot the A. Nice. So that is our hero section, but let's go and check mobile, see how this looks. Whoa, that don't look good at all. So let's head back over to our skills and let's do a media query. And we're actually gonna do a few media queries for this one. So we're gonna do at media only screen and max width is going to be 992 pixels. And we just want our skill grid to be, we could just go up here and copy this. Copy this grid template columns, paste it down here. But instead of repeat 4, we're gonna repeat 2. All right, get a quick look. As you can see, that's perfect. But if we keep going, still looks weird. So now we need another media query. So let's just copy this. And we're gonna paste it again. And now we're gonna do 768 pixels. We want it to repeat 1. Take a look. Now it's perfect. But our H1 here is a little bit too big, I believe. Let's see. The H1's a little bit too big. I mean, not really. If we want, we could go ahead and as you can see, our Navbar is messed up as well right now. We can go ahead and make a media query for that as well. So let's go ahead and do that right quick. Let's go copy it from here. Copy. This isn't really necessary, but I did a media query max width 480 pixels, and I just changed the font size of the H1 just to make it a little bit smaller. And you can essentially do the same one thing for this as well if you want. But I might just comment that out because I don't think we really need it. I think it looks good. big like that. Yeah, that was good. Alright, so let's go ahead and start the resume section. So let's create our resume style sheet first, just so we can get that out the way. And it's out of the main. Let's go ahead and import it. Alright. And now let's go ahead and close out of some of this stuff. And then head over to our index. Let's close out of this too. And right underneath this section, make sure you're still inside of the main tag. We're gonna have our resume section. Right. So this section is pretty long. So I have a section, and it's gonna have a class name or class of resume, and an ID of resume. And then in here we're gonna have our div, and this is gonna have a class of container. And we have our h1, and it's just gonna say my previous. Have a strong tag, work history, and I'm gonna do strong again, education. All right, get a quick look at this. All right, so it's right underneath there. Perfect. And now we're gonna have a div underneath here, this h1. Actually, yep, still inside this container div. We're gonna have a div, and this is gonna have a class of resume content, and then div, and trying to see how we can do this. Make sure this is right. Education. So this div here, we're gonna do a class of I named it education like this, but we might come back and change this class name. For now, let's just make it education. And we have h2 in here, and it's just gonna say education like that. And then underneath this h2, we have an article, and inside this article we'll have a div with a class of card header, and then inside this card header I have another div, and it's gonna have a class of card header info. And in here we have two p tags. You can do this. This is your education. You could just do computer science, or it's like a coding boot camp if you want, or you don't even have to add this section. You don't want to either, so we can have just work experience for this section, because they're both going to be the same. So you don't have to add education if you don't want. And then I just did Harvard University City. I just put Boston. All right, save that right quick, and there we go. And now underneath this div we have a span. This is just the date, to 2018 to 2023. Nice. And then underneath this div here we have a p, and this is going to have a class of card info, and it's just some lorem like this. I'll paste that in here. Nice. Alright, so let's go ahead and style up this card with these class names, because after we style this one card, all we got to do is just copy and paste it and switch up the data. But in my case, I won't be switching up any data. But in your case, you might want to take your time and add, you know, your work history and your education. So let's head over to styles and go to resume. We're going to open it up here. So we're going to grab the resume section, and it's just going to have a padding of 5 rem 0. All right. I'm going to grab the H1 resume H1 and a font weight of 100, font size of 40 pixels, text transform of uppercase, a margin bottom of 40 pixels, and a text align center. All right. Nice. And now we're gonna grab the H2s, resume H2, and we want these to have a border bottom of 1 pixel, solid, and we're gonna do DAD 9 D9. And then we also want to have a padding for the bottom of 3 pixels, and we're also going to make these display inline blocks. All right, so it's right underneath this here. You probably can't see because this border is blocking it, but we're about to fix that. Now we're going to grab the resume content, and this is going to be a display grid, a gap of 40 pixels. I'm going to do a grid template columns of repeat 2, min max 0, 1 FR. Take a quick look. Nice. And we also want the text colors to be this little dark grayish color, 333. All right, and now let's grab the card header info, but the inf child of the p tag, inf child of 1. So we're basically gonna grab computer science, because I believe that's the inf child, the first child in there. So card header dash info p, and grab the inf. If I can type, inf child of 1, and we're just gonna make the font weight of this 800 and the font size to be 20 pixels. Let's see if that works. Nice. Now we're gonna grab the cart header, cart dash header, and we're gonna make this a display flex, a justify content space between, and align item center. All right. So now the date is over here. Nice. And let's see. Now let's grab the span, the cart header span, and we want the background color to be that little dark gray color, you know, color of white, and we're gonna give it a padding of 1 pixel and then 10 pixels, and then border radius, we're gonna make 10 pixels. All right, nice. So I think I did something wrong here on, let's head over to our main CSS, head down to this article. Let's see, I think I did something wrong here. Let's see, styles, and then main All right, so we got a padding of 20 pixels, display flex, flex direction column. Got okay, so yeah, this looks right. So it's something inside of our index HTML. Maybe we spelled something. Resume content. Let's hit back over to our resume styles, and okay, maybe once we add, okay, I think I see what I really think I see what happened. Let's see. So this right here is supposed to be border bottom, like that. There we go. Okay, it was looking weird for a second. All right, so change the article to border bottom. Perfect. And now let's head back over to our HTML, and all we got to do now is just copy this article. Let's just copy it 2 more times for now. 1, 2. Let's take a quick look. There we go. Got our education, and now we need our right side. So that's what I was saying. We might change this here. Scroll up, this class name here. So let's just do just so that way we can have it for both. So education, let's just do resume grid. Yeah, resume grid. Let's do that. All right, and let's see what we got in here. Oh, we didn't even use education anyway. Okay. I don't think we actually used that. All right, cool. So we don't even need a class name on here. So for this div, we could just remove this. Keep the div, but just remove the class name. All right, so let's go ahead underneath. Let's see, getting confused here. So this is the resume content. So this div here, right underneath, so it's gonna be an article, there's gonna be a closing div. So right underneath this closing div there, we're gonna have another div. And like I said, we don't need to give it any class name. But we're gonna have an H2, and it's gonna have experience. And let's see if it takes on a styling. So yes, got that styling that we have for all of our H2s. And now we can just copy 3 more articles. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. So you guys can go in and change up the text and stuff to fit. Me personally, I didn't go to college, so I would probably get rid of this H2 there and just have experience, and just put my previous work history and just have all work history here instead of having education and experience. But that's just me personally. I didn't go to college. However, I did go to a coding boot camp, so probably could put that over here, I guess, and maybe my high school. But so yeah, that is the resume section. Now it's time to do the project section. This is going to require JavaScript. We're gonna have a filtering system, and yeah, so let's get started on this. All right, so go ahead and make your style sheet. I already made mine. I forgot to press record, but go ahead and make your projects.css, and then make sure to import it inside of your main.css. And let's go ahead and close out some of this stuff and head over to your index.html. And right underneath all of this stuff, still inside of the main, I'm going to make project section. All right. And here we have a section. the class of projects and an ID of projects. And inside of this section, we're going to do our container div, class container, and inside here we're going to have an h1 with the title of some of my, we're going to add a strong tag, some of my projects, like that. And I just noticed something. We forgot to add the emojis to each one of these. We'll add them towards the end. Hopefully I don't forget. So yeah, we're gonna add the emojis after the text. I just think it looks so much better with the emojis. All right, so we're gonna do a div, and this is going to have a class of filter. All right, and inside this div, we're gonna have a button. And it's going to take a bunch of stuff. We're going to have a data filter, and it's going to equal, this one is going to be all. And we're also going to have an ARIA label, and this is going to say show all projects, like that. And then we're going to have an ARIA checked. That's going to equal to true. And the role is going to be, actually I don't think we need to add this role and stuff. That was just testing some stuff out here, and the ARIA checked is true. I don't think we gotta add all of that. So this button is gonna say all. I'm gonna save that so I can get the format. All right, so that's that, and let's go ahead and copy this button. And we're gonna paste it 1, 2, 3 more times. And like I said, you can have as many filters as you want as well. I just did 4, I believe, on this project. We got all, and this one, the second one is going to be React. So we gotta change this to data filter. It's going to be React and show React projects. And the next one I just did UI UX, UI/UX, and data filter is going to be UI UX, all undercase, lowercase. Sorry, I said undercase. Really, UI UX. And show UI/UX projects. And the next one is Python. So funny thing is, I am planning on starting Python here in a few weeks. Start learning some Python. Heard it's a really fun language, and I really want to learn it. So definitely gonna start soon. So it might be some Python projects coming to the channel. All right, so we got all React, UI UX, and Python. Nice. All right, so right underneath this div here, I have another div, and this is going to have a class of project grid, like that. And in here, we're gonna have a div with a class of project card, and we also gonna have a data category, because we're gonna grab all of this stuff in JavaScript. The data category, and this one is going to equal to React. Right, and we're gonna have h2, and I just did awards, which is a website, and we're gonna do an image tag. The source is going to be .assets/project1, and the alt, you just name it first project or React project. All right, so let's go ahead and style this up. All right, nice. So that's our image there. So let's head over to projects.css, And let's start some styling here. Projects. First, we're gonna grab the section. I'm gonna grab dot projects, and we're gonna give it a padding of 3 rem 0. Then we're gonna grab the H1 projects H1, and we're gonna give a font weight of 100, a font size of 40 pixels, text transform uppercase, a margin bottom of 40 pixels, and a text align center. I could have made a reusable class because it seemed like we use this styling on all of the H1. So if you want, you could move this, maybe put I guess they're called utility classes on each H1, and then add all of this styling to the main. You can do something like just title, section dash title, or something like that for the class name. But since we're already halfway done, might as well go ahead and just continue. All right, so after this H1, we're gonna grab the span. So project, actually we don't need that. We're gonna do dot filter, sorry. And we do a text align center and a margin bottom of 20 pixels. A quick look. All right, there we go. We got our filters. Now we're gonna grab the buttons. So filter button. I'm gonna do a background color of 333. Text color is going to be white. And do a border of none. Actually, we don't even need this border of none and outline none, because we got those styling inside of our main to take out the outline and stuff like that. We are gonna add a border radius, or did I already add that too? Just making sure. Border radius is going to be 10 pixels, and we have a padding of 10 pixels top and bottom, and 20 pixels left and right. Nice. And we have a margin bottom, or just a margin of 5 pixels. And we also can add a cursor pointer, which I don't think we need either. Let me just make sure. Main, did I add cursor pointer? Probably should just add it here. Cursor pointer, and remove it here. I think we added it inside of our about section as well, but let's just go fix that right quick. Cursor pointer we don't need, and border none we don't need here. All right. Nice. But those are our filters. And now underneath this filter button, I'm gonna grab our project grid. And we're gonna do a display grid. I've been using grid a lot lately. I would use flex all the time, but I'm falling in love with grids. And we're just gonna do a repeat 3 1 FR, and give it a gap of 20 pixels. All right. And now let's grab the project card. Project card, and this is going to have a background color of F4, and I'm gonna give it a padding of 20 pixels, border radius of 5 pixels, and a cursor pointer, and we also can give it a cursor pointer, and we also can give it a transition of 0.3 seconds, ease in and out, and you could just do opacity, which we didn't make yet. So now let's do a pound project card, and we're going to grab the hover pseudo class, and we're going to do opacity 0.8. Let's see how that looks. As you can see, you hover, that nice little effect. That's nice. Okay. Now let's grab the image. All right. Let's do pound project card, and we're gonna do image. And we want the width to be 100%. We want to have a margin top of 10 pixels. And we got that weird box shadow again. Not sure if this is the same. Actually, I think it is the same one as before. Let's just make sure. So 0, 4 pixels, -1, and I believe it was in the skills. 0, yep. So the same box shadow. Just going to copy it over. If not, just pause the video and just type all of this in. Like I said, I got it off Tailwind. But there we go, nice little box shadow. And just do have a media query. At media only screen and max width 768 pixels. All right, and do grid. Oh, actually, we're gonna grab the project grid. Project grid, and we're just gonna do grid template columns, and we just want it to repeat 1, comma min max 0, comma 1 fr. All right. Cool. So that is all of the CSS for that. Let's head back over to our index. And let's make some more projects right quick. I'm gonna open it up here. All right, cool. So this is one project card. So you can add as many projects as you want. I'm just gonna add a few. So I'm gonna just copy this project card, and I'm gonna paste it a few times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more times. And like I said, you can add as many projects as you want. And so for the data category, this is how we're gonna filter everything out. So if you add a React project, just make sure you add data category equals React. And I'm gonna just do different ones for each one. So this data category is going to be Python. And I'm going to change up the image. So this would be Webflow. And this would be project 2. And then the next one is also going to be Python. For the data category, this would be blocks. And this would be project 3. And then the third one is going to be, did I do them all Python? Let's just switch it up. UI UX for that one, and this is going to be project 4, which I don't even know what it is. Let's see. Project 4 is OU Craft. Nice. Probably spell this wrong, but let's just do it. OU Craft. Like that. Make sure all this stuff is added. Nice. And the next one is going to be, what's our other one? Let's do UI UX again. UI UX, and this would be project 5, which I don't know what it is either. And this is UKit. All right, and I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do 6 to make it even. And this would be Python or React. Let's do React. React, and this should be project 6. Let's take a look right quick. Everweb. Everweb. Do it like that. All right, cool. Nice. So we got our 6 projects, but once we click on these, nothing happens, and that's all in JavaScript. But we actually forgot something. We forgot to change the alt tags for each one of these. So we got React project. Wait, hold on. Okay, I got confused for a second. And we can just change this to Python project. Here, Python project. Down here, it's gonna be UI, UX project, UI, UX, and React project. Nice. It's gonna save that and then head over to our JavaScript. Now it's time to write some JavaScript. Make sure it's open here. All right, so we got our navbar stuff here. Let me move this up there. That's all of our navbar. What we could actually, no, I don't want to get off track, but we still got to do our sticky nav as well. As you can see it right there, but you can't really see it. You see it's still there, so we got to change the background color. That's going to be really easy to do, but we got to do it in JavaScript. All right, so all right, so we got our type in text. So right underneath here, let's make another comment, and this will be filter options, like that. All right, so we're gonna do a document dot add event listener. Then we're going to do uppercase DOM and then content. If I can spell right, content. Load it like that, and then we're gonna do a comment, do a function, and then in here we're gonna grab our filter buttons and our project card. So we're gonna grab, first let's grab the filter buttons. So I'm gonna do a cons filter buttons, and this is going to equal document dot query selector, and it's going to be filter dash actually we're gonna do dot filter and then just button. So it's just put a space, don't put a dash. Let's grab in all of our filter buttons, and now we're going to grab the project card. So cons project cards, and this is going to equal document dot query selector. Sorry about that car out there. And this would be, I don't know why it's so early in the morning and they gotta do stuff like that. Project card. And now let's go ahead and add, let's loop through our buttons, and we're gonna add a click event to our buttons. So to do it, we're just gonna do a filter buttons. Don't put the dot, sorry. So we're gonna do filter buttons, and we do a for each loop. And we're gonna do button, do arrow function, and we're gonna return a button that add event listener. And it's going to be click, comma, and do arrow function, and then we're gonna do a cons filter value. And this is going to equal to button dot get attribute. I don't know why it's not auto completing. So we're going to get the attribute of data filter. So this is what we added to our buttons. Get attribute of data filter. And now we're just going to do filter filter projects. Hold on. I'm a little confused. Oh, okay, that makes sense now. I was a little confused at first. Okay, we're gonna do filter projects. So we didn't create this function yet. That's why I was a little confused. And we're just gonna filter value like that. We probably could have made the function at the top of here first and then did our for each loop, but it's fine. So right underneath here, so make sure you do 2 parentheses down. But this is where we're gonna make our filter projects function. So we're gonna do a function, filter projects, and it's gonna take in a category. And in here, we're gonna loop through our project cards. Do a for each loop again. For each card, and it's gonna return some stuff. We're gonna do a const project category. Project category, and this is going to equal to card dot get attribute our data category. Data dot category. So this is what we added to each of our project cards. All right, so data filter and then data category. And now we're gonna do an if else statement. So if our category triple equals to all, or our project category is equal to our category, we want to return our card dot style dot display, and this is going to equal to block. Right, so if it's equal to all or our project category, which is this, it's equal to our category, this one is going to return our card. But else we want the card dot style dot display to be none. Okay, so let's test this out. Hopefully I didn't mistype anything. Let's see. Once we click on React, all right, so we got 2 small mistakes. I was typing a little bit too fast. So instead of data dot category, I'm gonna do a data dash category. And then up here, you just want to make sure you do a query selector all instead of just query selector. I'm not sure if it still works with just query selector. Let's see. I don't think it will. Yeah, see, it doesn't. So yeah, make sure you add all here. So query selector all, and then query selector all. And now we should have our filter. So once you click on React, we got 2 projects, UI UX 2 projects, and Python 2. And once you click all, we got all of our projects. And like I said, you can add more projects if you want. Just make sure you add an image to your assets, or you can fetch image off of a website. And then make sure you change the alt and a data category. And if you want to add more filters, all you got to do is up here, just add a button and change the data filter and the ARIA label, and then you'll be all set. And just make sure your project card matches up with that data filter. The data category matches up with that data filter. So once you click on one, it shows it. So since we're here, let's head back over to the JavaScript. So we're right here underneath this nav. I mean, still inside of like before we hit the type in delete and text, I want to add some more JavaScript for a sticky nav. So what I want to do is I want to actually grab the navbar, the entire navbar. So we up here, we grab the nav menu, the body, and the nav links. Let's go ahead and grab the entire navbar now. So we do a const nav, and it's going to equal to document query selector, and so it's going to be nav like that. All right, and down here we're gonna do we're gonna make a function. Do a function, and this is going to say handle scroll And we're going to do if window dot scroll y is greater than 300. We want the nav dot classless dot add sticky nav. So we're going to add that sticky nav once our scroll y. So scroll y is whenever we scroll. So once it hit, I believe I have it set to once I hit right here. You can play around with this number. I still don't get like what the measurements is. I always just play around with it just to find the right thing. So 300 I believe was perfect. So I think once we hit right here, that's when the nav turns black, the background. So let's just make sure though. So we're gonna add sticky nav, and then else we're going to do a nav dot classless dot remove, and we're going to remove that sticky nav class. Sticky nav. So basically it's saying, you know, once scroll y hits 300, it's going to add the sticky nav. But when the scroll y is not 300, so once we go back up here, that's when the nav is going to turn back to normal. So right underneath these two closing, we're going to do a window dot add event listener, and we're going to listen out for scroll. And we also want to fire our handle scroll function like that. All right, cool. So let's head over to our nav CSS and make this this sticky nav thing, sticky nav styling. So right underneath this hamburger, just gonna do sticky nav, and we're just gonna change the background color to black. So let's see if this works. So once we scroll, as you can see, it turns black right there, which I'm not sure if that's, well, yeah, I think that's smart to do, because the text, as you can see, once the home is like right there next to that our H2. So yeah, well, I think that's perfect. Now it turns black, and that transition we added on it, did we add a transition on this? Let's see, let's add a transition. Let's see, transition, we're gonna do all 0.3 seconds, ease in and out. Let's see if that works. Yeah, see, nice transition, perfect. All right, so that is it for our project section. I say we go ahead and start our contact section. All right, so we can go ahead and close out the Navbar, CSS, about, main, and our app.js. I believe we're done with JavaScript for the rest of this project. So let me go ahead and open up contact CSS over here, and let's go ahead and create our contact CSS. Contact CSS, and inside of the main, it's going to import it. I know this looks a little funky, like all these imports, but I did my research, and there's no downside of doing it this way. I mean, it's more organized in my opinion, and like I said, you don't have to do it this way. You can make a whole entire style sheet, but just be aware it's going to be, if you do it all in one, it's going to be probably like 500 lines of CSS. It's not, to be honest, it's not even that much CSS, but I decided to split it up, just organize it a little bit better. All right, so we got contacts, close out of this, close out of main, and inside of our index, start writing some HTML. Now underneath this section, just going to make a comment. This will be contact section. All right, so make sure you're still inside of the main. You're gonna have a section, and this is going to have a class of contact and an ID of contact, and we gotta do our container, class of container, and we have a h1, and this is going to say let's have a strong let's have a discussion. I'm not sure if I spelled this right. Hopefully I did. All right, cool. There we go. And underneath this H1, I'm gonna have a P, and this is going to say please allow 24 to 48 hours for a response. Thank you. There we go. Let's make sure it's there. Nice. All right, so right under this P tag, we're gonna have a div, and inside this div, we're gonna have a form. We don't need an action or anything. This form is gonna have an ID of contact form and an ARIA label of contact form. So this form won't do anything in this project. However, if you guys want to add email.js to your website, I did it in a ton of my projects. It's really easy. Just head over to one of my videos, one of my portfolio videos that I did, and I believe I did it in the most recent portfolio, my portfolio. Let me head over to it, Antonio Rogers. So this one here, I have email.js set up. So once we click submit, let's do this and then click submit. It sends directly to my email. So easy to set up. I didn't do it in this project, but so just head over to there and then maybe click on towards the end of the video, and you should definitely get that set up because it's really easy to add to your project. So inside this form, we're gonna have a div with a class of form-row. Okay. Then we're gonna have an input. Self-closing. This input is going to take, I don't know why I still have this open. And this is going to have a type of text. Name is going to be name. Class is going to be form input. And I believe we don't need the ID or anything. Placeholder is going to be your name, and if you want to, you can make it required and all of that stuff. ARIA label is going to be your name. All right, take a quick look. Got our form there, nice. And now let's go ahead and copy this input. So make sure you're still inside of this div. I'm just going to change this to email. Change the name to email. Form input can stay like that. Change this to email. And then change this to email like that. Alright, so outside of this div, we're going to have a text area. Text area. Alright, make some space because we want the rows to be 6. Or not 8, sorry. Rows to be 6. The name could be message. Class, you could just put form input, I guess. Placeholder is going to be enter your message here. Dot. You can make it required. And we also got a style of resize of none. And then the ARIA label. It's just going to say your message. Okay, take a quick look. Whoa, what the heck? How's that inside? You guys see that? That is so weird. The thing is inside. Hold on, wait. Let's see. That is weird. It's code inside of there. I never seen it happen. Like, what is that? Code injected? It's like, the hell is that? Let's delete that. Look, it's still there when you refresh. That is weird. Let's make this a closing tag like that. Maybe something to do with that. Okay, it's working now. Alright, so don't do a self-closing tag. Do it like this. Alright, and next one, so underneath here, let's actually start styling this up just a bit. So head over to contact, CSS, and start styling this up. So we're gonna do contact, and we're gonna do a background color of RGB 242, 241, 241, and we also can give this a padding of 3 rem 0, a margin top, margin top of 3 rem, and a text align center. All right, nice. And let's do it. Grab our H1. So contact H1. Do a font weight of 100. Font size 40 pixels. Text transform uppercase. Margin bottom 40 pixels. And we don't even need text align center. Okay, nice. And now let's grab the P, contact P, and we want the color to be pound 3333334. I don't know why. There we go. I think it was just pound 333. I don't even think we needed the 4. We're gonna do a margin bottom of 10 pixels. And a font size of 14 pixels. Nice. Alright, and now let's start styling our form. So we're gonna grab form. And we could just grab it by the ID. We just do contact form like that. Contact as form. I believe did I add the ID to it? Let's see. Index, so form, yep, ID contact form. To be honest, we don't even need to do that. We could just grab the form actually. The form, we're gonna do a width of 100%. And then we're gonna do a max width of 700 pixels. And a margin of 0 auto. Look, nice. So if you have more than one form on the site, you definitely don't want to do this. Grab just the form. But since this is our only form, I believe that's why I added the ID, just to make this example here. You definitely want to add this add an ID to your form or a class name, doesn't matter. So contact form, and now we're gonna grab the form input, and we want those to have a margin bottom of 20 pixels. That, and now let's start styling the inputs and the text area as well. So we're gonna grab input, and the cool thing is you can grab each one if you want. So actually we could just do this. Let me think. I got it complicated on my code, so we could do that. So we added the form input class. So what we could do is just add it all here. We could just do a width of 100%, margin 15 pixels, 0, and we add a padding of 10 pixels, and then we add a border of 1 pixel, solid, RGB. It's going to be 242, 241, and 241. Let's make sure it's grabbing each one of these. Okay, it is. Nice. And we're gonna add a border radius of 5 pixels. Nice. All right. And so that's the form input. And let's head back over. Let's see. Let's head back over to our index. Now we gotta make our button. So head back over here. And right underneath this text area, we're gonna make a button. So we're gonna put this inside of a div. And this is just going to have class name of form button, like that. And to be honest, you can make a button out of an input. I did it in one of my projects, and I'm doing it in, actually, let's not do that. Let's just make a button. I don't want to overcomplicate things. And we're gonna have a type of submit, and I believe that's it. We can add an ID to it, but I'm just gonna do a class. We don't even need to add the class. Let's see, and we're gonna do submit your message. I am literally creating this section as we go. So I kind of overcomplicated things in my code, but so I'm kind of like scratching all of this stuff, and I'm just basically creating this as we go, and it's turning out really nice. All right, so that's the submit button. Let's see, contact. Let's go ahead and grab that submit button. See. All right, so we're gonna grab form dash button. I'm just gonna grab the button inside of there, and let's see, is it already centered? Okay, so it's already nice and centered, which is nice, and I believe that's because we got this text align center there. So now we just gotta do our button. Let's see. So we have a background color. Let's do 333. Text color is going to be white, and we don't need to add any border, none. Just add a padding of 10 pixels, 20 pixels, and let's add a border radius of 5 pixels. And let's see how that looks. Nice. Let's add a hover to this. Do a form button, hover, and we want the background color to be black. All right, and we can also add a little transition here. Transition all 0.3 seconds, ease in and out. Okay. Nice. Nice. All right. So I kind of don't like having these two like this on each line, so that's why I made this form row div. So let's go ahead and make that into a flex. I don't know why I keep opening up projects. So we're going to do dot form row, And we're gonna do, actually let's do a grid. Let's do display grid. And let's do a grid template columns. Repeat. Let's just do 2, 1 FR. And let's give it a gap of like 30 pixels. And align item center. Nice. Alright, cool. And I believe that is it. Let's just make sure. Go back. I believe that's it for the contact section. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and just knock out our footer right quick, and then we're done. Let's just make sure this is responsive. I haven't checked if anything is responsive in a while. So this is, I always check on BlackBerry because it's like the smallest screen that I've seen on here. So I always go to BlackBerry Z30, so just to make sure everything still looks good. Okay, we could probably bring that up a little bit, like the number. Let's see, let's go over to app.js. Let's change this to like 200. Oh, it's still doing it. I do like 250. Or like 150. Let's see. Bring it down halfway. Alright, and let's see how that looks on desktop. Okay, that doesn't look bad at all. Okay. Let's see. Everything looks good there. Looks good. Looks good. Ooh. Okay, here we go. We forgot the media queries for the work previous, the resume section. This looks good. Nice. And the form looks great. Okay, so let's head over to the resume, and we got some media queries to add that we forgot to add here. Open this up. So really easy. We're just gonna do add media only screen and max dash width. It's going to be 768 pixels. And we're just gonna grab the resume content, and we're gonna change the grid template columns to repeat 1 min max 0, 1 FR, like that. All right, let's take a look. Nice, perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and knock out this footer right quick. So head over to the index.html, and small footer, nothing too fancy. So right underneath the main, we're gonna add a footer, HTML tag, and it's gonna have a div with a class of container, and we also gonna add a footer container that we didn't make yet. We're gonna add that footer container to our main.css. No need to create a whole file for this. So p tag, and we're gonna do the little copy logo and the copy icon. To do that, you're just gonna do the little and symbol and do copy like that, and do 2023. Do your name. I'm just gonna do johndoe.com, and then all rights reserved, like that. All right, as you can see, it's right there. So let's head over to our main CSS and finish up here. Main CSS. Right at the bottom, we can make this footer container right quick. And we're just gonna do a text align center. When we do that, nothing happens. It doesn't, you see, it doesn't become centered. So to do it, you just got to do a width of 100%. And now the text should be Oh, I must have spelled something wrong. Footer. Oh, okay. So I'm probably wrong there. Let's go see again. Let's see main, and let's remove this. See if it still becomes centered. Okay, so it still becomes centered, but actually I guess we don't need the width. I guess I was wrong. So let's do a background color, and this is going to be the same background color as our contact sections, just so it can blend in perfectly. 242, 241, and 241. All right, and we have a padding of 1 rem, 0. Nice. Okay, so that's why we needed the 100%, because as you can see, you got the little white on the end. Now let's add the width 100%, and it got rid of that. So there we go. So that is our portfolio, guys. That's it. Everything looks great. Really nice portfolio. I love it. I'm not gonna lie. Nice colors and stuff. I think I did a good job, and hopefully you guys followed along and created this. Tune in for our next video. I will see you guys later. Peace. So yeah, inside of the index HTML, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the boilerplate. And for the title, you could just put your name. I'm just gonna put that like that. You just put your name there. And I say this in all my tutorials. I do have the GitHub repo open on my other monitor, so I'll be looking back and forth just so I can get the code correct and we don't have to figure things out, and we can just get this tutorial moving. All right, so I think first thing we should do is the navbar. So let's go ahead, and I'm just gonna put a comment on the navbar, and for some reason HTML, I gotta highlight it. All right, so this is gonna be our navbar first, and we're just gonna have nav, and we're gonna have a div dot. Actually, let's not do this first. Let's not do that first. Let's go ahead and link our CSS first. So let's go ahead and do link CSS, and I'm zoomed in a lot now so you guys can see everything. I noticed my last tutorial, you guys can see the folder structure, so I'm kind of zoomed in, so if it looks weird, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of weird working like this when it's all zoomed in. All right, so for the style.css, let's go ahead and do some let's go ahead and open it up first. Go ahead and open up in live server, and it's gonna open up in. All right, so that's that. And just for now, let's go ahead and just put a h1 of just hi, of just hello world. Make sure everything is working right. All right, there we go. So we got our h1, and our style is link. Let's just grab the h1 and change the color to blue or aqua. Let's see if that works. Okay, everything is linked up. Perfect. Let's do some resets. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do box size and border box. So freaking, I probably gotta zoom out some, man, just a tad bit, like maybe like this. All right, box size and border box. We're gonna do a padding of 0. I'm gonna do a margin of 0, and that's that. Let me see if there's anything else. And we also gonna do an HTML of scroll behavior smooth. So this gives that nice smooth scroll whenever we click on the link. So scroll behavior smooth, and then we're gonna do grab all of the href, a tags, and we're gonna do a text decoration of none, and we're gonna do a color of inherit, like that. And then for the LIs, we're just going to do a list style of none, like that. All right, so these are just all general resets. We are going to have a, I forgot what they call these, like a helper class, or a, I forgot what it's called, but we are going to have like a container that we're going to put on all of our like inner containers. So we're going to do a container class, and this is just going to have a width of 89%, a margin of auto, and a max width of 1044 pixels. So that way, whenever we put this container class and inside of our HTML, we could it'll just automatically get these. So that way we don't got to keep rewriting this, because we use this a lot on every single section actually. All right, so that's that, and I believe we can start the nav now. We can get rid of this hello world here, and I'm going to open up on my other monitor, and let's go ahead and write the HTML first, and then we'll start styling it with the CSS. All right, so for nav, we're gonna do a nav like that. Let me just scroll down a little bit so you guys can see. And we're gonna have a div, and for the class name, it's gonna have that container helper class, and then it's also gonna have another class, and it's gonna be navbar, so like that. And this is the little trick that a lot of people really don't know. So if you do a div dot whatever you want your class name to be, dot another, if you want another class name, we just do that, and then if you press enter, it auto completes like that. So you guys can do that if you want. And then so inside here, I'm gonna have a tag, and it's just gonna have lead to our index, and we'll have an ARIA label for screen readers, so ARIA label, and it's just gonna say home like that. And in here, this is gonna be our logo. So in here we're gonna have a H1, and it's gonna have your, so let's do your first, and it's gonna be have a span. I'll say name with a dot like that. All right, we'll keep it like that. There we go. And as you can see, the container class, we got that nice little margin, and we're gonna have a nice margin on the left and the right, and it just looks so much better like this. All right, so that's our A tag, and let me just space it up a little bit so you guys can see. That's our A tag. It's our logo. Now we're going to do our menu items. So we're going to do a UL, and in here we're going to have a LI, and then it's going to be an A tag, and the first one is just going to have, that's going to be about. So let's do about me like that, and let me just maybe come out a little bit like that. That way I could just switch it like that. All right, so about me, and this is going to have an ARIA label as well of just about, actually about me like that. And what we can do, we can actually just copy this. So copy the whole LI and paste it 1, 2, 3 times. One, I actually pasted it 2 more times because we only got 3 links. Yeah, you just pasted 3 more times. We are gonna have a button at the end of this. All right, so for the second link, it's going to be, instead of about me, it's going to be projects like that. And for the link, projects, and we can also change the href as well to projects. And then the third one is going to be contact, and we can contact and change that to contact. Yeah, this is how it looks now. With the A tag general reset that we did a text decoration of none and a color of inherit. That's why the links look like this. And yeah, so now I say we go ahead and do the button Let's go ahead and do that, and that's going to be inside of our UL. So underneath the li, we're going to have a instead of another li, we're just going to do an a tag, and in here we're going to have an href, and it's going to equal to our resume. And for this to work, you can add your resume inside of the file. So let's show you guys. So let's do a resume.pdf like that. This is our resume. I'm gonna say hello, okay, and close out of that. So that's our resume. And for the href, we're just gonna have download, and that doesn't have to equal to anything. And we also gonna have our area label as well. So area label, and this is just gonna equal to download resume like that. And for download resume, let's see. When we click on it, it should just download our resume. It shows 8 of them because that's how many times I tried this shit. So yeah, it downloads your resume like that. So when somebody click on it, it can, I think that's pretty cool. Alright, so that's that, and I forgot to add the button actually. So inside of the, did I add the button? So inside of an a tag, we need what the hell? We need to add the button. So right after this area label, let's just remove this download resume part first, and then we're gonna have a button inside here, and now this is gonna say download resume like that. All right, so we got our button, and we click on it, it downloads our resume, and this button is gonna have a class of navbar button. All right, that's that. And let me scroll up to make sure we didn't miss anything. Our UL needs a class name of nav menu, so nav dash menu, and that's that. All right, so now we need to add our mobile menu icons, but we're not gonna add that right now. I say we just go ahead and style up the desktop, and then we'll go back and add that. So let's head over to our styles, make some space, and I like splitting up my, because it's gonna be a long CSS file, so make sure you guys comment, you know, which section is which. So I'm gonna do nav styling like that, because it's a long CSS file. I mean, you could split it up. I was actually thinking about doing that. I'll just splitting it up into different files, so you know, nav CSS and hero CSS, but I decided to just go old school and just put it all in one file. All right, I don't know if that's old school or not. I'm new to coding, okay? All right, so nav. All right, let me go over here. All right, so for the nav styling, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna grab the nav like that, and we're gonna do a background color of this F. Let's do pound FEEFDE, like a little cream color, and let's just see that. So there we go, got a nice little cream color, and then we're gonna have a padding of 20 pixels, so that's top and bottom, and then we're also going to do a 0 on left and right because we already got that margin from the container, so we don't want any more padding on the left and right. And we're also going to have a transition, and this transition is just going to be for something else in the future. Actually, I probably shouldn't add it now, just so I can explain it. So let's not add that transition right now. Hopefully I can remember to add it. All right, so for the navbar, like that, we're gonna do a display of flex. We're gonna do a justify content of center, and align items center. Sorry, For the justify content, we're gonna do a space between, like that. And now with that, we got our logo on this side and our links on the right side. So that's the navbar. And now for our H1, so let's grab navbar, H1. We're gonna do a font size of 30 pixels and a font weight. Oh, I know what we forgot to do. We forgot to add our font. So let's head over to Google Fonts right quick and let's go ahead and add our font. So Google Fonts, and I use Ubuntu. I don't know how to say the word. It's one of my favorite fonts on here, to be honest. And we took 300, 400, 500, and 700. So 300. I'm gonna grab, where's 400? Oh, 400 is already added. Oh, we already got it added. Okay. So 300, 400, 500, and 700. And I'm just gonna go ahead and I do the import. So click on import and just copy this like that, and just paste it on the top of your CSS file like that. And we could go ahead and change the font family. The font family, Ubuntu, and then we're gonna do sans. Oh, it gotta be in quotes, I forgot. And then comma, sans serif, like that. And now we got our font. All right. So down here for our navbar H1, we did the font weight, which is nice, and that's how it looks. Now let's grab that span. I'm just gonna do a navbar span, and we're gonna do a color of RGB. It's gonna be 5, 73, 5, like that. There we go. All right, and now let's grab the nav menu, which is these links here, and you guessed it, we are going to do a display flex. So nav menu, and we're going to do a display of flex, a align item center. And let's see what that gets us. And most people, this is my problem when I first started. I think I would mess up on this part. So instead of adding a gap, which I do, so instead of adding this gap of 3 rem like that, so that's what we're gonna keep. I forgot what I used to do. I used to add a margin left, I believe, to each link, and that just ruined everything. So just make sure you add this gap. This is like this magic right here. I love this line of code, this gap. It's amazing. But yeah, I used to add a margin, or margin right actually. So margin right, and that would just throw everything off when you're trying to make it responsive and stuff. It was horrible. That was when I first started. But yeah, the gap 3 rem. And let's grab the LIs now. So let's do a nav menu, LI, and we're gonna do a font weight of 500. All right, make it a little bit bold. All right, so now let's grab that button. So navbar #button, and we're gonna do our background color. It's gonna be that RGB. And once you typed it in once, you could just, it should be autocomplete. Gonna do RGB, like RGB green. And we're gonna do a padding of 7 pixels, top and bottom, and 10 pixels left and right. A little bit big. And we're gonna do a border radius of 5 pixels, a little rounded on the edges. We're gonna do a color of white, a border of none, I forgot that. Border of oh, wow. Border none. I be writing in Tailwind sometimes on here, man. I use too much Tailwind. And we do a cursor of pointer. All right, there's our button. And now we need a hover effect. So let's go ahead and down to our hover. We could just actually do nav bar button and then hover like that. And we're just gonna change the background color to RGBA. And I'm gonna do 5, 73, 5, 0.697. So this A is like the opacity. So this is like me just messing with this here, and I just changed the opacity basically. So it's this color, but the I probably should have just copied that and just added the opacity on here. So it's 0.697, and you can play around with that a little bit. So when we hover, it's like a little nice little shade to it. Not a shade, but a little, looks, you know, it looks like it's being hovered on. Okay. Let's do a transition. All 0.3 seconds, and we do ease in and out like that. Now we hover, nice transition. All right, so that is the nav for that. Let's see how we're gonna do this. So for let's go back to our index, and let's go ahead and grab our mobile. Let's do our mobile icons. And I forgot, I didn't use any icons for the mobile icons, like the hamburger menus and the X button. I actually created my own because I just like it. I like doing that so much better than grabbing the icons. So I'm trying to see. So we're inside the container. So right after IUL, we're gonna have a div. Let's do a div dot hamburger like that. And in here we're gonna have 3 spans. So I'm gonna do a span dot bar, and you can just copy this and just paste it twice. Probably would have been faster if I typed it, to be honest. So we got our bars, and I believe that's it. That's everything for the HTML for the nav. So let's head back over to the CSS, and right after this we need to create our bars, our hamburger menus. So we're gonna do dot bar, and we're gonna do a background color of our RGB, and I'm gonna do a display of block. But we still shouldn't see anything once we add this width. So width of 23 pixels. Maybe, oh yeah, we need a height as well. So do a height of 3 pixels. Now we should see like a little, I don't know if you guys can see it, like a little block there. And this is where the magic is about to happen. I'm gonna do a margin of 5 pixels, so that's top and bottom. And then we're gonna do auto for left and right. And now we got a hamburger menu. And we're also gonna add a transition to this. Let's do transition, all 0.3 seconds, and then ease in and out like that. All right, so we want to get rid of this on desktop, obviously. So let's grab the hamburger, and we're just gonna do a display of none. Now it's gone on desktop. And all right, so now let's go down to our media queries. So how I did it in here, normally I see people having their media queries at the bottom, but I just did it with each section just to make it easier for this tutorial. Like I said, it would have been better if I split up the files because this is a really long CSS file, I'm not gonna lie. So under this hamburger menu, under the hamburger, we're going to do a app media only screen and max width, and it's going to be 768 pixels. All right, so let's go ahead and resize our screen to that, like right there, I believe. All right, and first thing we're going to do is grab the hamburger menu and do a display of block. Now we can see it. So as you can see, it's right there. And underneath that, we're gonna grab our nav menu. And we're gonna do a position of fixed. Alright. As you can see, it threw it out of the whole flow. And we do a top of 4.4 rem. You see it's right down there now. And we're gonna do a right of 0. And let's go ahead and add our background color just so we can see everything of that little cream color. Alright, background color of that. And we're gonna do a width of 100% and a height of 100%, like that. And we're gonna do a flex direction of column and a padding top and bottom 20 pixels and 0 left and right. And let's add a Z index because we are going to need this, because we're going to make the hero section position relative, I believe, and it kind of throws everything off. So we got to add this Z index like that. And we're also going to have a transition on here of 0.3 seconds and a gap of 5 rem. That space out the links a little bit. And I added a weight. Let's take this off. Take off that padding. Actually keep that padding on. Let's do a padding top of 6 rem. See what happens. Okay, I like that better. All right, let's keep that. It's just, I don't know if that's smart to have. So I got padding top and bottom 20 pixels. I mean, what I can do is probably this. So I could do, if I want a padding top, I could just do 6 rem here, and then do left let's see how that looks first. Let's take this off. Okay, we just keep it like that. Alright, there we go. Alright, cool. So now we want to get rid of this. We don't want to see it right now because the menu is closed. So when you see the hamburger menu, that means the menu is closed. So let's do a left of negative 100%. Like that. So now it's gone. All right, and now we need to add I said we go ahead and do the JavaScript first. Let's go and do the JavaScript and then we'll finish up the classes. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so before we start writing any JavaScript, we got to head over to our HTML and add our JavaScript. So inside of our body, right underneath here, we're just going to add app. Actually, we're just going to do script, and it's going to be app.js, like that. All right, so inside of our app.js, this is where we're going to put all our JavaScript. Let me go ahead and open it up on my other monitor. All right, so first thing we're going to do is go ahead and grab, let's just put a comment here. It's going to be Navbar. Let's do responsive nav, like that. And for some reason I gotta highlight it. I don't know why it keeps making me do that. All right, and here we're gonna have we're gonna grab all of our element. So we're gonna do a const hamburger, and this is gonna equal a document dot query selector, and we're gonna grab that class from CSS. So it's gonna be dot hamburger. Make sure you put it in quotes. All right, and now we're gonna grab our nav menu. So do a so actually we could just probably just copy this and paste that, and then just change this to nav menu. Make sure you use camel case and document dot query selector. So it's dot nav dash menu. All right, and then here we're gonna grab our so I got more stuff here for other things. That's why it's kind of confusing. We can just keep it like this for now. Let's just go ahead and put a click event on top of our hamburger. So hamburger dot add event listener, and we're going to be listening out for a click, and it's going to have an arrow function like that. Oh, make sure we add the comma because it will not work. So make sure you add a comma right after click, and we're just going to do hamburger dot class list dot toggle, and we're going to toggle active. Okay, we haven't made this class yet. And same for the nav menu. So nav menu dot class list dot toggle, and we're just gonna toggle the same thing, active. So with, I want to say 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3, about 5 lines of JavaScript code, you have a responsive navbar. That's all. This is the only code we need to have a responsive navbar. So let's head back to style.css and start writing these active classes. All right, so right after this nav menu, you see where we at. Let's add our active class. So we're gonna do a dot nav menu dot active, like that. So we're adding on the active class. The only thing in here, we're gonna do a left of 0. All right, so let's see if this works. So when we click on this, we should see the menu pop up. But you can see the hamburger menu doesn't turn into an X. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'm gonna grab dot hamburger dot active, and we're gonna grab the bar, and we're gonna grab the nth child of 2. So we're grabbing the middle bar, and for this one we're gonna have an opacity of 0. Okay, and now what we can do is just copy this, the class name, copy that, and just paste it again. And this one is going to be 1, nth child of 1. And here we're going to have a transform, and we'll have a translate of 8 pixels, and then a rotate of 45 degrees, like that. All right, so let's see how it looks now. Click on it. As you can see, the middle one disappears, but the other one turns into like an X. Well, not an X, but like a little diagonal. And now we need to do the third child. So paste it again here and change this to 3. And with this, we could just actually copy this transform and paste it in this one, and then just add negative. So -8 and -45 degrees. And as you can see, that did not work. Oh, okay, I see why. We gotta do a translate of Y. So translate Y for both. And now we should have a nice X. So let's click on it. Bam. And that's how you create a responsive navbar, guys. And you come out, you come in. And let's see. All right, cool. So the navbar is complete. Let's go ahead and start the hero section now. Alright, so for this hero section, you are going to need a image. You can download the image with the link in the description. I'm gonna have a Google Drive link. But here's the hero image here. But we are gonna want to just organize this a little bit. Let's create a folder, and it's gonna be assets. And this is where we're gonna have all our images. Let's toss this hero inside of there. And close out of that. So now we got that folder ready. Alright, so let's go ahead and start our hero section. And like we did on the nav, I'm just going to write all the HTML, and then we're going to head over to the CSS and start styling it. So right under here, let's do hero section. Alright, so this is going to have a section. So let's do section. And this is going to have a class name of hero. I don't know why I keep saying class name like it's React. And for our div, I'm gonna div.container .hero container dash container, like that. Alright, and do div, another div, gonna do div.hero info. So this is gonna be the info that's on the left, hero info. And then here we're gonna have a H group. So this is, I learned this tag, this like semantic HTML. I learned this, I want to say, a few weeks back. So whenever you have, I guess, a group of H tags or headings, you can put the H group like this in the H4. And here it's gonna be a hello. I am Antonio. So it's gonna be obviously your name. Antonio R. And then we're gonna have H1 underneath here, and it's gonna say I'm a full stack software engineer. That. Alright, and underneath this H group we're gonna have a P tag, not that. And this is gonna have this sentence. You can put any sentence you want. I'm not gonna type all of this. I put with a passion. Hold on, let me just paste it first before I write it. Before I say it. With the passion for new technology and tools, creating something from nothing is amazing. It's an amazing feeling. I don't know what the fuck I was writing, to be honest. So P tag, and then right underneath this P tag, I'm gonna have another div. I'm gonna do a div. Let's do a div dot hero button container, like that. And we're gonna have two buttons in here. I'm gonna have a button. One's gonna be for projects and one gonna be for hire me. So this is gonna have an ARIA label of view projects. And make sure you type projects in there. See where we at. So we got projects. And then the next one is gonna be a button, and this is gonna be for hire me. So let's have an ARIA label of hire me. Hire me, like that. Alright, so we got our two buttons, and now we need to do our image. So right underneath the second, wait, let me just make sure. So this is the hero info. So right outside of the hero info, I'm gonna have another div, and this is going to be hero image container, like that. And this is where we're gonna have our image. src is gonna be assets / hero image, hero png. And for the alt, you can just put your name, even though this isn't me. Just put Antonio. Actually, this is, I mean, I put this here for the alt. Like that. Alright, and I believe that is it. Let's see what we got. So we got our image and we got our text. So now let's head over to the CSS and start styling this thing. Alright, so right underneath here, I'm just going to put hero styling. Oh my god. Alright. Get over here. Alright. Alright, so hero styling. This is a lot of styles. Okay. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna grab the hero. And we're gonna just change the background color to our cream color, which is like that. So now it looks like everything is the nav and the hero section connects. And I'm gonna grab our hero container. I'm gonna do a display of grid. So we use grid a lot. If you guys followed my 90-day coding journey series, you guys know that I use flex all the time. But in this one I use grid a ton because I learned this new grid template column trick. So we're gonna do repeat, and I'm gonna do 2, comma, min max. So min max, and it's gonna be 0, comma, 1 fr, like that. All right, there we go. And underneath this grid template columns, we're gonna do a align item center, and that should move the text right there near our image. And we're gonna do a gap of 1.5 rem. All right, and that gap is mainly for whenever we resize the screen, because I don't think you'll see this gap right now. So let's see, save it. Okay, maybe you do. I saw it move a little bit. All right, so gap 1.5 rem. And now let's grab the image. So let's do pound hero image container, and I'm gonna do a display of flex. So I'm gonna do display flex for this image, and do a justify content of center and align item center. All right, cool. And that's so everything can line up, because as you can see it was like all the way over there. So now it's like perfectly lined up with that. All right, and let's grab the H4 and the H1. So let's do hero info, and I'm gonna grab the H4, and it's gonna have a font size of 1.12 rem. What was I doing? Did I meant to write 1.2 rem? Let's just keep it 1.2. I don't know why it's 1.12. We're gonna do a line height of 1.75 rem, like that. And we're gonna have a color of 6B7280. It's like a little light gray. And do a font weight of 400 and a margin bottom of 10 pixels. Let's see where we're at. There we go. That's our H4 right there. You guys can see it. And now let's grab the H1 and start styling that. So hero info H1. We're gonna do a font size of 3 rem, like that. A line height, let me go over, a line height of 1, and for the color it's going to be the same color as that. So same color as that, and we're gonna do a font weight of 400 and a margin bottom of 10 pixels like that. Let's see what that gets us. Nice. All right, now let's grab this P paragraph right there. Let's do hero info P, and this one is gonna have a font size of 1 rem, a line height of 1.5 rem, a font weight of 400, and a color. We actually use a different color. We use 48494B. I think it's like a little darker gray. Yep. Alright, so there we go. And now for the buttons. Let's grab these buttons, and then we'll start working on this image, getting it looking better. So for the button, we're gonna do so let's do hero dash button dash container. We're gonna do a margin top of 20 pixels, a display of flex, and a gap of 10 pixels like that. There's our buttons. Start styling them up a bit. So we're just gonna grab each one with the inf child pseudo class. We're gonna do hero button container, and do button, and do inf child. This is probably more work than adding the class, but this is for training purposes only. Okay. Inf child 1, and we're gonna do, for the first button, we're gonna do a background color of our RGB, so 5, 73, and 5. And it's gonna be color of white, a border of none, a padding of 8 pixels top and bottom, and 15 pixels left and right, a border radius of 5 pixels, a cursor pointer, and we can go ahead and add our transition over here now. So let's add transition 0.3 all, let's do all 0.3 seconds, ease in and out like that. There we go. We got our button there, our green button. We can go ahead and add our hover to this one right now actually. So let's just grab this, paste it there, and just add hover. And it's gonna be the same thing as the other one. So we're gonna do a background color, and it's gonna be RGBA. So what we can do is just do RGB. Oh, it's already here. RGBA 0.697. We hover, gives a nice little hover effect. All right, so now let's grab the second button. So it's gonna be the same thing, but the inf child of 2. And this one is going to be a little bit different. I'm going to do a background color of transparent, and same pattern. So we're going to do a pattern of 8 pixels top and bottom, 15 pixels left and right, and a border radius 5 pixels. And we're going to do a border of solid 1 pixel. And we're gonna have our RGB 5, 73, and 5, and cursor pointer like that. And let's also add our transition as well. All 0.3 seconds, ease in and out. Nice. So there we go. And now let's add our hover effect to this one. So we want 2 hover, and we would just want to change the background color to RGBA. So this one's a little bit different. Actually, no, it's not. It's the same thing. RGBA. It's at 573.5 0.697, and we're just gonna change the color of the text as well to white, like that. When you hover, it's like that. I did change it to this green at first, but it just didn't look right because it just looks like a inactive button when you do that. But at least now when you hover, it looks like, you know, a button is active. And I also tried to remove the border as well, but it kind of threw everything off. So I just kept the border. It doesn't look bad at all, actually. All right, so that's that. And now let's work on our image. Let's head over back to our CSS, and we're gonna grab our image. So we're gonna do hero dash container image, and we're just gonna do a height of 550 pixels, and you do a position of relative, and there we go. Perfect. All right, we do have a little bit of media queries to fix this on mobile, so let's go ahead and change this to mobile view. As you can see, it does not look good at all. So let's head over down here, and that's where our media query is going to go. But before I do that, I actually want to head up and grab this because I do not feel like typing this again. And head down. There we go. All right, so we're going to do hero container, and in here we're going to do grid template columns. This is like well, I'm starting to really like grid again. Well, not again, but I'm starting to like grid. So min max, and do 0 and 1 FR, like that. And just like that, you got, like, I don't know, I just like it so much better than Flexbox dealing with containers like this now. So grid template columns, and then we're just gonna do a text align center, and that should just fix everything except for our button. We do gotta fix that right quick. So let's grab that. We're gonna do hero button container, and we're just gonna do a justify content of center, and that should make those go center. And we could add a little bit of margin, because as you can see, it's a little bit close to our nav. Let's add some margin on the top of the H4, and that should just toss everything down. So let's do a hero info H4, and we're just gonna do a margin top of 40 pixels, and there we go. And just like that, we have responsive nav and a responsive hero section. Let's go ahead and start the skills section is next. All right, so I do apologize. I just noticed when I looked back at the last footage, I had light shining in from my window. I just closed the blind, so should be good now. All right, so let's go ahead and start the skills section. And let's see what we're gonna need. So we are gonna need some icons for this section, actually. Let me go ahead and head over to the HTML. Let's see what icons we're gonna use. All right, inside of our browser, let's go ahead to this website called Ions Icons or something like that. Let me just look it up first. I think it's this Ions 8 icons. I forgot what it's called. It wasn't that. Ion icons. I thought it was called Ion icons. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So go to ionic.io/ion icons, and you should go see this page here. And this is where we're gonna have our icons, but first we gotta add it to our project. So let's go over to usage, and then we're gonna copy this script tag here and paste it inside of our HTML file. So here, so underneath of this meta tag. I'm go ahead and paste that. And just like that, we have a package installed, I guess. That's all right, so let's go back to here and let's start writing some HTML. So this is going to be our skills section. All right. Okay, so let's go start writing some HTML. We're gonna do a section, and this is gonna have a class of skills like that, and this is also gonna have an ID of skills. Actually, no, it's gonna have this ID of about like that, and we're gonna have a div, and we're gonna have our container. And it's also gonna have a skills dash container like that. I spelled skills wrong. All right. So in this container, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna have skills heading as a class. Skills heading. And we have an H2 in here. It's gonna say what I do. What the f did I do? So what I do? Okay. H2 of that, and I have a P tag, and I'm just gonna copy this in here like that. So results oriented developer with a dynamic passion for creating dynamic. Oh, I said dynamic. Developer with a strong passion for creating dynamic and intuitive user interfaces. I actually got this line on my resume. But yeah, apparently this line isn't working because I haven't got one single call from my resume yet. So that sucks. And make sure you guys add the span around intuitive user interfaces. So make sure you guys add a span right around that because we're gonna make that part green. All right, so that's our skills heading. So right underneath that, we're gonna have another div with the class name of skill boxes like that. And now we can start doing our boxes. I'm gonna do one, and I'm just gonna copy and paste the other two because there's 3 of them. So we're gonna do a div dot skill box like that for the class name, and we're gonna have a icon. So I used a art, so just type in like art or something, or maybe brush. I use this here, and I think I use sharp. So use this brush icon and just copy it like that. And then in here inside of our skill box, we're just gonna go ahead and paste it like that. But we also want to have aria hidden. Add some accessibility to this. Aria hidden, and it's gonna have true. That. So right underneath this icon, we'll have an H3, and it's gonna say web design. And then underneath that, we're gonna have a P tag, and this is gonna have some lorem, and I'm just gonna go ahead and copy over here. All right, and let's see where we at with that. There we go. We got that's one. So what we can do is actually just probably copy this box 2 more times, and then just change up the content inside of it. So 1 box, 2 box, 3 box. All right, and you guys can change this, you know, to fit. So if you're a UI UX designer, you can put like Photoshop logo or something. I think they got like Photoshop, right? Photoshop, or you could do something like this, or if I don't know, Figma. Do they got Figma? Well, they do got Figma logo here. You can you know, you can change this to fit your skills. So for this one, we're gonna do a phone portrait. This one here, and sharp. I'm gonna copy that. Head over to the second one. Yeah, head over here. Actually, I probably just change his name. Let's just change the name to phone dash portrait dash sharp. Let's see if that worked. No, it didn't. Oh. Alright, there we go. So phone portrait sharp and aria hidden true. And we're just gonna change it to mobile development. Probably spelled that wrong again. Alright. Now for the third box, we're just gonna use pencil sharp. So let's change brush to pencil. Like that. Wonder why that didn't work. Okay, there it goes. It just took some time. And then change the name to content writing. Alright. So I believe that's all of the HTML for the skill section that we need. Let me just make sure. Alright, yeah, I think we're good on that. So let's head over to the styles and start writing some CSS. Alright, and scroll down. So this is going to be skill styling. Alright, so first thing, we're going to grab the skills. And we're going to do a padding of top and bottom, 3 rem, and 0 left and right. Nice little padding on top and bottom. And we're going to grab the H2 first. So let's do skills, hitting H2. Do a font size of 2 rem, a line height of 1, a color of dark, yeah, this dark gray here that we used. We're gonna do a font weight of 400 and a margin bottom of 10 pixels. All right, so that's that there. And now let's grab the P paragraph, skills heading, P, and then we're gonna do a font size of 1 rem, line height 1.5 rem, a font weight of 400, and a color of that dark gray, like that. Now we need to grab this span and make this part bold and green. So let's grab that span. So we'll do skills heading, span, and then we're gonna do our color, our RGB color, and then just do a font weight of 700, like that. All right, cool. So now let's work on these boxes. And like I said, I've been using grid a lot, and that's what we're going to use. So let's do skill boxes, and we're going to do a display of grid. I'm going to do grid template columns, and it's going to be the exact same thing as the other ones, but just change the first number. So we're going to do 3 columns instead of, I think we used 2 for the hero section. We're going to do 3 columns. So we're going to do a min max of 0, 1 FR, like that. Let's see what that gets us. There we go. And let's go ahead and do a gap of 30 pixels. And a text align of center. And a margin top of 50 pixels. There we go. Nice. And now, as you can see, it looks a little weird. So let's add a box shadow around each box. So let's go ahead and grab the skill box. So we're gonna do skill box, and we're gonna have a box shadow of RGBA 0, comma, this is pretty long, 0, comma, 0, comma, 0.16, oh, wait, 0, comma, 0, comma, 0, comma, 0.16, and after that, we're gonna do a 0 pixels, 1 pixel, and then a 4 pixel, like that. All right, cool. And then we just need to add a padding of 30 pixels, make it look a little bit better. And there we go. So now let's start grabbing the content inside of our skill box. And I'm going to grab the H3 first. Let's do skill box, H3. And we're going to do a font weight of 400, a color of our gray, and then a margin bottom of 5 pixels, like that. All right, and now for the P tag, for the paragraph, the skill box P, font weight 1 rem, and I kind of see myself repeating I kind of see that I'm repeating myself with this P, so I probably could have went up here and made a like a reset for the P tag, kind of how I did this container, so that way I don't have to keep typing this, because as you can see I used the same styling for the P tag for damn near all of the paragraphs. So line height 1.5 rem, font weight of 400, and a color of our dark gray, like that. So there we go, looking nice. All right, so that's it. Well, actually no, we got one media query we have to do, one single line. So we're gonna let's go ahead and resize our screen and watch this magic work. As you can see, it looks weird, so let's go ahead and do our media query. So add media only screen and max with 768 pixels, and we're gonna do skill boxes, yep, and we're just gonna do a grid template columns, repeat 1, min max 0, 1 fr, like that. And with that we have responsiveness. And when we come out, still looks nice, come in, looks nice, and there we go. I kind of noticed that I think I forgot something inside of the maybe not. Okay, I think I know what we did, what we forgot. So on top of here I actually had another like helper class, so, and that was for the icons, because we use the same exact styling for the icons for our entire site. So up here in the container, I'm gonna grab ion dash icon, like that, and we're gonna have a background color of our RGB, like that. And as you can see, it's changing all of the icons for this. And we're gonna have a padding of 7 pixels, a font size of 20 pixels, and a color of white, and a border radius of 50 pixels, and a margin top of 10 pixels. Actually, I meant a margin bottom, like that. All right, cool. So there we go. Let's make sure. All right, now it looks better. I was wondering, I was like, It looks a little bit weird. I'm not gonna lie, without the styling for the icon, it kind of looked okay, but I know that I had some color there as well. Alright, so there we go. Now let's go ahead and start the project section. So before we do the project section, I think we should go ahead and work on our navbar a little bit more. So in the demo, I don't know if you guys saw, but whenever we scroll, the navbar kind of sticks to the top and it also changes colors. So let's go ahead and add that feature now, and then we'll work on the project section. So head over to our app.js, and right after this responsive nav, we're gonna just have, let's just do sticky nav. I like splitting up my JavaScript, keep everything organized. Alright, so here we're gonna do a const. I'm gonna grab the nav, so I'm gonna do a const nav, and this is gonna equal our document dot query selector, and it's gonna have just nav. Without, make sure you don't add a dot because it's nav. And then I also got a back to top button as well on here, but we'll add that after. So let's add our function. Have a function, and it's gonna be our handle scroll function. Let me just space it out a little bit. So handle scroll like that. And in here we're gonna do a if else. So if window dot scroll y, that's top and bottom, scroll y, and if it's greater than 0, all right, we want to do a nav dot classless dot add, we haven't made this yet, sticky nav. So basically, translation, whenever scroll y, whenever we pass 0, whenever we start scrolling, our nav is going to add this classless sticky nav, which we're going to create inside of our CSS. And then else, we're just going to have a nav dot classless dot remove, and we're going to remove sticky nav, sticky dash nav, like that. All right, so with that, so it adds it once we start scrolling, and then we remove it. So still inside this function, actually outside of the function, I'm gonna have a window dot add event listener, and instead of click or anything, I'm gonna do a scroll. So we're listening out for a scroll, and we're gonna do our handle scroll function like that. So as you can see, nothing happens because we don't have our class inside of our styles. So inside of our nav styling, so you can add this anywhere. I'm just gonna add it right underneath this hamburger. Inside of here, we open it up here. All right, so now we have our sticky dash nav, and we have a position of fix. All right, let's see once we start scrolling. Didn't even see. Oh, I forgot the Y. As you can see, when we start scrolling, you see it there. Now we can actually start styling it up a bit. So we're gonna do a top of 0. All right, and do a left of 0, and do a width of 100%. And with that, we should see it perfectly now. But as you can see, we gotta change the color, and we also gotta add a Z index of 100, like that. And let's go and change the background color to white. You will start scrolling, turns to white. And let's also add a box shadow of 0, 2 pixels, 4 pixels, and and then RGB A 0, 0, and then 0.1, like that. All right, and I guess we'll add a transition as well here. 0.3 seconds. All ease in and out, like that. Okay, so there we go. We got our nice scroll. We do need to add a transition up here on our nav bars, our nav as well. So right here, add transition. All 0.3 seconds, ease in and out. Now, nice little transition. There we go. Nice. All right, cool. I'm trying to think of what should we do now. We probably should add, so whenever we have the mobile menu open, we can scroll with it. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, to be honest, because I mean it takes up the whole entire width anyway, but as you can see, it changes the color as well, and we don't want that. So let's add another class in here, and we're going to name this one we're gonna name this one no scroll. Where is it? Maybe I got it up here. No scroll. Wait, did I not add that into this project? Okay, I don't think I added it in this project, so I guess we'll just create it now. Thought I did. Okay. All right. So let's head back over to the. Hold on. I think I know where it's at. 1 second. Body. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know where it's at. It's all the way at the bottom. That's why. So up here, inside of our general resets, let's just add actually inside of our navbar, because this is a navbar thing. So right underneath the sticky nav, let's add another class. It's gonna be called no scroll, like that. And we're gonna do a overflow hitting, like that. All right. So with that, let's head back over to our app.js, and what we want to do, we're gonna grab our body up here now. So we're gonna do a cons body, and we're gonna do a document query selector, and it's gonna be body, like that. And then inside of our hamburger event listener, we're just gonna do a body classless toggle no scroll, like that. Let's see if this works. Once we open, we cannot scroll. So even if we open on when the background's white, we can't scroll. Nice. So that's what we want. All right, so now let's go ahead and work on our project section. All right, so for this project section, we are going to need some images. I highly recommend your own images for your projects. If you guys don't know how to remove the background to your images, there's actually a website that I've recently started using. I normally would go into Photoshop and remove the backgrounds, but there's this website called BG Remover. Remove, something like that. So yeah, remove.bg. And you drag your images in and it removes the backgrounds. Really nice. Like it's actually magic. It's really cool. I'm pretty sure there's other websites like this as well, but that's what I use to remove these background images. These aren't my projects, by the way. I went on Google and typed in weather project, and these popped up. But yeah, I highly recommend this, and remove the backgrounds on your images, it will look better. But yeah, so let's get started. Let's write some HTML and get over here. So right underneath here, this will be our projects. section. So, all right. So here we're gonna have a section with a class name of projects and an ID of projects as well. All right. And we're gonna have another div, and it's gonna have our container class, and it's gonna have another class, projects, container, like that. And I'm trying to think of how we should do this. So let's do a div. I'm gonna do one and then just copy the same for each one. I'm gonna do a div, and this is gonna have a class of project, like that. And in here, it's gonna be another div. It's gonna have our h3, and it's gonna be the title of your project. So I'm gonna do weather app, and a p tag for like the frameworks or stuff that you use to make it. So I did next.js, tailwind, and I don't know, Prisma. All right. So after that div with those in it, we're gonna do another div, and this is gonna have our project, image, container. Okay. And this is gonna hold our image. So we're gonna do image. SRC is gonna be assets, project one, the alt, just weather project, and that's our image. And then right underneath this image, still inside this image container div, we have a button with the class name of project button. That. And the button is going to say show project, like that. Okay. All right, so outside of the project image container, we're gonna have another div, but nothing's gonna be in it, and you guys gonna know why in a second. So we're gonna another div, and it's gonna have a class of just project. Well, actually, you're gonna know now because of the class name, project hover bg, like that. All right, cool. So there we go. Now, so it kind of looks okay like this. All right, so that's our project. So now we can just literally just copy this. I believe I did it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I did 6 projects. If you got more, you can do more as well. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Paste that. And we got 6. All right. And now let's head over to the CSS actually and start styling. Styles, scroll down, and do project styling, like that. Open it up on here. All right, cool. The first thing we're gonna do is grab our project container, projects container, and we're gonna do a display of grid and grid template columns, repeat 2, comma, min max 0, comma, 1fr. That, and just like that, we already got a nice looking grid. I just gotta add, you know, gap and all that stuff. So let's do a gap of 3 rem. All right, and now let's grab the project. So pound project, dot project, and we're gonna do a background color of RGB A. Do 112, comma 128, comma 144, comma 0.067. 0.067, like that. It's like a little bit grayish white. Let me just make sure I got that number right. That's why it takes me a while to type this, because I'm trying to get it right. So 112, 128, 144, 0.067. Nice. And now let's add a box shadow and make it pop a little bit. The box shadow, and this is going to be RGBA, and it's going to be 0, 0, 0, 0.16, and we're going to do 0 pixels, 1 pixel, 4 pixels, like that. As you can see, now it makes it look a lot better. All right, let's grab the H3. So I'm gonna do project H3 and do a font size of 1.3 rem, a line height of 1.5 rem, a font weight of 400, a color of a dark gray, and then a margin bottom of 3 pixels. All right, that was that there. And now let's grab our P tag, so project P. And like I said, I've been using the same exact thing. Font size 1.3 rem. Actually, I think I used 1 rem for the other ones. And then line height 1.5 rem. And a font weight 400. And a color of our dark gray, like that. All right, cool. Hold on. Okay, no. So yeah, this one needs to be 1 rem. Sorry. Like that. All right, cool. So now let's grab our button there. Oh, actually, let's fix this image first. This looks weird. So let's do a project image container. I'm gonna do a display of flex, and hold on. Okay, yep. Display of flex. I'm gonna do a line item center. And then we're gonna do a justify content of center. Okay. There we go. And let's grab the image now. So do project image. And we're just gonna do a width of 100%. And then a max width of 500 pixels. And there you see the image looks nice there, but we got this button that we don't want there. But let's go ahead and style it first, because we're about to get rid of it. So right underneath this P tag, let's go ahead and style this. So project button, and we're gonna do a position absolute. Okay. And we're gonna do a top of 50%. This is the trick to get stuff in the middle. But I believe we gotta make our, okay, we forgot something. We forgot to put so inside on our project, our box shadow there, we gotta add let's add a border radius 5 pixels, a padding of 5 pixels, a cursor pointer, and then position relative. And there we go. Now it looks better. There's our show project button there. So we're gonna do a top 50%. I'm gonna do a left of 50%. And then we're gonna do a transform, translate negative 50%, comma, negative 50. And that should get it right in the middle of our container. All right, negative 50%, and we're gonna do a background color of our RGB, green color, like that. And do a color of white for the text, a border of none, and the padding 8 pixels top and bottom, and 15 pixels left and right, and then a border radius of 5 pixels. Border radius 5 pixels. Nice. All right, so that's that. And now we want to give, so we only want this to show when we hover. Sorry about that. We only want this to show when we hover. So let's go ahead and put display none now. So display none. All right. And now we're going to grab the project, hover, and then we also going to grab the project. Yeah, we're going to grab the project button as well, like that. And we're gonna do a display a block and a cursor pointer. Cursor pointer. Okay, so now when we hover, we should be able to see it. And there we go. Nice. All right. So the reason why I added that div, the empty div underneath, so this div here is for whenever we hover. I kind of want, you know, a little filter, because I don't know, you can't really see that green button there. So let's grab the project, hover BG, and we're gonna do a width of 100%, a height of 100%, and it's taking 100% of its parent value. So it's not going to be the whole page. We're going to do position absolute, and we're going to do a background color of RGBA 255, 255, 255, 0.278. All right, you don't see it. Did I say the class? Let me make sure I put the class name right. Project hover BG. Okay, and we're gonna do a top of 0. So now we should see it. There we go. All right, as you can see, it's there, but we only want it to show whenever we hover. So let's go ahead and put display none for this. And now let's grab it whenever we hover. So we're gonna do project hover, and then we're gonna do project hover BG, and we're just gonna do a display of block like that. So as you can see, now it's there whenever we hover. Nice. All right, cool. And I believe that is it. We could probably, let's see if this works. Let's add a transition to our project. Oh, 0.3 seconds, ease in and out like that. Maybe a nice transition, maybe. No, I think it probably has to go inside. No, we don't need I don't got a transition on my other one. All right, so cool, that's it. Let's go ahead and do our media query. And like I said before, it's just going to be magic with this grid. As you can see, it looks like that now. but whenever we do our media query, so let's do at media screen. Oh, I don't know why I did that. Only screen and max width 768 pixels. Alright, and we're just going to do a projects container. Do a grid template columns. Repeat. 1 min max 0 comma 1 fr, and just like that we have a responsive section. Nice. All right, cool. So that is the project section. Yeah, that's it for that. Let's go ahead and work on our, let me just make sure that we're not forgetting anything. Okay. All right, cool. So yeah, let's go ahead and work on the contact form and then the footer, and then we're going to add some GSAP, and then we'll be all complete with this project. So right under the projects, let's go ahead and put a comment saying contact section. And all right, so we're gonna do a section with a class name of contact, and then this also gonna have an ID of contact as well. And in here we're gonna have another div with our container class container, and then we can also do a contact container as well class on it. And we're gonna have another div, and the class name is going to be contact info, and this is going to be the left side of the contact section. So contact info, we're gonna have an h2 that says contact me, and we're gonna have a p tag that says this. I'm about to just copy it. I am open to discussing projects and stuff like that. Your next project, improving your code or helping with user experience. And then underneath here, we're gonna have h3, and this is gonna say email me at, and then underneath here, we're gonna have another p tag, and this is gonna have a aria label of email address, and then you could just do hello. Well, you could do your email, of course. I'm just gonna do hello at yourname.com. All right, so that is the left side. Now we need to do the right side, and this is going to have, actually underneath here, we're going to have our socials. So underneath this p tag, still inside the contact info, underneath the p tag, we're going to have another div, and this is going to have the class name of contact socials, like that. And then in here, we're going to have a h4 that says socials, and then underneath the h4, have another div, and this is going to have a class name of contact social links, like that. And now we need to find our links. Let's make sure everything looks good. So that's all we got so far. So let's go ahead and get our links, and we're using the same thing, the icon thing. So let's do a href, and then we could just do a pound for now. It's not going to lead anywhere. And then I'm gonna have an aria label. Well, obviously you'll put your social for the href. So aria label and equals Facebook. Facebook first, and then in here we're gonna have a icon ion dash icon, and a name is going to be a logo dash Facebook, and like that. And then we need, there we go, that should be good. Let's see, and we should have the styling from our universal style we did on the ion icon. So there we go, and now we could just copy this, and I believe we did 3 more icons, so 1, 2, 3, and save that, and then we got all 3, and we could just change them up. So we did LinkedIn and logo, LinkedIn, and then here we did Twitter, logo Twitter, and then last but not least Instagram and logo Instagram. Like that. All right, cool. We got our logos, and now we need to do the form on the right side. So right after the contact info, so make sure you get right underneath there. We're going to do another div, and this is going to have our contact form. So for the class name, we're going to do a contact form, and then we have a form. We don't need an action. Form's not going to lead anywhere, but if you guys want to add email.js to it, watch my I did a portfolio website with React, so watch that video. I went over email.js, and that way whenever somebody submits anything to this form, it sends directly to your email. It's really easy to add, but I'm not going to be adding it in this video. So we in the form we did a div, and we got a label. It's gonna be for name, and it's gonna say your name, like that. And then after, let me scroll up some. All right, so label, and then we need an input, and the type is gonna be text. The ID is gonna be name. Name is going to be name, and the placeholder is going to be your name, and we also going to do required because it's required. All right, cool. And now we're going to do another label, and this is going to be for email. It's going to say your email, email, like that. And then we need another input, and the type is going to be email, and the ID is going to be email, name, email, like that. And here's some new things that I picked, new skills I picked up on. So we can do autocomplete. I learned this not too long ago. Autocomplete in email. That way, let's see, whenever we, I guess I don't have any emails saved. So any emails that's saved onto your local storage that you use like on another site or something, it'll like autocomplete it with once you start typing it. But I don't, this is a different browser, a different user on the browser. So input, so we're gonna do autocomplete email, and we're gonna do a placeholder of your email, and we also going to do required as well, like that. All right, so we got our name input and our email. Now we need a subject, so let's do another label, and this is going to be for subject, that. And for the text, it's just gonna say subject, like that. And do another input. Type is gonna be text. The ID is gonna be subject, and the name is going to be subject, and the autocomplete is going to be off, and then placeholder is going to be subject, like that. And we also going to require this as well, required. All right, let's take a look. There we go. And now we need to do our text, our area. So right underneath this, we're going to do another label, and this is going to be for message, and it's going to say write your message, like that. And underneath here, it's going to be our text area. I'm from the country, so that's why we say aria, text area. All right, so name, the name is going to be message. The ID is going to be message. Columns, you can just remove. We don't want any columns, but rows we're going to change to 5. And the placeholder is going to just say write your message ... All right, and we also want to require this as well, required. All right, cool. Let's take a look at that. And there we go. So with text areas, you can like expand it, and it like messes up the entire like thing. So I like taking that off. So we're gonna fix that in CSS. So don't worry about that for now. So right underneath this div, we're going to do our button. So we're gonna do a button, and even though this is not going to do anything, we're going to do type submit, and it's going to say submit, like that. All right, and that is our form. Now we can go and style. Well, that's our contact section. We can go ahead and style it now. Let's head over to the CSS, and right underneath here, we're going to do contact styling, like that. All right, cool. All right, let's go that. Contact, where you at? Okay. All right, so we're gonna grab the contact class first. Let's do contact, and we're gonna do a padding top. Padding top, not padding. Padding top of 5 rem and a width of 100%. That just give us some space, between these two. All right, and let's grab the contact container. Contact dash container. We're gonna do a display grid, and we're gonna do our grid template column trick again. The grid template columns, we're gonna do a repeat, and we need 2, comma, min max 0, comma 1 fr, like that. And there we go. And we also gonna do a gap of 1.5 rem, like that. All right, cool. Now let's grab our H2. So let's do a contact info H2. I'm gonna do a font size of 1.875 rem. I don't know why so I think I know what happened. So I looked into Tailwind styling because I really love Tailwind, like how you just do text 1XL, text 2XL, and I actually looked into it, and I've like want to know, when I do a gap 2, I want to know how much that is in CSS. So like I tried to like mimic that style a little bit, and I think 1.875 I believe is text XL, or maybe, yeah, I think it's text XL if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. We can go check actually. Let's go check. Let's do Tailwind CSS, and let's head over to the docs and do font size Yeah, font size. Let's see. Okay, so it's not, so it's 3XL. Okay, sorry. So it's 1.875. It's 3XL. So yeah, I try to mimic these a little bit because I really like Tailwind styling, man. I'm really love Tailwind, but you know, I can't really depend on it too much because I'm trying to get a job, and I don't think, you know, they'll use Tailwind, the place I'm trying to work. So yeah, so I try to mimic these a little bit, so that's why you got these weird font sizes like this. 1.875 rem. All right, and we did a line height of 2.25 rem, and we did a margin bottom of 1.2 rem, and we did a font weight of 400, and our color of that that light gray. Let's take a look. That was the contact me. Now let's grab the P. So contact info P. Contact info P. And same thing as the other paragraph tags we've been using. That's why we probably should have made like a utility class. So font size 1 rem. I did a line height of 1. We did a font weight of 400. And the color of that dark gray, like that. All right, now let's grab the H3, contact info H3, and we just changed the color of this to the dark gray, and we did a font weight of 700, like that. All right, and that was that there. Now let's grab the H4. Or actually, no, hold on, wait. We did it a little bit backwards. So the H3 actually get more styling than this. So for the H3, we did a margin top of 3 rem. We did a font size of 1.2 rem. We did a line height of 2.25 rem. And we did a font weight of 400 and a color of that light gray, like that. There we go. Now it looks better. Now we grab the H4, contact info H4, and we did a color of the dark gray and a font weight of 700. There we go. And now let's grab our socials down here and style them up a bit. Well, they already styled, but we just need to, like, you know, place them, select where we're gonna put them and stuff. So let's do a contact, do contact socials, and we're just gonna do a margin top of 3 rem, like that. Space it out a little bit, and let's grab that H5. So do contact, socials, H5, and we did a font size 1 rem, line height 2.25 rem. Wait, what the hell? Line height 2.25 rem. Font weight 400, and a color of our light gray, like that. All right, cool. And hold on. Contact socials. Let's go back and see what this was. Oh, not that one. I'm looking at the other monitor. All right, contact socials. I don't remember having H5 in here, did we? Oh, it's the H4. Okay. So yeah, we just wrote all that for nothing. And we already styled the H4 up here. So yeah, we don't need this. Let's take this off. We don't need that. Alright. Let's do the social links now. So we're just gonna do a flex and give it a gap. Let's do a contact. social links, and we're just gonna do a display flex and a gap of 10 pixels, like that. All right, nice. Now let's start styling our form over here. But before we do that, actually, no, let's just start styling it. We'll do that after. But a form doesn't really take that many styles, believe it or not, because we can we're gonna style each like input together and everything. So we're just gonna do a form, and first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do a width of 100%. All right, and let's go and grab our form and grab our, actually, hold on. We probably don't even need this here. Oh, actually, yeah, we need that. So we're gonna do form and grab our input, and we're gonna grab our text area there, like that. And we're gonna style, we're gonna do a width of 100%. As you can see, once we do that, they all take up 100%. And then we're gonna do a color of gray. All right. And we're gonna do a border of 1 pixel, solid. And then we're gonna do RGB 211, 211, 211. And there we go. Nice. And we're gonna do an outline color, outline dash color. We're gonna do this to be our RGB green color, so that way whenever we click on it, it'll, you know, have that green color that we've been using. And we're gonna do a border radius of 0.25 rem, and give it a line height 1.25. Okay, and now we need some padding, so let's give it a padding of 0.75. I played around with this number, 0.75 rem, 1 rem, and there we go. It looks better now. And let's do a margin bottom of 1 rem, space them out a little bit, and now we got a nice looking form. This was one of my biggest like, I could never style a form. It was really hard, but now I'm starting to learn a little bit better how to style them. And yeah, so that's that. And now we just need to do the form button. So let's do form button, and I'm gonna give it a background color of our RGB and color white, a border of none, and our padding 8 pixels top and bottom, 15 pixels left and right, and a border radius of 5 pixels, like that. Cool. And that's really it. We just gotta make it responsive. We could add a hover to our button as well right quick, so let's go ahead and give this a transition. Sorry about the car. Transition 0.3 seconds, all easing it out. All right, and let's go ahead and give this a hover, same hover as we got on all the rest of our buttons. Let's actually just scroll up and see what we got on these. Where you at? Here we go. Hover. Let's grab this, copy, and let's head on down. And there we go. We should have a nice hover, and we can also add a cursor pointer like that. Nice. All right, cool. So that is our contact section completed. Actually, no, we got to make it responsive. So let's go ahead and change the screen size. And let's see. You can see. But with the magic of grid, we just need one line of code. So I'm gonna do media only screen and max width 768 pixels. And we're just gonna grab our contact container. Oh my god, what is with these cars, man? Do grid template columns, and we're just gonna do a repeat 1 and comma min max 0 comma 1 fr, like that. And with that, you got responsive contact section. So now let's go ahead. I say we go ahead and work on the back to top button right quick. Because I didn't add a home because it's just a one page. I had home at first, but I was like, you know, why do we have a home right here? Because, you know, I mean, it's just a one page application. So, well, one page website. So we don't really need that. So let's go ahead and add the back to top button. So let's head over to our HTML. And we also going to need to do some JavaScript for this as well. So underneath, you can actually place this anywhere you want, but let's just do it right underneath this section. And so we're gonna have a div with a class of BTT button. So back to top button. You can name this whatever you want. And we'll have an href, and it's gonna lead to our index like that. So put a slash. And we can also add an ARIA label for accessibility. ARIA label, and we're gonna name it just back to top. And in here, I'm gonna have a ion icon, ion-icon, and a name is going to be arrow dash up dash outline, like that, and that's it. All right, so we should be able to see it underneath our, so there we go. So let's head over to our CSS and start placing this where we want it to be. All right, so right underneath here, we're going to do a let's just do back to top button styling, like that. All right, so let's grab the BTT button, and we're going to do a position of fixed. So as you can see, it like disappeared. We don't know where the hell it went. I tried finding it, I can't find it. But I'm just gonna do a right. So if you do a right of 0, you'll see it. So as you can see, wait. Okay, we don't see it. Right of 0. Maybe do a bottom of 3 rem. There we go. Now we see it. All right, so there it goes, and we kind of want it. We don't want it that close to the right. So let's do like 10 pixels, like that. Whenever we scroll, we see it, and let's do a cursor pointer. All right, and yeah, there we go. So here's the thing. So as you can see, once we at the top, we can see it, and we don't want that. We want to see it only when we start scrolling. So to fix that, let's go ahead and do display none. Okay, we got rid of it, and we're going to make another class named show BTT button, and we're going to display block. All right, so now let's go into JavaScript and add this inside of our sticky nav function. So let's go ahead and grab the back to top button. So cons back to top button. Probably didn't even need to type all of that, but document dot query selector, and we're gonna grab BTT dash button, and make sure you put the dot like that. Okay, so we got our button. So now we can start adding some logic inside of our if else. So if the window scroll Y is greater than 0, our nav get this. So now we can do back to top button dot classless dot add, and we're gonna add that show BTT show BTT button like that. All right, so let's test this out. Let's start scrolling. We don't see it. Wonder why. Go back to top, classless, add. Let's make sure I show dash BTT button at the top. Let's see. Maybe we gotta add it inside of our else. So inside of our else, we're gonna do it back to top dot remove classless dot remove, and we're gonna remove that show BTT button like that. Okay, let's test this out. Okay, so yeah, we don't see it for some reason. That's weird. All right, let's make sure we did everything right. So document that query selector, and we're grabbing the button. Okay, and so if back to top, so we're adding that's weird. Let's go back and make sure our CSS and everything, BTT, show BTT, display block. It gotta be something that I'm doing wrong. Let's go back to the app.js. Let's see, BTT button. Oh, okay, I see it. I got a dot there. Now we should see it. All right, there we go. So start scrolling, and now we can click on it, and it takes us right back to the top. Nice. Cool. So that is the back to top button. So now I say we actually should work on the nav a little bit. So I want to add active states to our nav. So whenever we click on about and it takes us there, it shows like a little green border around it. Same with projects. And to do this, we are going to need JavaScript as well. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so this one is actually really easy to do. A lot of people actually miss over adding this. So what we're gonna do is inside of our CSS, so you can add this right under no scroll, and we're gonna add a class. We're gonna make up a class, and it's gonna be called, let's see what I named it, a hero. So we're actually not gonna name anything. We're gonna just grab our li. So let's do nav menu, and then we're gonna do li.active, and we're gonna grab our a tag, and we're just gonna have a border of 2 pixels, solid, and then our RGB green color like that. You're not going to see anything because we got to go make the magic happen inside of JavaScript. So underneath here, let's go ahead and do some more JavaScript. This one is going to be called active links. And the cool thing about this is you can actually, once you write all of this and you got another project, you don't have to think of like doing this again. Like you could just literally go to your GitHub and copy this over to the new project. And that's like the cool thing of it. That's what a lot of people don't do actually. Like when I was in boot camp, people was like, we was doing a project. I'm like, dude, we just did this, you know, on another project, so why not just go to the GitHub and copy it instead of trying to, you know, remember it. And I mean, it's just like So that's why I'm really naming these. So if you want to make a sticky nav, just come here and just copy this code and paste it onto your next project. So I really recommend doing that. But you know, sometimes you do want to keep doing it over and over so you can just get it in your head. But once you do it a certain amount of times, man, you don't need to do it, keep doing it over. Just copy and paste it. I'm going to equal that to document dot query selector all. So make sure you add the all, and we're going to grab dot nav dash menu space li and grab our a tags. So like that. Okay. And then here we're going to do a for each loop. So we're going to do nav links dot for each. And so for each link, we're going to return. Well, we're not going to return, but we're going to do a add event listener. So we're going to listen out for a click. So add event listener, and do a click. Make sure you add a comma, and then we're going to do a function. So you can do the write function or you can do an arrow function. I like doing arrow functions. And we're actually going to take on an event. So you can put E, or you can type out event if you want. And now in here, we're going to do another for each loop. So we're going to do nav links dot for each, and then we're going to do link and then we're going to do link dot parent element dot classless dot remove, and we're going to remove the active class like that. All right, so you shouldn't see any changes right now. So active, and now make sure you add a comma. Now we're going to grab our nav menu, which we did up here. Then grab our nav menu, and I'm going to do a classless dot remove active like that. And then we're going to do our hamburger dot classless dot remove active. So with this, the reason why I'm grabbing a hamburger menu is because whenever we click on the link inside of our mobile, I want the menu to close like that. So whenever we click, I want the menu to close. So without this line of code here, and I believe it's without that one as well. Whenever we click, now as you can see, the mobile menu is still open. It's showing the X. So without this line there, let's test that again. Oh, now the code is broken, but I think you guys get what I'm saying. So that's why we add in this here. Whenever we click on the links, the menu close, and the hamburger menu close as well. So make sure you add commas as well. And comma, and then comma. And then we also going to do a body dot classless dot remove, and we're going to remove the no scroll that we added on whenever the menu is open. So we're going to remove that as well. Okay. And now after that, hold on. So we're going to close out right there. Actually, hold on. Let's see what we're doing wrong here. Actually, no, it's not close out there. So trying to see where where's the closing tag for this is at. So I think the closing tag is for here. We don't want that. We want the closing tag to be down here for that, like that. Okay. All right, cool. And then right after that, we're gonna do this dot parent element dot classless dot add, and we're gonna add active like that. All right, so with that, I think we are good to go. Let's see. Nope, we're not. Okay, let's make sure we got everything right. Let's see, nav links for each. It's something I did wrong. I already know it's probably like a one little syntax error where I'm just mistyping something. All right, guys. So I think I found the issue. And so for we did an arrow function here. I'm not sure why this wouldn't work, but for some reason it kind of just wants you to do function, and then we're just gonna do event like that. And with that, we should have our active links now. And yeah, so that is that. So now let's go ahead and start the footer. So let's head over to index.html, scroll down, and right underneath, I guess actually right underneath this section, you can just do footer. This shouldn't take too long. The footer ain't that much. Let's do footer like that. And okay, so for the footer, 2 lines of code. I'm gonna do a div, and the class name is going to be actually semantic first. So let's do footer. And then for the class, the div inside, we're gonna do a div dot container and dot footer container, just in case we want to add some more styles to it. And then in here, it's going to be P, and I'm going to do the and symbol. We're going to make the little copyright logo. So and copy like that, 2023, and you can put your name.com, and then do all rights reserved like that. All right, cool. There we go. And we just got to style this up a bit. So let's head over to the styles CSS, and not that much styling. So let's head down and just go ahead and just keep on organizing it, even though it's like one simple line. So let's do footer styles like that. And we're just gonna grab our footer container. And we're just gonna do a text align of center and a padding of 15 pixels top and bottom and 0 left and right. And that's it. Yeah, so that's really it. So now we're done with the actual project. But I do want to show you guys about GSAP. It's something that I've been slowly trying to learn, but you know, we still got framer motion and stuff for React, so I really don't work with it that much. So yeah, I don't know too much about it, but I do know a little bit of how to, you know, add some decent looking animations. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so let's go ahead and add GSAP. Let's go ahead and look it up. So it's a GSAP npm right here, and it should give you, okay, so yeah, this is what we need, the CDN. Let's grab this. We're also gonna need another one as well, so let's grab that. And where are you at? Index. I'm gonna go ahead and paste it in the top here, right under our icon script. And then we need another one, so head back to Google, and we're gonna do GSAP scroll trigger like that. It should be, let's type in npm scroll trigger right here. All right, okay, so they didn't, I need the how to install. I don't want npm, I want let me just paste it, and maybe you guys can just copy it. So script https cdnjs.cloudflare.com, and then ajax -libs -gsap 3.71 scroll trigger. So just copy this here instead of me having to look for it again. All right, cool. So we got GSAP installed. Let's head over to our app.js and start writing some GSAP. All right, it's not that much actually. So I'm just gonna type in, I'm gonna do animations like that. All right, this is gonna be our animations. So we're gonna do a const animate elements like that, and this is going to equal gsap dot utils dot toArray, and you can name this whatever you want, but I did animate. So whenever we add an animate class to our project, those are going to be the elements that animate. So I did animate, and we're going to do a gsap dot from, and I'm going to do animate elements. Let me just scroll down so you guys can see elements. I'm going to do a comma, and in here we're going to list a bunch of stuff of what we want it to do. So we want the opacity to be 0, and we want y to be 50. Make sure you add a comma. We want the duration, sorry about the car, it's like, sheesh, duration to be 1. We want stagger to be 0.2 with the comma, and we want scroll trigger. So this is what we just added. So scroll trigger, and in here I'm gonna do trigger. I wonder why it's not autocomplete, and hopefully I added everything right. I'm gonna do animate elements, the index of 0, and we want it to start. Oh, we forgot to add the comma, that's why. Comma start top 80%, and you want it to end. Make sure you add a comma, in at bottom, %, comma, and you want the toggle actions, make sure I spell that right, actions with an S. You want it to be play, none, reset, like that. Okay, so that with that, we should have animations. It's like, well, we gotta add the animate class to what we want to animate. So this is us creating that animate class. So let's head over to our index, and let's add animate. So you don't want to add one to the navbar, because one thing I found about GSAP is really buggy, in my opinion. Like I said, I'm just now starting to learn it, but so far it's really buggy. I'll stick to React frame of motion, but whenever I'm using vanilla, I'm definitely gonna use GSAP. So section class hero, so we want this to animate, so let's do animate for the class. And let's see if it works. Animate like that. Okay, let's see. Refresh. Okay, it doesn't work. Maybe add it on this class here. Animate like that. See? Huh, okay. That's weird. Let me just make sure that our script and everything is it's the right script. Let's hit back up and let me make sure. Script. Okay. So I'm not using this GSAP. I'm actually using an older one inside mine. So let's use this one. Let's paste. So make sure you guys copy this one. See CDN, JS, Cloudflare, Ajax, Libs, GSAP 3.71. Okay, and that's the whole reason why we got the scroll trigger as well. And with that, now when we refresh, nothing happens. Nice. All right, so I see the issue. I spelled GSAP wrong. So GSAP, and now with that, we should see an animation. There we go. Nice. And you can play around with this a little bit. So here, scroll trigger. So if you want it to come in from the left and right, I think you just do left and do right maybe. Let's see if that works. Let's see what happens with that. Actually keep that like that. I think it's like, so we'll change this from X. There we go. I think that looks better with the X anyway. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I like that better. And you can just play around with this a little bit. So you can have this one coming in from the left and this one coming in from the right. All you have to do is just make a const like this. So you can do let me just show you guys actually. So we can do let's do const animate image like that, and we could do a gsap dot utils dot toArray, and we can make a, let's just do animate dot animate image like that. Right, that's gonna be our class that we're gonna add onto our image. And now what we can do is actually let's see. So I don't even think we need the scroll trigger, to be honest, but let's just do gsap dot from, and this is just all, I'm just adding this for just to show you guys what I'm talking about. So we can do animate image, and then opacity is going to be 0. Opacity is going to be 0, and then X is going to be, we can do, I guess, maybe -50. Maybe that'll work. And then duration 1. And then stagger 0.2. 0.2. Like that. Let's see if that works without the scroll trigger. Let's head back over to index, and so we got that. Let's take animate off of this section, so we can put animate on our hero info, and then we're gonna put animate what was it, animate image, what did I name it? Animate image, animate image like that. Let's see. All right, cool. So I think we do gotta add the scroll trigger here. Let's just copy this and do a comma. That. Now let's see. It's either that or you can't do a negative value. Maybe I gotta put that in parentheses like that. Like I said, I'm just now learning this as well. X -50. Take that off. Animate image. Oh, let's see. Animate image. All right. Oh, I spelled G. Oh my god, dude. What the hell? Sheesh, bro. Okay. There we go. You see? -50. It goes that way. And let's remove the scroll trigger and see if it still works. There we go. So we don't even need the scroll trigger thing. There you go. That looks better in my opinion. Yeah, it looks way better. Let's keep it like that. All right. So that's that. And now what we can do, we can go ahead and add animations to our whatever you want it to be. So you can add it to this section. So let's head over to index, and on our container here, I'm gonna just do animate. Let's see, refresh. There you go. So yeah, you can just add it to anything you want, but I highly recommend do not add it on the navbar. Let's see if it messes up on that navbar. Let's see. Nav, let's do animate like that. Alright, so let's refresh. I mean, it don't really mess up, but still, I don't recommend it. Actually, it don't look bad at all. But yeah, that's really it for this video. I don't know how long I've been recording, but yeah, so that's it. I will see you guys next video. Next video, I'm actually recreating my first Tailwind project, and I might do a tutorial on it as well. And then I'm also working on an e-commerce site, so a bunch of projects. This project's really coming in handy. I'm starting to feel really confident with React and JavaScript and everything. But yeah, so that's it for me today. I will see you guys next video. Peace.